Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 118. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Should be able to hear me. So no, the title is Zelenskyy leads the breakup of USA and Europe. You know why? Because Zelenskyy is the leader of Europe. He's the supreme leader of Europe, and now he's leading the summit. He tasked Starmer to lead the formation of the coalition of the European powers, and basically doing exactly what Trump wanted. It's a bit funny that it's exactly what Trump wanted. So anyway, let's start. As usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on YouTube Open Mic channel, Rumble Open Mic channel, Twitter, Telegram, on the DPA channels, as well as Twitch. Twitch. Yeah, so Twitch is easy to forget because no one is there. So Okay, we're going to drop the link to join. Give me a second to do the copy and pasting. Yeah, I didn't do it yesterday because I was super tired. I was like, in this in-between zone between too tired and still fresh. And then I decided like I might as well just do some videos instead of doing the open mic because I don't think I can last 5 hours. So yeah, then that would be bad, if everybody want to talk but then I feel like sleeping. So that would be not so nice. I've pinned the link to join in the YouTube and Rumble live chat. Both is pinned. And then I also pinned it on Twitch, despite no one actually ever, not much people watch just there. And also, I going to share this to the Open Mic Lounge, just for their convenience. And yeah, hopefully, yep, we can talk. So, I think Stammer have just announced some new thingy, but I'm not sure if the same thingy as he have announced previously. So, and we have Toby. Okay, give me a second. My earphone have no sound. Give me a second. Oh, I output it to the wrong place. Give me a second. No, oh yeah, I should be able to hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear. I set my speaker to my mic. So I was like, how come there's no sound?
How about that news conference? Holy shit.
Oh, I was sleeping when it happening in live, but it's okay. I at least know. Yeah, I did a whole video on this, so basically I shared whatever I thought.
Did you see Tulsi
Hi,
Gabbard's
Peter.
video? Elon Musk posted a video by Tulsi Gabbard talking about Zelenskyy.
Oh, no yet. I haven't saw it yet.
It's pretty interesting. She makes the accusation, and remember, she's director of national intelligence, so she's in charge of universal spies. So it's not like she has bad information. But she has said that Zelenskyy used the Justice Department to seize the assets of his political opponents in Ukraine, which is thieving. This is African dictator levels of conduct. And so for her to be saying that, it really makes me think that, and looking at all the context, I think Zelenskyy killed that deal, because I think what the deal must have been, like the background of the deal is the US basically has an open door to go and do investigations in Ukraine. And I think Zelenskyy took the view that he was going to get investigated and hung out to dry. And I think that's probably pretty accurate as well. And not just Zelenskyy, but all of Trump's political enemies in the US and also in Europe. And so I think that basically there's a fight now for who controls Ukraine. It's pretty interesting. If America can't control Ukraine, if Trump can't control Ukraine and investigate Ukraine and basically paint it as a big money laundering operation, then I think that he's going to pull out entirely. He's going to follow Steve Bannon's advice and just walk away. And that probably includes all ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And that's going to be catastrophic on the battlefield. So that will push the Europeans to try and provide what ISR they can, and probably also boots on the ground. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're discussing in London right now, is like, what do we do if Trump walks away? Because that seems like the deal. The deal that got called the minerals deal, I think what that deal really is like, let Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel go in and uncover all of the corruption in Ukraine and basically expose Trump's political enemies for money laundering.
Kash Patel actually already said that he's going to investigate where the money went for the Ukraine, because it's unclear. Like for I'm quite sure that he already understood that Zelenskyy already said that not all the money have arrived. So he must be wondering where the hell the money went. And open super chat deep open miser at it again. So let me. Oh, I'm so confused. So many things happening at the same time. Okay, yeah. So Yeah,
Hey guys.
All right.
How's it going?
I think Trump actually got what he wanted, right? He wanted the Europeans to take more responsibility and handle the Ukrainian thing, and he basically got it done. It's just that the Europeans have to paint it in a way that it looks nice to them, which is kind of funny. Medi.
Hey guys, glad to see everybody on here. Good group that I'd like to actually bounce something off of, because I think we're kind of thinking of what happened in the White House as an isolated incident, but we're not. I don't know if anybody's taken this into account as well. Is the recent votes by the U.S. in the UN that and Trump and them refused to condemn Russia for the SMO, and also refused to condemn Putin as a dictator. You know, and that happened just previous to the meeting in the White House. So the signs were all there. And when he walked in there, I think personally it was done on purpose, because they want to show separation, because they know he's a corrupt puppet. And they want to make sure that it's out there that they in no way are in league with this guy in any way, shape, or form. What do you guys think about that? I have to go to a meeting, but Toby was talking about, he brought up really good points, and I wanted to ask the panel about that.
No, thank you, Manny. Super chat for Peter. Geopolitics. I don't agree with him though. He haven't even spoken. Although I know he have his own channel. So yeah.
Yeah, I put my
Hi,
channel
Waka.
name in the
Peter.
I put my channel
Hello.
name in my whatever channel, my screen name, because yeah, I have my channel on YouTube now. I don't know, is this a question for me, or people want me to say something, or I was looking at something?
Yeah, he just super chatted. He don't agree with you. That's it.
Okay. He doesn't agree with me putting my hand on my chin, I guess. I haven't said anything, so.
No, he's a nasty
I'll
little
use my
troll,
other
that
hand. How about
Brad.
that? Do you agree with that?
It's so funny. It's like he haven't even spoken.
No, I'm probably going to disagree with some points, but yeah, I'm reserving commenting
I mean, I
before I
already
have a better
disagree.
sense of stuff. Say again?
But
I was trying to be funny. I said I disagree. Whatever
Oh,
you
right.
said, I
There you go. See?
Before you say it, I disagree. Think of it as like a pre-made pardon, like Biden. It just, whatever you say, I disagree.
Basically.
yes. So the super chat, Madeline say that Rumble is not live. Yeah, I forgot to plug in the Rumble into the Streamyard. I was like, talk. Then people are saying, hey, it's not live on Rumble. Oh shit. So my bad. Hi,
Well,
people on Rumble.
I can talk about something. There's something I wanted to talk about which might answer Mehdi's question a bit, and it's based on my personal experience working in Europe. I used to handle the desk at an American company dealing with sales into Russia. It was private jets, and we dealt with Ukrainians and we dealt with a lot of Russians. And I heard a lot of stories out of Ukraine. There were even Ukrainians in my village in Switzerland, and it was a really interesting place. And the stories of shenanigans coming out of Ukraine were really quite interesting and cool. So there was a lot of discussion about why Ukraine was such a strange place. And the answer that I got was from both Russian lawyers and British lawyers was interesting and convincing. And so basically what it is this, right? It's more of a historical accident. It's not that Ukrainians are such bad people or something, right? It's not that there's something in the water. What happened was when the Soviet Union collapsed, the USSR had all kinds of extradition and legal treaties with other countries in the world. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, all that went away. You had a whole bunch of countries spring up out of nowhere, and none of them existed within any kind of legal framework. And I'll explain what that means. That means that if you have someone who robs a bank and then crosses the border over into another country, if there's no legal framework, there's no way of extraditing them. In fact, there's no way of getting them at all. They're basically home free, right? It's like you could send a message to the police in the other state, but they're under no legal obligation to do anything. And in fact, it's not even clear if they have the legal power to do anything. So what happened was, like, Russia entered into this period of chaos.
Oh, CIA got him. So anyway, super chat, didn't Zelenskyy really sweat at JD Vance? Yes, I think he did. Yeah, I
he
think
said something like,
anyone would do that, right? No, I mean, of course, not in on such a presser, right? Like sometimes, so some crazy people on board might say some crazy things. In my mind, I was like, fucking hell. But it's the same thing, right?
I think he said
Hey,
something like,
real quick, Lambo. I'm riding in the car with my daughter, and I just wanted proof of life for people to see me. May God have
Okay.
mercy on my soul. Hopefully,
Yeah.
I'll see you all shortly.
And
She says we're
and
gonna
Vance will never commit suicide. No, it's just like I will never commit suicide. No, I just there's no. So just in case.
but to continue, I just think he said something like, "Oh, fuck off, guys," you know.
Yeah.
But what I am remembering at that interview at the Oval Office was like they just showed some power to Zelenskyy and just say to Zelenskyy, "You just need to shut up. We are going to say what you need to do, and if you don't agree." But yeah, it's
Yeah, just no deal,
Zelenskyy
right?
is in
No,
big
if you
shit.
disagree, no deal, right?
Yeah, but Zelenskyy is in big shit. Is in very big shit. Ukraine is in big shit. They just don't want to tell us in the media. Trump knows it and sort of tried to explain that to us in the bravest way for the moment. And I hope he's going to just tell everything and just tell the truth what's really happening in Ukraine. He just said to Zelenskyy, "You work with me, I give you the cards to help you out, to make a good peace treaty, that war can stop." And Zelenskyy is like, "I need money. I need money. I need money. Weapons, weapons, money, weapons, weapons, money." That's the only thing that the guy is thinking. He don't want to stop the war, Zelenskyy. He's still, and it's like if you compare to Second World War with Hitler, the guy had the same problem. He was always thinking he can win, he can win, he can win. But after a certain point, he couldn't win anymore. But the guy was still thinking like, we're going to win it. We're going to win it. And at a certain moment, you need to stop. You're not living in a normal world anymore. We are not playing Command and Conquer anymore. It's done. It's over. And Trump wants that it stops. And I am thinking like Europe and all these countries and all these pro-Western, pro-Ukrainian people just want to see blood. I don't know. But Trump doesn't want to. So he say, I'm going to give you the cards. So the cards meaning like I'm going to give you the help, the things you need to stop that war. We're not going to do it for free. Nobody works for free. Nobody. And that is what Trump is trying to do, but it's not working. So he throws Zelenskyy out. Yeah. Mehdi was next after me.
I have to go. I have to go real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to read super chat, but if you are rushing, you can start first. Okay, I read the super chat. Are you going to pin and read the Rumble super chat? And then also there's a super chat by Madeline previously. Still not live, right? I just want to highlight Rumble super chat is not linked with Streamyard, so I cannot just plug it in. I have to copy and paste. Okay, Maddie.
Before I go, when Toby gets back, ask him if the sanctions that were on the Soviet Union automatically being released opened up all this flood of Western oligarchs to come in and start chopping up Russia for their own gain. Instead of the ones that normally had it, everything switched. So now a lot of these things were opened up for the US and the West to come in and use the money to take over and control. I just wanted to ask Toby if that was a factor in what he was talking about. And the other one was, and I wanted to ask the whole panel, how much do you think the UK is actually the drivers of what's going on and have been a good portion of this time? Because as we see the US leaving, the UK is standing firm. I mean, they're talking about they're going to send their own troops there. What they're going to fight with, God knows.
No, hang on. They're going to send peacekeepers only if the war is brought to a close. Let's stop with the bullshit. It's not soldiers.
Come on. Bullshit is you, Piotr. You're bullshit. You normally. No.
Wait. Let Maddie finish.
Part of what he's saying is true.
Soldiers, it's peacekeepers only in the event that a peace deal is reached. So
right.
Let Maddie finish.
Mandatory rhetoric that bullshit is like Nick Sauter and others on X are saying are just lies. Okay, we're not close.
So
You are the one telling lies. You are the
let
one
Maddie finish.
telling lies, Piotr.
Wait.
This is horrible what you do.
Wait, Maddie need to go. Let Maddie finish. Maddie need to go. Let Maddie finish.
So all the talk of them having an expeditionary force using the various forces in Europe of Germany, France, and the UK, all that talk is just doesn't happen.
Exactly.
They're not talking about ever going to war or trying to challenge Russia in the Ukraine. I really don't understand the thought process behind it, considering what we know and what we've seen that's already happened. Guys, I'm going to try to get back. Thank you. You guys take care.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay. I
Thank
just want to
you.
note, we have a lot of heavyweights today. No. We have Waka, we have Maddie on, we have Prata, Peter. No, it's quite crazy. Yeah, sorry. Who's next? Virgin, is it?
You have Lambo.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Is it okay if I go?
It's Brandon, I think. It's Brandon.
Okay,
Yeah,
Brandon.
I think there's a couple things going on with Zelenskyy, because Mehdi asked, well, why is England, why are all these other countries in this situation right now? And I think really we're operating under a sunk cost fallacy. We've got to keep this thing going because we've already kept it going this long. But I think Europe's calculation, I think a lot of people miss is, and if you look back over the 3 years of this conflict, there's been a lot of talk about how we're going to continue to support Ukraine long term. But in reality is nobody has really done much to build out their industrial base. They could have started 3 years ago building gunpowder factories, artillery factories. Mostly what we've done in America is add another shift and, maybe streamline some processes. We have not built any new factories. I live right down the road from an old retired World War II gunpowder factory. It's one of many that were retired over the last, 30 years. There has been no effort to expand that industrial base. And so the reality is there aren't going to be any more weapons, at least at scale or volume, to sustain the war long term. Everybody in the West knows this. They just aren't saying it. And you can tell, I'm sure the Russians can tell just looking on Google Earth what things are being built and what is not being built. There's never been an intention to sustain this war long term. They've just reached the limits of what their stockpiles can handle, and this is the end of it. So the reality is the Europeans can talk all they want to, but until they build out their industrial base, it's not going to happen. And on top of that, when we talk about peacekeeping, the real reason that Europe wants to put Ukraine in a position to win is because they recognize that if this war and win like decisively and push Russia out and all this stuff, is because if this goes into some kind of stalemate with a North Korea, South Korea type demilitarized zone border for the next 3 generations, it's going to require a massive industrial build out that Europe is not really equipped financially to do. So there's not really a path forward for this to go any other way than for the United States to keep bankrolling the thing, which is
has no resources for that.
Yeah, the United States,
the material resources to build all those things Europe doesn't have.
And
it doesn't matter.
They want to put the United States in a position to keep funding it long term. That's what this is all about. And they recognize that if they have to maintain as some people are suggesting, a European peacekeeping force of between 300,000 and 500,000 soldiers for the next 30 or 40 years along an unrealistic land border in Ukraine that's not really settled. The only logical border right now would maybe be the Dnieper River, to kind of allow that so that nobody has to spend Cold War levels of military expenditures. But they don't want to do that. So I don't know what's going to happen at this point because everybody's delusional.
Brandon, 2 seconds.
I agree.
Both Boris Johnson and
good
Kiev
word.
Starmer are both white supremacists, so Britain will support Azov and Ukraine to the last.
Well,
I just want to jump in one question for
Madeline
everybody.
is right. Madeline is right, and delusional is a great word from Braden.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
go on,
Prata,
Mr.
I have a
Lambert.
question for everybody. Why do you need peacekeeping forces if you have a good agreement? Why do we need that? Why?
That's
don't need
the
that.
logic.
Because you can't.
That's the logic.
Yeah.
That's the logic of Trump. But let's go deep inside. Like Braden was saying, there aren't enough resources. There isn't enough industrial capacity. The industrial capacity is in the US. The US is in another dimension. The Europeans are building themselves to that. They are like struggling. And people like Piotr, which I've been watching his channel, and I find it disgusting because it's all about disturbing people's rationality. It's all about bringing things
like
to
you're not
the mind, like breaking. And I saw like the last three-party discussion with James and the other guy, and you're always disturbing. You're always disturbing and rational arguments. And I find it disturbing and I find it disgusting because you're always trying to bring up arguments that are not valid. It's just disgusting.
According to you.
The problem is here about people. People are dying. People are dying. And you, Piotr, you're a disgusting person. You want people to die. And whenever people bring arguments that are against dying, against bringing up peace, against making like a working argument or deal, you are against it. So you are disgusting.
You're embarrassing.
I really despise you from the inner side of my bones.
Come at
disgusting.
Me, bro. Let's
no, bro. I'm not your bro. You are a disgusting person. You belong to the Cockney. You belong to the Cockney underground of society. You're not a person.
And we thought that we do not have Euro around.
Disgusting.
So now we have Rata.
Jealous of my growth on YouTube.
Throw something out there real quick. The gentleman, I heard somebody speaking about like what the role the UK had in it, and I think they had a huge role in this, man. I mean, over the last couple of decades, Ukrainians and the UK have had a really good working relationship, and even putting people in power in Kiev. So I think that's a major point. And another thing, I think that they thought that Russia was in a weakened state. And it was an opportunity then for the United States and whoever to bolster up Ukraine and to push them in for a quick win until they didn't realize that, and this is nothing against any other country, but they didn't come up against a country that has fought mechanized war, that has the will, has leadership, and actually has the taste. You know, they will fight in battle. And I think that really surprised them. You know, I know it's a meat grinder, man, and it should be peaceful. Like, I don't think that we should have any peacekeepers there. In my opinion, Ukraine is Eastern Europe, and it should be in the sphere of the Soviet Union and its clauses and all of its agreements that was made back in the 60s or farther even back. I'm from the U.S. and I know for a fact that we've encroached and encroached and encroached, and we've pushed up on them to the point to where do you stop drawing the line? You know what I mean? At some point, you have to say enough's enough. So, I mean, I think that, you know, the best thing that could be is probably like a ceasefire. I would hope that things could go right. And Russia has all the right, you know? I mean, like, I feel like they have their right to protect their sovereignty and to go, you know. It's one of them things that now we're in a situation that because of miscalculation and just people being, you know, misjudging the situation to thinking that this was going to be quick and maybe within a year or two, now they're stuck. Now they're in a position of like, oh, fuck, this is going to be a stalemate. This is all going to just grind out to a halt. And I think that this is when you're having all this shifting and the Europeans trying to get together and come up with some kind of secondary plan to figure out exactly what they're going to do. And personally, I just think that we as the U.S. should just totally pull back. I don't think we should have anything to do with this war.
This is just whole soup opera. I think next is Peter or Nunia, because they have raised their finger for a long time, and Wakar also haven't spoken yet.
Okay, Wakar always gets priority over everybody. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can
Am
hear
I
you.
audible? Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I was just like Zelenskyy, you know, in the Oval Office. So I thought I'll feel more confident, you know, when speaking. I'll just refer to a recent statement by the would-be Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, who said that I think we should have an exit strategy. And they were talking of getting in for peacekeeping forces. Actually, there's a lot of confusion because I think it was very clear that you only enter when you have an exit strategy. And unfortunately, the neoliberals who basically push Ukraine for this war, which is almost World War II level, they didn't have exit strategy at all. A good journal or a leader would have exit strategy, for every month actually. Let's say if there was a peace effort, how do you basically get out? But I think things on ground, if you look at the military situation, is very clear, and we have discussed it. I think I have joined after a very long time that Ukraine lost almost more than one fifth of its real estate, almost four-fifths of its seaboard, and I think J.D. Vance pointed out that they don't have any forces to defend. Even the Kirk's, incursion was basically a stupid effort, whatever reserve they had. And I was also, in Turkey sometime back, and we did carry out analysis of the logistics available with NATO, especially the artillery ammunition, the rocket forces, and the infantry. And even I think one of the UK's chief of general staff said that they had like 70,000 total soldiers. So these are the problems I think Europe is facing. And in case there is an effort for peace by America, I think it should be supported. What people are not realizing that if war continues, then probably it will end up even beyond the Dnieper River, because I don't think so. Ukrainians have the forces now to really defend anything, and maybe they will lose Kyiv, the capital. So these are a very serious situation. It is something like what happened to Poland in World War II, and this talk of peacekeepers from Europe is something like dividing Ukraine into zones of influence, which I don't think so will be agreed by President Putin, because Russia was very clear right from 2014 that you can't go and actually stand on Putin's toes and then expect him to be smiling. So he has achieved, I think, the political and military objectives. Even if you compare the war stamina, the artillery ammunition production, Russians are, I think, producing more than 10 times the entire NATO's logistic effort. Even the Americans have run short of artillery ammunition. They were trying to actually buy it from different countries. So it's a lost cause. And I think whatever Trump is presented is very, very logical. There is some exit strategy. And I don't know what Kyle Steimer was trying to gather the European heads and trying to basically put up a brave face. But nobody has an answer. Nobody has an exit strategy. So I feel that this is the time that they should fight for peace, and whatever is left with Ukraine, and maybe Zelenskyy is thrown out and some moderate guy comes there. So situations, I think, piled up against the NATO and the Western alliance, and Americans have, I think, read it, because this is a lost cause. If you keep doing it, look at German economy is in recession, French economy is under pressure, the British economy is under pressure, the energy crisis. So all told, I think this is still some hope that if sense prevails, I'm sure Trump and his team is going to push for peace, and there's no other option. But what has happened is that there was a false narrative which was built up in last 3 years that they were winning, and they were trying to make fun of, let's say, the Russian military. And Putin and generals kept, I think, very cool. They kept on with the objective of military operations. And now people realize, because I have friends in Europe also, and I think one of this guy came in Islamabad for a discussion, and I asked him, this was 5 months back, do you think Ukraine is winning? He said, yes, we are winning. So this is the kind of narrative. Even I think in Korea, this was a narrative that basically now they have to justify it to their public. They've been lying it throughout. I think this was again pointed out by J.D. Vance that you've been lying and doing propaganda that you are winning. Basically, you've lost the war. And all told, I think things are stacked up against Ukraine and NATO. And there are chances that in case they don't agree, NATO may start melting. And if this starts affecting the transatlantic alliance itself, because if US pulls out, there's nothing left for Europe to defend. So all told, I think still there is a chance if sense prevails. And maybe I think things would move. And this all bullshit and propaganda of, trying to, let's say, prop up Zelenskyy again is basically a false narrative. People are fed up with this war. And then, of course, there are chances. In case it continues, then it can affect the Baltic states. We have statements coming from the Baltic states, some of their presidents and prime ministers, that we need more force and all that. So I think there is a chance for peace. And war has its own language, war has its own narrative. And the truth is now coming out that this was all false narrative for last 3 years. And we've discussed it, I think, DPA, what was the military situation. So all told, still there is a chance, unless, they come up, the new liberal cabal, the US establishment is, because Trump has to fight US establishment itself also. Serious problems with the, let's say, intelligence agencies, the military commanders, because they are the one who are instigating this. And I call it neoliberal war. I think before the war started, in 3 years back, we wrote an article in Geopolitica Russia that basically this was a mischief by the neoliberal cabal, and they're going to pay it. Entire Europe is going to pay for that. So we are probably at the fake end of this war. And if I think sense prevails, they should look for peace, or whatever is left, they should basically rescue it.
My turn.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Walker absolutely agreed with everything you just said, and particularly the point where people are fed up with this war. I will elaborate on that, and I say people are fed up with the structure and the framework in Europe. And this goes back to Lambo's point that I wanted to talk about, because he said something important and we kind of glossed it over, where he said that if you have a good framework, do you need, a ceasefire? Do you need these peacekeepers and stuff? He's absolutely right. The reality is NATO is an American construct to maintain influence over Europe. America is now pulling out of that. And the Europeans are panicking because they realize that part of NATO security for them is also their influence in the world. And without that, they lose influence really quickly. Like, what is Europe without it? When you think about it. So for them, it's a much more important existential crisis than it is for the Americans. And what we're seeing now is they're just trying to hold on for what they have left, because the next thing that comes after this is the continued, I should say, deindustrialization of Europe. And London will be next. I've said this for a while now. London, and England for that matter, it's being supported by the financial services industry and little else. And that's stuff that can be really easily taken away and redeployed to places like New York and Frankfurt. So I think it's just a matter of time. What we're seeing now is, and I think I said this last week, it's a breakup, and I guess they'll figure out who gets the kids. I'm not sure who's next. Peter left, I guess. Boyan. Oh, Peter, you are there. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Go ahead.
Good point, Nuno.
Is it me?
I thought Piotr, I'll call you Peter, dude. Sorry. I thought Peter had his hand up.
He's
but
been
you're
waiting
back.
a while.
Well, then I'll just go.
You're muted,
Well,
Peter.
No, I'm not. I wasn't muted before, I don't think. Anyway, so look, there's a few things here. Firstly, I 100% agree that the Europeans have...
We have to listen to this stupid guy.
Come on.
Come on, man. We're
Freedom
here to
of
discuss
speech.
things.
Yeah,
freedom
Let's
of
not talk
speech,
over
my
each
dudes.
other.
I'm not that bothered by him. He's nothing. But what I would say is
He's nothing because you're really stupid.
You are.
No, dude,
freedom of
like,
speech.
product-
We have
No,
we
you
are
may not
spending
agree with him, but give me
countries.
time.
We still have a freedom of speech. Everybody has a right to give his own opinion. If you not agree, you wait your turn and you give your opinion yourself. A counter-reaction. That's
Prada,
what
you're
democratic
aligning
thing,
with
right?
Ursula right now, Prada. You're aligning with Ursula.
Ooh.
I'm not expecting to be sort of the popular one here, but I think it's worth
I
still
don't know
trying
you.
to find some kind of bridge where we can talk about things. So, firstly, I 100% agree that the Europeans have been way too complacent and reliant, entitled, basically, on European security assurances. But they've also been too reliant on Russian energy, and they've been too reliant on Chinese big markets. And I think that it's this sort of negligence by the Europeans that has led to this situation. And I'm tired of Europeans being shocked, being outraged by Vance's speech in the Munich Security Conference, being shocked by this Trump administration doing anything different than what was going to happen. What I think happened on Friday was even worse than a lot of people imagined. Whether or not you like Zelenskyy or not, I think that he was gaslit by Vance a bit. I think it was stupid for him to go in there without an interpreter and try to sort of manage the whole thing with his very broken English. I also think that the situation generally is not going to go anywhere, because the relationship between Zelenskyy and Trump is non-existent. Trump doesn't care about Ukraine. He wants to be rid of the commitments there because he wants to engage with Russia, China, India, and the big countries, right? He sees things through power politics. So, yeah, it's not particularly surprising. Where I do differ is that I personally think it's a bit naive to think that by somehow withdrawing or disengaging from the world that a lot of MAGA Americans have, that somehow that's still going to mean that Russia and China or whoever anti-American types won't still try to interfere in American affairs. My biggest concern is that America is going to suffer from pulling back too much. There's a balance. I think you can still have a degree of engagement in the world without necessarily being the global policeman. And I think it's the extremity by which some people veer towards one way versus others who think we should support Ukraine no matter what. To be honest with you, I'm quite pragmatic about this. I cannot see realistically how Ukraine can salvage the territories that Russia controls. It just can't. Second is that Europe does not have the military competency to, right now, that is, to replace the United States. If the United States were to pull out completely of Europe, then we face not just defensive, offensive, but also logistical shortcomings. And even if the Americans were to say, in a scenario, provide support for Europe through logistics like radar and stuff, which Trump might be open to doing if the Europeans sold it well enough for him, if it was transactional, then the Europeans could focus on defensive kinetic capabilities vis-a-vis protecting their interests and holding off Putin. But I just don't see that being realistic, and nothing that the Europeans realistically do in terms of sending Ukraine another 2.6 billion or what is going to be enough. It's sort of a temporary band-aid and looks symbolically nice, but in the realistic long-term realpolitik of it, it's not going to do anything. So there's a difference between what I prefer, which is I do think Ukraine should be enabled to have its own choice of what it is and where its borders are. But at the same time, I just don't think that that's realistic. So, I think we need to stop with such sensationalist claims. Not that people are saying that necessarily here. But yeah, Europe needs to wake the fuck up. We need to figure out what we want to do, how we want to do it, what we represent, and accept that the transatlantic relationship with the US is either over or effectively different. I don't know if that means NATO's dead. I don't know, but it's certainly going to be a husk of its former self. So I could go on, but I'll end.
Real quick, just to add to what you were saying, I don't think the U.S. should walk away totally from 60 years of NATO, but I think there's a line. Poland, Poland and Germany, that's our line. Everything after that is kind of like in that gray area, or it's in the influence of the old bloc. And I mean, there was agreements that were made way back when in the 60s or whatever that established that. And it's just changed continuously. So, I mean, it's not just the Russians that have broke agreements. It's the West that has also, what do we do? You could break up Ukraine. I mean, you get to put NATO in Western Ukraine. You have a neutral, centralized Ukrainian government, and then the eastern part's Russia's.
Well, if I can just make one last point to that, and I will yield, which is that I think realistically speaking, there's a few factors. Unless the Europeans can muster the military production, which is going to take years because we have to pivot all our economies towards wartime settings, which we're not. The British are willing to put military expenditure up to 2.5% by 3% by the end of the decade. Well, that's enough time for Putin to get his act together, and the whole thing doesn't change. So lag time effect for us to actually get to the place where we could take the place of the US as it currently stands is years off, and that's completely useless for Ukraine. And also what the Ukrainians can do in terms of in-house production is nowhere near the level that it needs to be. So realistically, either the Ukrainians accept that they've lost the 4 oblasts and there's a heavy militarization along some kind of, DMZ area with some kind of peacekeepers, which I don't think Putin would agree to, though. Or the Europeans just sort of are like, well, Ukraine, we tried, and they back out. But then that reveals them to be just all hot air and no actual action. So, I just don't see anything other than really the yielding of what is currently under control by Russia and consolidating as much as you can over the existing bit of Ukraine and providing security assurances as it stands. I just don't see any option at this point. But people don't like that.
Can I go now?
Thanks for letting me jump back in.
Yeah, Voyan.
Yeah, what? It's me. Okay. There are 2 points, 2 major points. Piotr just explained why Russia should not agree to any kind of ceasefire, because the Europeans want to rearm and be able to support Ukraine in future, what they cannot do now. So why should Russia wait for that? This is one point. And the second point is what I think many people miss the elephant in the room still. Also some in this discussion, because the United States, I don't believe that they will break up NATO. They will not get out of NATO. I think they want to change NATO, because it's not the USA from 1 month before. The European Union or the Europeans in the NATO, they have been aligned not with USA mainly, but with the Democrat side of the USA. And that's still the case. And now the USA is not anymore governed by the Democrats, but by Trump. And also Zelenskyy missed that. Trump wasn't saying that Zelenskyy hasn't been grateful because of what the USA did the 3 years before, because that's nothing of what he did. But he should have been grateful for that, what Trump is trying now. Trump could have simply let him fall. Without any help to try find some kind of ceasefire or anything, and that's why Zelenskyy should have been thankful, because Ukraine was kind of obviously a neocon project or deep state project of the United States. The United States obviously has interests to weaken a possible great power there. Overall, but Trump has been targeted, by some parts of the same structures that have targeted Russia. This U.S. aid stuff and all of these structures that have been targeting Trump, and he is hitting back at these internal structures, and they are very involved with Ukraine. So Trump could have simply dropped Ukraine or even helped Russia. Instead, he chose to try to find a face-saving peace or to save as much as can be saved of territory. So that's what is I think the most relevant, what many people miss. And Trump doesn't want to destroy NATO, but he wants the Europeans to change into, from the liberals, from the Democrats to his side. And he would like these governments to switch. And for instance, Germany had the opportunity right now in the last election. They voted the CDU in, and the SPD lost the prime minister. The CDU is a conservative side. They could have chosen to align themselves with Trump. They didn't. They stayed on the same course, or they stay on the same course like the SPD did on this major topic. So they are in confrontation with Trump. The Europeans are indeed in confrontation with Trump, not with the USA. This is the difference. RL?
Super chat. Wait, super chat. Uti say that he agree with Prata. Peter seems like a 40 IQ person of control. A country with the democratically elected government overthrown by USA isn't making its choice by its own. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Then
can I just clarify one thing? I'm half English, half Russian, because a lot of people are wondering why I speak English but have this name. So that's why. Anyway.
And insults are boring. Peter is mainstream, but okay. Yeah, I also I also not sure what's wrong with the hatred for Peter. Like he didn't say anything like very like crazy, right? I think next is Toby or RL.
In my view, if you show up here and you're brave enough to come on, you deserve respect.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and everybody had the right to give his opinion. If you agree or not, it's not your problem. Everybody has the choice to think about what he wants to think about. So don't insult somebody with an IQ, saying you have an IQ of a goldfish, something like that. You're a fucking asshole, you know? Piotr, can you send me on your Telegram, on my private, your address of your YouTube channel so I can...
I already put it on screen, but anyway, I will plug it in.
I actually have to bounce, guys, but thank you very much. Sorry for dominating on the problems, but I'll join you again. Appreciate you guys.
I have a question for Peter.
Engaged on the opposite side, right? So take care.
I have a question for him. I want him to leave.
Oh,
he's gone. And he's gone. RL,
I will plug in his YouTube so in case people want to follow him.
Can you hear me?
Well, he probably does have a unique perspective given his,
Can you hear me?
ancestry.
Yeah.
Yes, RL, we can hear you.
Oh, because you're non-stop talking. My God. And the guy just left. Because
he's scared of you.
It's great. It's great to have someone sharing the mainstream narrative. It allows exactly for a nice discussion. And I just wanted him to remind him why suddenly now all the Europeans are talking about the event of Ukraine the way they are talking about it. It's very simple. It's because they are not in the negotiating table. And why are they not in the negotiation table? Because they are zero. They are nothing. Their economy and financial situation is not bright. Their demographic expectation is not bright. Their economy, structure, industries, they are deindustrialized. They focused on services like sucking dicks, yeah. And that's it. How can they just even think of implementing anything in Ukraine? 20,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100, doesn't matter. They will just, I should explain to him how there will be another solution as security guarantees for Europe or a European one. There will be no security guarantee. It will be Russia who will provide security guarantee. If they dare to cross into Dnieper River, they will be destroyed. That's the security agreement for Europe. That's it. It will be imposed to them. Because it reminds me of my child, my beloved child, when I'm in the supermarket with him. And he told me, oh, look at those gummies. I want them. Give it to me. You know who got the last word? And that's what you see right now, that shit show. That's what you see.
Yeah, if I can tail off on...
I say no to my kid. No, you won't get those gummies. It's not you who are paying for it. That's what I say to my child. Yes.
Super chat by Mandolin. If people disagree, dueling is legal in Republic of Cameroon. I can guarantee visa and swift passage. Can also provide equipment. If you want to kill each other, please go to Cameroon. And F Peter, I do not know why, but it's in trend. And Waka, opinion on Romania, net and I'm not sure what's net, and UK average operating out of Pakistan. NAT. Yeah.
If I can follow up on.
And also one more. Peter is the best by one.
Okay. If I can follow up on what RL is saying, there's an open question as to what anybody means when they say the word Europe, right? Because like there's a bit of a myth about Europe, and that is that Europe is united. There's an institution called the EU, which just happens to not include the UK, by the way, right? Or Ukraine for that matter. And then there's geographic Europe, which includes Russia, right? And then there's like this mythical Europe, which is going to get together and defend itself and replace NATO. Like these things need to be properly understood. The EU is a trading organization. What it mostly does, and like I have a European law degree, I know what I'm talking about here. Mostly what the European Union does is it takes donations from member states in Europe and hands it out to farmers to smooth over the domestic farming market in Europe. That's 90% of the business of the EU. It doesn't have a defense policy. Defense of Europe is done by NATO, and the biggest donors of NATO aren't even in the EU. The UK, America, Turkey, and Norway, right? None of those countries that provide most of the funding NATO are even in the EU. So there's massive illusions about Europe. Macron recently tried to organize an EU-based defense summit. He called together the big hitters, the UK, who's not in the EU, Germany and Poland. And they all said no. They all went home. This was a couple of weeks ago. So then he called in the next tier of heavy hitters, which was Lithuania, Latvia, and Greece. And they also declined and walked away. And so this is the thing. It's like this idea that Europe is going to rise up. It's like, well, even if they got along, even if they didn't disagree with each other constantly and speak different languages, right, and have like real deep-seated antipathies towards each other, even if that was true and there was some kind of united Europe there, you're still going to have America in the background making bilateral deals with Poland, with Romania, with Hungary, right, with the UK, with Greece, with Maloney's Italy. So, like, even if Europe decides to become this mythical Europe, the EU decides to become hostile towards the US or to become independent, they're still going to have to try and deal with the US's interests. And the US isn't just going to walk away from all of its interests in Europe if the current system of NATO falls down. And to reiterate what Voyan said, just because Trump and like this new American-centric politics is coming out of the US, that doesn't mean that Europe gets to do whatever it wants. If it doesn't play along with Trump, then it's in a scrap, right? And all of those governments in Europe are in a fight. And I think that's what's going on at the moment, is we're seeing a real contest of wills between Trump's new American idea and the old European ways of doing things. But I don't think that to reiterate what RL said as well, like these European governments that vocalize their opinions a lot, they're not even that popular at home, and they're certainly not economically strong. So I don't think we should overestimate Europe at all.
Can I add on to that, Toby?
Yeah, Brandon.
I think it's, especially after the revelations of all this USAID spending to control narratives and do population, psyops, essentially, you can see that what the U.S. has essentially been doing in Europe, probably since the end of World War II, has been trying to tamp down nationalist movements in the countries and to keep them relatively docile and neoliberal in their approaches to things. And I just don't see how you have a nation, and I've not spent any time in Europe. I know a lot of people from Europe, but I don't know. Culturally, it seems like many people there seem very averse to any sense of national pride, national defense of the nation state. And I know there's a rising sentiment against that in those countries, but it seems like historically those countries really don't have a strong sense of self anymore. And Russia has all the same demographic and economic challenges that those European countries have, but the one thing it does have is a strong sense of self and a strong sense of its purpose and mission, and its people will die for it. And I'm not convinced that Europeans are in that position. And on top of that, they're going to have to send. I mean, you look at this with the recruitment numbers in countries like the UK. You know, it's abysmal. They can't staff anything. People don't want to fight for the country. They've allowed in a bunch of people that aren't loyal to those countries. And that's where the youth is. The majority of the youth, 50% of the youth in some of these countries is the descendants of recent immigrants. And they're not loyal to those countries, and they're not going to fight and die for them. So I don't see, you know, the U.S. has basically built a European culture through 5 decades of propaganda that has made it a weak partner in if there was a potential war, in my view. It has no industrial base and no conviction of will to fight a war.
But question yourself.
I would say that I'm sorry for despising Piotr so much. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but I can't stand it. There is many discussions on YouTube where he appears and it's just disgusting. But go back to the point of Brandon. I think the problem in Europe is that you have too much transatlantic leftovers, and we don't know what to do with them. So whenever we see these exterior about European leaders, we just think transatlantic leaders. They are not all Europeans inside, because they are the ones that don't want to be confronted with this type of existential questions that don't exist. It's essential for them because they are transatlantic, and transatlanticism is dying. It's disappearing. It's over. Trump is not going to support transatlantist narratives or even projects. And so this is the point. So we have all these transatlantic politicians in Europe that try to find, they are bringing us to this sense of immediatism, that we need to decide something very, very fast. But there is no support in Europe for that. There is no support from the populations, other than what Brandon was saying. No, there is no support in the populations for this exterior. And this is where it becomes really dangerous, because these people know that they will die politically. If they don't find a common place, if they don't integrate very fast in the new world order that is coming with Trump, they will die out. So they are like in a desperate place, and that's why it's very dangerous. They can do something dangerous. But like Mr. Lambo was saying, and others, is that they need to find a common place. And the common place is very difficult to find, especially because there is no grounds for their discourses. Their discourses are leftovers from an era that shouldn't have ever existed. It was there, it was created, it was socially constructed. This hate, these dichotomies between bad and good, evil and amazing. This is all bullshit. And now we're coming back to the real state, which is about talking about real deals. Yes, it's true, it's about big deals, but it's also about respecting each other's. So what is Europe actually talking about? Are we talking about going to Russia and steal their resources? Because that's exactly what we are talking about. Many of these transatlantic bullshit mentality is about destroying Russia and go for their resources. How can that be true? We are weak people in the West. We don't have the population, we don't have the numbers, we don't have the industrial capacity, we don't have anything. We want to live at the cost of the Americans, and the Americans say, no. This is very bad. If we don't solve the debt, the US dollar will be destroyed. Trump is very much about this. If they don't solve the debt, if they don't stop the increasing debt, the US dollar will be destroyed. If the US dollar is destroyed, there is no more West in history. It's over. The BRICS will take over, the China will take over, but even China or even the BRICS or even Russia, they don't want that. They want a more balanced world. And my thing is, I will launch a bit the fire. I think what will happen is, yes, the US is getting out of Europe. but he's getting probably to get invited to BRICS. In the sense that, okay, we are not part of that post-colonial world anymore, this post-colonial logic. We understand that we have to get out and be part of the new world that is born, that is coming on. I think it's Voyagin.
Voyin, thanks. Well,
Sorry,
one point to Toby. He mentioned a lot of Europes, but he forgot the first one. You know, the girl who had a relationship with the raging bull in Greek history, and it was not a bear, you know, a raging bear. But what Brandon said about that he doesn't see nationalism in Europeans, that might be true, and is mostly true for Western Europeans, which had 50 years after the World War II, they had the liberal culture. The socialist culture in the East has conserved nationalism or patriotism, nationalism. The Western part had associated nationalism purely with Nazism of Germany, and it was a bad thing. For the Eastern Europeans, the national component or patriotism or nationalism has enabled them to fight back against the Nazis. So they conserved this as at least partly positive component. So most Eastern European countries are quite nationalistic. Let's say Poland or Ukraine, as you see, or even Eastern Germany has a lot more nationalism in the eastern part, which were in the Eastern Bloc, than in the West. There, in the eastern part of Germany, the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, they got almost, I think, 50% party. Regarding the issue of the Europeans not having capacity, well, it might be true, but they have the population. They have some 400 million people. They could, in fact, in theory, have all these capabilities, which they don't have currently, because they have relied too much on the United States. And it might very well be true that they will try to go and to build up structures, because I don't think that these current elites in Europe want to switch to a Trumpian Western world. I think they will try to find some modus vivendi, and they will not kill the transatlantic alliance. They will have it go on, but it will not be so unified anymore. RL? Or Mr. Lambo, I don't know. Who's the next?
I think I was first.
Yeah,
there is always something that triggers me a little bit, and I'm going to put a few points. First of all, US is never going to leave NATO because they strategically need NATO, like Ramstein Air Base, Bangladem in Germany, to go play transporting stuff to the other side of the world as a stop point. So they are never going to leave these bases to somebody else or their bases. NATO actually has been created to have United States capable to encircle Russia. That is the reason why Putin gets mad after a while to say, you're already taking 8 countries I asked not to go to NATO. They did. Number 9 was Ukraine. And I say, fuck you guys. It's over. 2013. And that was also the perfect situation for NATO to say, oh, crap, 2013, I went to the Bourget. Russia became big again. They showed off their new Sukhoi 35. That was one of the best economical years for Russia, 2013 period. And NATO says, uh-oh, we just saw a Russian plane flying in Paris that outperformed in their airshow style. I know it's stupid to compare that, but they, dude, these guys have good planes. But economically, fuck, they are getting big. We need to stop that. So we're going to start to cause some problems and make Russia angry. That's what's happening. We know that Russia always leased. They had a leasing contract with Crimea. They paid Ukraine to use Crimea. Why? because Russia never want to leave Crimea, because Crimea is one of the most important places for Russia, for their fleet, of the Black Sea fleet, for the air bases. They have in Crimea, you have a huge air base, but like a very huge air base. So that was Russia saying like, you're going in NATO, no problem. Just cause some problems. We're going to see in the future. We're going to try to weaken you. Not happening because it's not working for the moment. They are trying to weaken Russia by using Ukraine conflict war. Do you see weaken Russia? I don't see weaken Russia. The Western propaganda says Russia is weak, but they are not. They are not. They are not making rockets with washing machines, microchips. You know, they're making fucking good stuff for the moment, and you're busy winning. So Ukraine is now in a very big problem. If they're going to have a peace deal and putting 300,000 people on the ground to have peace army, in my eyes, if you put 300,000 European NATO soldiers into Ukraine, you're just waiting to start a third world war. Why do you need 300,000 people? Why? No, what you need to do is put UN, the blue helmets, peace army, to if there are conflicts inside the country, that you can target them, that you can change the situation, and you need to have a cleaning specialist group to clean all the mess and the non-territorial or the still Ukrainian territorial grounds, like cleaning the mines and all that stuff. You need to have a cleaning group to have a livable Ukraine again. But you're not going to put 300,000 troops. You're just asking to create a war. If something's happening and they can put Article 5 in it, it's third war. And you already have 200,000 NATO people inside the country. It's fucking crazy. Keeping friends with your neighbors is free. You don't need money, you don't need troops, you don't need weaponry to just keeping your neighbors your friends. And that is what you need to happen in the future. And I think that Trump also wants to have that. For me, I try to put several points, but it's so difficult because I have so many to say. But yeah, Nunya, I don't know what you think. But...
Give me a second. Super chat. Will we see a decapitation campaign by Russia? Now is the time to do it without very much blowback, since Zelenskyy has been so self-destructive by stinging metal. I personally don't think so. And they say Putin was open to mineral deal with US. Realistic? Yes, to me. Yeah.
Well, real quick, Mr. Lambo, I agree. I think that this war has empowered Russia. Like, I truly think that they've had a taste of modern warfare at a turning point where we're using drones and new technology, and they've had firsthand experience with this, and it's crazy invaluable. And I think that they're probably behind the scenes have a ton of different weapon systems that they're developing and that are probably pretty advanced and moving on. So yeah, I think all in all, this did nothing but empower Russia in the end of the day. Absolutely. And what you don't realize is Russia is huge. I mean, they're huge. I mean, the land mass alone, and just the raw materials, earth materials that Russia has on its own, it can spring up in almost like a wartime economy without one, compared to what Western Europe or the US at this point, I think, could. Just to add on there.
Yeah.
Even the US can't. Even the US can't, because its military industrial complex is not geared towards mass production. It's not geared towards numbers, big numbers. Yeah, big numbers of cash, but not big numbers of quantity. It's not geared for that.
Yeah.
And this conflict is a great reminder, a great slap in the face of quantity over fancy technology.
Mm.
You need quantity. You need quality of men. and quantity of equipment. That's what it shows. A well enough designed weapon between the hands of good guys can achieve great things.
Absolutely.
That's what you see in Ukraine. And also what you see, hey folks, welcome to the multipolar world. Here we are, officially. Because by retreating from Ukraine, United States has acted a loss, but this one was a loss against a peer adversary. And this is not free like in Afghanistan. No, this has a cost, a huge cost. We are not anymore in the hegemonic world, the unipolar world. It's definitely done.
Super chat. Russia should not accept ceasefire until Dnipro. Nunya.
Well, yes, I agree with RL. He just stole all my points, but absolutely 100% agree with what he just said. Like, we got to stop talking about NATO, guys. Like, some of you guys over in Europe think that NATO will still be a thing. I'm telling you, it won't be, right? And this goes back to my previous point about the whole reason why NATO was built in the first place. It was meant to fight against this narrative that there's a Russian, boogeyman hiding out in the woods, right? Now, Trump has come out and said to the world that, number one, that's not true. And he's even gone further than that. And he said, you know what? We kind of did all this to you guys. Like, he's saying this about the Russians. He said it on live TV in front of everybody to see. So now there's no more facade. Like, the truth is all out there. Trump is saying, listen, the time now is to make a deal. There is no Russian boogeyman hiding out in the woods. That was all us making it up for the last 70 years. Now we need to reach a deal. So the whole idea that NATO is going to be a thing, completely gone. Like, just forget that out of your heads. There will be bilateral agreements, and that will be, to RL's point, the multipolar world moving forward. Does that mean that they're going to pull out all their bases and stuff? No. Does that mean you're going to have NATO protection? No. You will have bilateral agreements with America and Poland, America and whoever, right? That's what you might have. But NATO itself is kaput. You got to get that out of your head. You need to work on a security framework that Europe and Russia agree with, so you can get past the last 70 years of nonsense and get back to making money together. Go ahead, William.
Answering you directly, I don't think that NATO is dead already. Not because I would support NATO, but it has had this function to keep Russia out, Germany down, and America in. But this is not anymore the only function that NATO has. It is basically one way to describe the Western Empire. It's the alliance of the Western states who have had the hegemony over the last 50 years, 60 years over the world, until the Soviet Union existed, less so, but at least for the last 30 years. And the United States alone cannot be successful in a competition against China. Therefore, this will be a marriage of necessity, and it will not be a marriage of some love, at least until either the Trump side wins over the Europeans, and we see some government changes in Europe, or the earlier Democrats and deep state and others win over in 4 years again in America. And then it will be as we have seen the last 10, 20 years.
You guys are missing it. There is no conflict with China. That's no longer on the bingo card. Trump has seen the numbers. He realizes now that was all fantasy. They're backing away from that too. So, Well, I mean, he's already said, hey, we want to cut our military spending with China by 50%. Trump wants to make a deal with these people because he realizes that the emperor has no clothes. That's what it comes down to. So he's doing the right thing for his country. You guys need to get on board.
I think I agree with that.
Just
Do you
one final
finish?
point. Final point. You know, Trump has asked the Europeans to do basically the same like Biden did. You know, they want the Europeans to do more, and Trump has asked the Europeans to do more for NATO. So he's not
Sure.
asking them to leave NATO or something. He wants to have a stronger alliance, but on his side, not on the
Boy, and
Democrat
he's
side.
trying to dupe you to buy as much gear off him as he possibly can before he pulls the
These
plug on
two.
it. That's
These
it.
two.
That's it, dude.
So if I may, I think we understand NATO in a very imprecise objective, which is NATO is most and foremost a control organization. Who did they control? They control the small countries. So whenever we talk about NATO, we never, well, theoretically, NATO, all member states have to agree. If something, it's not agreed between all of them, there can't be a single voice against, then NATO doesn't work theoretically. That's not how it works in the practice. In the practice, is a huge control organization that goes not just to the military realm, it goes on the political realm. So that's why most countries that enter the European Union have been obliged to enter to NATO first. And this is very important. The problem is that the United States change is is in the process of changing is a political drive, and NATO is still very much controlled by transatlanticists, and they are trying to still bring all European countries, all little parts of Europe, countries that belong to NATO, to that same sense, the sense of the transatlantic logic. But the transatlantic logic is dying out because Europe doesn't have the capacity. It doesn't mean that, of course, we are 400 million, but we don't have the capacity. We don't have the industrial capacity. We don't have we are not self-sufficient in terms of energy. We have to get energy from someone, either from the Americans or from the Russians or from the Algerians or from whoever. We are not, and this is a problem in Europe. That's also one of the reasons why there is European civilization. It was never self-sufficient. It needed to go further to find new partners. And this is the problem about the transatlanticists. They don't understand. Europe needs partners. It needs Russia. It needs China. It needs the US. It needs to be connected with the whole world. But the transatlanticists don't understand the connections. They are completely blocked. Sometimes I hear many of these European leaders, and they think like, if we have the Democrats in America, everything will be brilliant and marvelous. It is not like that. We in Europe, we are not self-sufficient. We don't have the capacity in terms of industrial capacity, and we don't have the working force either, because our working force is what it is. And we could change. Yes, it's true. We are still 400 million people. We could try to change all the conditions that are induced into production, but that will take a lot of time. And as Europe finds itself now, it's not possible. So we have to face reality. So where's the problem between reality and policy making? I would argue that's the problems with the transatlanticist elites that still rule Europe. They are breaking down all over, especially in America, understanding that reality and wish is not the same thing. But we are still in Europe not. All these politicians, they are refusing to face reality. We need all these people around the world. And also something very interesting that Nuno said, and that's my point again, saying that I think the US is going to make a deal with BRICS in the sense that it's going to understand that this is a peer with many other peers in the world. And those new peers are not the European Union, it's not France, it's not the Great Britain, but many other countries around the world. And I think will be the biggest revolution for the Americans. The Americans will the first realize, and they will save themselves. And it is true, America is the beacon of many things in this planet. And we are proud of it, and we should be proud of it. Many things when Vance says it's about free speech and we can't understand what's happening in Europe, please listen to it, it's very important. Do you guys think that free speech is less in Russia? It is not. In Europe, it's becoming more and more asphyxiating. I'm talking to you guys here, and I'm all the time afraid that I say something that will hurt someone, and I'll get the bill in my post box soon. Come on, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah.
Wait, Lambo, wait. Super chat. Nunya business is correct. White House is deemed. The waiters can do maths for them. China would bury USA backed by Russia, Iran, and the whole of Africa. Lambo.
Yeah. So yeah, certainly for if you're talking about UK and Germany, the freedom of speech is like. Germany was always playing safe on that since the Second World War to not create hate and a new dictatorship like the Nazis thing. But no, about NATO and also about the industrial military complex, I want to point out something that I'm not really understanding. I mean, United States, okay, they don't have a lot of factories anymore to build weaponry, but they have a ton of stocks. You can compare it a little bit with Russia. It's not because the United States is not capable to provide Ukraine means that they don't have any stocks. They have it, but they're just keeping it for themselves. So they gave everything to Ukraine that they don't need it. Otherwise, they could give 30 F-16s, and maybe even 100. I think they have 1,500 F-16s, and you're busy replacing them by F-35s. Know what I mean? They have a ton of weaponry. They have a ton of stocks. Russia, right now, I like the Russian army, I like the Russian planes, I like the Russian ships, but they just can't win against the United States because in weaponry, they are too big. It's a very difficult one, but like how many that Russia already spent it to Ukraine, 2025, forget it that Russia is going to win against the United States. If we talk 10 years later, it's another story. But right now, US is too big to destroy. And they know that. Trump knows it. NATO, Europe, always looked at United States as a sugar daddy. But the mindset that if we have a problem, the sugar daddy is going to save us. They're going to provide us. They're going to save us. They're going to keep our Europe straight. Trump knows that also. And United States is sick of it to spend money to other countries, to lose money, and to get nothing back. For years, you're saying to the NATO countries, please make your agreement to your DGP, or they call that, to 3% or to 2%. Country like Belgium, I say a lot of time, 1.3. And our government will agree to go to 2% in 4 years' time. How sick are you to do that? And they're going to cost us €1,000 taxes per person, per working person in Belgium a year. Because our government was so lazy all these years to not go to the 2%. And suddenly it needs to happen. Why? Because one big guy, Trump, is sick of it. And you can't disagree with his opinion on that. They are sick to spend money for nothing, to just give it to somebody else. They are just sick of it. You can't blame Trump for that. Trump is a businessman, and a businessman doesn't want to have losses. What needs to happen now is that Europe grow up and start slowly to grow up their military bases and stocks again. They give everything away to Ukraine. Everything. It's crazy. Some countries we are lucky because we don't have the shell types that Ukraine has, so we spend money and we buy it from Germany with frozen assets from Russia. But these frozen assets, like what the 2.3 billion that the UK want to give to the Ukraine, is fucking dangerous. Because after the conflict, Russia has the rights to start to go to the courts and to ask that money back. Who's going to pay that, you think? The taxpayers. So if UK is going to lose that 2.3 billion, and Belgium even, we gave all our money that we funded for Ukraine is taken from banks in Belgium from Russia, frozen assets. If Russia is going to court against all these countries that did that, Europe is done financially. It's going to be unpayable. We need to grow up our army, and then in the future we maybe need to pay a lot of money to Russia. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's easy money. It's easy to take, but it has consequences. But the politicians of now don't think about that, because in 10, 20 years they don't give a fuck. They're not going to be living anymore. They're not going to be in the politics anymore. But we are going to pay it. It's fucking disgusting. So yes, what America does, good. They're going to grow their military complex if needed. They're going to build factories if needed. Europe need to do it. Belgium is already thinking, because we just closed our OD factory in Brussels, our last car factory we had in Belgium, and we are planning to build armored vehicles and that to rebuild that factory and make it owned by the state to build some armored cars. So we're already busy thinking. We also every 18-year-old person in Belgium going to get a letter in the mailbox for asking if you want to go to the army for 1 year and be paid for that deliberately. So it's not so you're already busy looking to grow the army a little bit, but it's not enough. But Europe is just in a big shit. That's it. If US say fuck you, we are a big shit. So yeah, Wakar, I don't know what's first, Wakar or Voin.
Let Wakar go.
Wait, I will super chat. The issue after Ukraine will be Russian minorities in Baltic. Yeah, I agree. And back on planet Earth, Russia, China, North Korea have more nuclear weapons, missile tanks, aircraft, and soldiers than the United States. True, if you put Russia and China together, for sure. And also there was a question for Wakar just now, which is this: opinion on Romania, the NATO average operating arms out of Pakistan. Yep.
Yeah, I think I'll start with NATO and then advice given by, two, I would say, very senior strategists like Henry Kissinger and John Mearsheimer. Henry Kissinger is no more, but I think in Trump's first administration, he met him and he advised, because I think Crimea was already lost, that you should patch up with Russia. Actually, Kissinger came up with the idea of triquadrant, that Russia, China, and US should agree on the sphere of influence and work on progress and basically try to avoid war. Because if we look at NATO, there was a lot of discussion. NATO lost a lot of I would say their capability in 2 wars, and they operated outside their areas in Afghanistan and in Iraq, and also to some extent in Libya. You look at the resources used. And then came the Russia-Ukraine war, for which I think NATO was not prepared. NATO was basically, if you look at, on the face of it, it was built up to defend Europe. But they were operating against smaller countries. And as German new chancellor is saying that they didn't have exit strategy for Afghanistan, so we should not venture into Ukraine. So mainly, I think 2 advisors. One was John Mearsheimer. He keeps advising. And there is also a theory with the Trump's team that in case they can patch up with Russia, they can then gradually start moving it away from China. And today our syndicate wrote an article which appeared in a Pakistani newspaper, Trump at War. Basically, Trump is at war with 5, I would say, entities. One is, of course, domestically, it's fighting against the establishment, the CIA, the FBI, and the neoliberal cabal in the Capitol Hill. So there's a huge fight within US, and there is a fear that maybe there'll be another assassination attempt against Trump, because when they get frustrated, this establishment can do anything, and they would try to turn the tables. And the other is basically a fight against Europe itself, or the transatlantic alliance on Russia-Ukraine war. And even if you look at the place chosen for meet of Trump and Putin, it will be going to be Saudi Arabia and not Brussels. So this is very interesting that they are choosing a Muslim country on the fringes, because Actually, Putin doesn't trust that meeting anywhere in a European country would keep it confidential. So, so these are the kind of changes. In our article, we have also, looked at the possibility of US and West trying to patch up with Russia and trying to woo it away from China, which is again, I think, a theory that in case Russia has given concessions, that's brought back into SWIFT system. There is also talk of joint development of minerals, rare earths. And if you look at rare earths in Ukraine, they are generally along the Dnieper River on both sides. And I think 60% is already occupied by Russia in the Donbass region, or even Zaporozhye. If you look at the map, most of the rare earths are already with Russia. And Trump said that we could jointly, develop it. And then comes the question of Russian communities living in Baltic states, in certain enclaves in Moldova, and then also closer to the North Sea. So there is a possibility that Putin will then start exerting pressure. Now, so there are a lot of theories which have come out. We don't think so that Russia can be wooed away from China. If you look at their alliance, not only in terms of military, but also in terms of trade, energy, and dependence. Chinese are developing a lot in Russia. So I think this will be a very long shot that the Western Bloc can woo away, Russians away from China, because they this lost this opportunity. I think before in 2007, probably when Russia was taken out of the G7, and now Trump is saying that they can bring it back. Because if you look at Europe without Russia, I think this is nonsense. Russia is very much a major part of Europe, and in case there is peace, then of course gradually things can start, settling down. Now, on the question of, let's say, some of the Pakistani ammunition going to Romania, there are a lot of theories on that, but practically our foreign office has already denied it, that there was nothing, because Pakistan-Russia relations are also growing at parallel. I think in next week, Pakistan is sending a train via Iran and Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan to Russia. There's a huge trade which is taking place. I visited twice, and we had very good discussions. And Russians are also very keen, basically, to develop, infrastructure in Pakistan, especially the offshore oil and gas, which has a huge potential. So this theory, I think, was dented. But this was again thrown up by the Western media, that basically they wanted to, when they were putting sanctions on Russia and taken it out of SWIFT system, they were now trying to basically economically scuttle it or diplomatically isolate it, which they failed very miserably. That probably all the states, maybe mid-level powers like Pakistan, could be pushed out of, let's say, their relationship with Russia. This never happened. But there was a theory that there was a shortage of artillery ammunition, probably because Pakistan, can't afford exporting artillery ammunition. We have a huge problem on both sides with Afghanistan and with India, with regular fire checks, exchange takes place. So Pakistan can't afford, basically exporting any ammunition. It's already basically enough for its own forces. So I think that was more of a theory which was then basically, I would say, peddled by the neocon media. And even now, if you look at the fight is also taking place in the information domain. I was reading after this Zelenskyy Trump's brawl in Oval Office. If you look at the neoliberal channels, you had France 24, DW, CNN, CNBC from Canada, and all the European channels were basically trying to undermine President Trump. And they were trying to basically pamper Zelenskyy, which has basically lost the war. So all told, I think this is a very interesting situation. But looking at the advice given by Kissinger, I think that had some, I would say, merit. That instead of these wars and trying to push each other, the time is for connectivity. Already there are serious demographic problems. We've discussed it earlier in Europe, in North America. We look at Elon Musk tweets. Even in Japan and South Korea, there are serious demographic problems. And if you have prolonged wars, like in Ukraine, on which basically both sides, people are dying in, now very close to 1 million people. So we can't afford. Then there's, of course, the forced migration of people who left Ukraine. I think closer to almost 8 million people are out of Ukraine now. And there are some who are internally displaced. So I think the advice given by these two characters Kissinger and John Mearsheimer much earlier than this war should have been taken very seriously, and they should have gone for development. But if you look at U.S. and NATO wars in the last 30 years, they've been engaged into relentless wars, and so it means that there was, I think, Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya war cost them $2 trillion. And you look at European economy or the American economy is under a lot of pressure. Today, the debt is $36 trillion. And now basically Trump team is trying to basically milk every dollar from wherever they can, including, USA and, wherever they were trying to basically support some very funny kind of projects by their intelligence agencies, and USA is basically run by the CIA. So I think Trump is also having his hands full. There's a lot of pushback coming from neoliberals, the establishment. There's a huge fight which is taking place within US. And I'm just fearing that there'll be another attempt on Trump to turn everything upside down, because look at the US establishment and the Western Alliance, transatlantic, they have a lot of cards to play. So that will be, I think, very dangerous. But hopefully, I think sense should prevail. And basically, I think the Kissinger's advice of dividing the world into basically a triangle where you have sphere of influence of China, sphere of influence of Russia, which includes, Eastern Europe, and then US also having its own sphere of influence, and then trying to have something like Cold War time that you don't push directly, don't go into. And that's why I think Trump was pointing out that Zelenskyy was then leading everybody into World War III. There's also chances of nuclear conflagration in Europe, which will be very, very dangerous. So looking at all what has happened, the war against, I think, Russia, we've discussed it, had 3-4 objectives by the neoliberal cabal. Was one, of course, to engage it. And interestingly, there was a study in 1996. I always, this was done by, US Air Force. And one of the scenarios was in 1996, projection of Russia-Ukraine war in 2014. I don't know how did they basically, built up that scenario. It was so precise that there will be a war between Russia and Ukraine in 2014. There is a study by US Air Force, Alternate Futures 2025. This was done by the US military in 1996. Just imagine the, let's say, forecasting. So these are the kind of, I think, things that the neoliberal cabal has been doing, spreading a lot of chaos. Even if you look at West Asia, the war which is happened in Gaza and let's say Israel, and now Syrian situation is totally changed. So things are moving, and I used to say that US can do anything or NATO can do anything, the world will keep moving. And that's where I think if you look at China, got a lot of time in last 30 years to build up their economy in high technology. Even in artificial intelligence, we have this DeepSeek coming now, and then we have Alibaba launching another one. So they are basically now almost undermining those so-called oligarchs in the Silicon Valley. And that's what now there is a realization that ultimately the economic and military power is shifting towards Asia. And also Africa is becoming very, very important. Now, US has launched an Africa project also to boost some of the Africans. Then there are demographic projections. If you look at Elon Musk, mentioned that 40 years down the line, what will be, and he talked of 6-7 countries which will basically become demographic giants, like China coming down to less than 1 billion people, India maintaining more than 1 billion people, Nigeria becoming like almost 600 million people, Pakistan at 500 million people. So, and he said that these are the countries you're going to basically drive the world, because ultimately you need human resource. So all told, I think sense should prevail, and they should, I think, look at the advice by Henry Kissinger and try to have some peaceful negotiations, settle it down. Otherwise, if they continue with the war, there's no stamina left with Europe or even with United States. And now I think the Trump team also realizes, if we look at the things on ground, they can't put, so all the objectives against Russia, diplomatic isolation, they couldn't do it. BRICS became very strong. Russia developed alternatives. Entire Africa was against, I think, Western Bloc, and they were mainly siding with Russia. China-Russia relationship grew very strongly. So economically, they were not able to isolate or through the sanctions. And militarily also, Russia came up very strong. So these are some of the lessons that NATO and West has to realize, that in case they have to look at the next generations also. That case they want to progress, they have to, I think, now give peace a chance and let things move, I think, through mutual development.
Well, thank you. I got to get ready and go, guys. Enjoyed the conversation, and hope to see you all soon. God bless.
Goodbye.
Just want a super chat. Sorry, I'll give you a quick. There is no commercially retrievable rare earth in Ukraine. Unfortunately, all the media and YouTube don't bother to read mining and processing periodicals. Okay, so Virgin.
Yeah, we have been caught a bit in a echo chamber before Vakar made a big summary. We were all talking down on the Europeans, and they deserve it, obviously, partly. But the issues that Vakar brought, I don't think that any assassination attempt on Trump will be done, because Trump has succeeded with a new team to build up a new machine with people that surround him that would carry on. So they would have to assassinate basically the entire administration. So I don't think that will be done. The other thing is regarding Russia and China. I feel that Russia and China and all the BRICS states have chosen not, deliberately chosen not to ally themselves too closely. They are feeling that we are going in a multi-polar world, and they don't want to create alliances like NATO, which have something like Article 5. My opinion is they want to create something like good relations, friendly states. And in this sense, United States has not the need to pull Russia too much away from China, because they are not, aligned like, let's say, USA and Europe was until now. They are much looser, and you have seen that China has sold lots of drone components to Ukraine, without that Russia has been protesting a lot. You have also seen that Russia recently has offered United States deals for minerals, of which Russia has much more than Ukraine, and so I think Russia and China do not want to create an alliance which is then an enemy, or a visible enemy for the West. They want to build a bridge for United States to retreat from the hegemony in a peaceful way, and to align itself with the future or current multipolar world. So I think that Russia is not so much aligned. This was the point. But before Vakar brought so many good points, I wanted to ask you, just to bring us out of this talking down on Europeans, what do you feel? What will be the next immediate steps? Will the Europeans crave and give in and go back to Daddy Trump, ask for still some cooperation and agree to his demand of a deal, or will the war continue? And if there will be a peace deal or a ceasefire, will there be European troops on the ground? I don't believe it for a second. But who will be there? So
yeah, I think if you look
Ariel?
at okay, Aaron. Should I respond?
Yeah, first respond, please.
Yeah, I think as the things are moving on ground, probably people will have to go with Trump. And if you look at Keir Starmer's, I think there was, prodding of Zelenskyy that he should go back to Washington and mend the fences, because there was, I think, a serious breakdown of the discussion in that Oval Office. So maybe you find Zelenskyy is again sent back to, this is the advice given by, I think, Keir Starmer and others. Macron is also, I think ultimately, basically it's going to be I feel that there'll be peace. There'll be some, agreement. But one has to actually look at Russian Putin's sensitivities. And he has been saying it, I think, before 2014, before the Maidan, that whatever Victoria Nuland and other guys were trying to do will ultimately basically boomerang on their face. He wanted basically Ukraine to be a neutral country, having relationship on both sides, and it can also become an energy conduit for oil and gas flowing towards Western Europe. And probably things are going to go to that direction. That whatever Putin desired was this, because I think Russians are very sensitive about any, NATO or external troops coming, even in Western Ukraine. Although there are countries which are like Poland and I think even Lithuania, they have some claims on Western Ukraine, and there were talk of balkanization. But I feel that one, there'll be no troops. Maybe Russians then guarantee that there'll be no push beyond the Dnieper River. There'll be no membership of the NATO. This was also agreed by J.D. Vance and Trump. There's no question of Ukraine actually becoming part of European Union or NATO. So it means whatever was desired by President Putin will be there on ground. And then there's a talk of jointly, let's say, developing those minerals that we are saying, and probably there is an agreement that they could, because Ukraine need a lot of now I think development of all the infrastructure which was destroyed can't be done. There has to be a Marshall Plan. So maybe gradually there will be a buffer zone, no NATO troops inside Ukraine, and also guarantees that Russia will not be pushed from any other side. So there will be pushback on NATO. And then we have also to see that what happens to Eastern European countries like Hungary and others, and even Germans are not very happy that maybe there'll be, I think, concessions have to be given to Russia for any peace deal. And also, Zelenskyy will be replaced by some guy with some sense, and there'll be election and all that. But maybe it will take this year, 2025. So that's the only option left with, I think, Ukraine and Europe, and they should agree. Unfortunately, this is what Putin was trying to explain them, even when he entered, Crimea after the Maidan. That this is not acceptable. This was the red line for the Russians. So most probably things should settle down somewhere there.
I think.
Can I go?
I just answered. French, we have an expression, appetite comes while eating. If the Europeans made the stupidity to continue fuel the war in Ukraine, to make it last 6 months, 1 year more, or 2 years more, the Russians will take more. Putin stated it, Lavrov also. They stated many times, for now, our objective, our goals are this. They always say that, for now. And I think the Europeans might be the leaders. European leaders might be stupid enough. They already prove it to fuel the war in Ukraine. And Russia will eat more and gain more appetite to eat more if they continue in that, I think, the way they will choose to. Go on, Vojislav.
Yeah, regarding somebody else coming instead of Zelenskyy, I don't really see, how is this possible, because of the Nazi forces in Ukraine. I don't think they're going to allow anybody to to come in and be like pro peace.
Zaluzhny.
I mean,
Zaluzhny.
yeah,
Maybe.
but I don't know. I mean, I think even I mean, he's a Nazi too, And I think that, I think they're gonna have problem with whoever tries to be a president. I mean, either he's gonna have to be something like Zelensky, but maybe a little bit, you know, better. But I'm sure they're still gonna insist on having like this huge army in Ukraine and being supported. I mean, I don't see it. And yeah, go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the biggest thing with the security agreement is the bottom line is whatever the framework is, whatever the boundaries are, when one side violates it, and you know which side that's going to be, it's not going to be the Russians. There has to be an enforcement mechanism that the Russians can respond and thump somebody when they mess up, and there's no outcry from the West or the concerned parties in this peace agreement. I mean, it needs to be really clear, this is the line, this is what the rules are, and if you break the rules, if Russia fabs you, then tough shit, the rules. That's probably going to be the biggest problem, is just how is Russia going to be able to trust and verify the security agreement? I think that's the biggest thing.
I don't think they're gonna allow any army to exist in Ukraine. I mean, I don't think they're gonna,
I mean, people talked about like peacekeepers. I mean, where are you going to get peacekeepers from? NATO countries can't go in. BRICS probably would be a good idea. And you can't just go pick some random third world country with shitty troops to throw in there, because that would be even worse. So, I mean, I don't even know where you could get peacekeepers that anyone on one side or the other would trust or wouldn't cause more problems.
Yeah, I think Russians had that bad experience in Ossetia and Abkhazia. I don't think they want to go through this shit again, and I don't think they want to deal with that shit. UN troops or whatever, they can be from, even if they're from Belarus or whatever. I don't think they're gonna go with that.
I think this whole idea of peacekeepers is getting way ahead of the game. It's like, we're still not out of the kindergarten yet. We're still talking about the Baltic states breaking up Russia. We're still talking about countries with 1 million people overthrowing a nuclear power. So, like, we're not into the adult stage of the Cold War, where nuclear powers talk to each other about geostrategic balances of power. We're getting there. Trump and his team are trying to talk in that kind of way. And Lavrov has said that, like, he finds Rubio and the other chap, Mike Katz, I think, he said that they're adult people who talk in a sane manner. So that's encouraging. I think we're standing back from the Third World War. But look, I really think that the one aspect that we're missing here is that Europe is perpetrating a gigantic fraud, right? Not just in terms of being a military fraud, but I'm talking about like embezzlement fraud, right? Like, I'm talking about Ukraine. I really do think it's a huge money laundering operation. And the reason I say that is not because I've got any great evidence for that, but I am familiar with dealing with Ukraine, and I know that it's a legal black hole. I was talking about this at the start of the stream and I got disconnected, but the Ukraine is a legal black hole. And what that means is it doesn't have extradition treaties. Things get lost there. There's no way of chasing things up. And it's curious, Trump is facing this problem right now. If we have a look at what Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, and Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, are saying, they want to go chasing the money that they say is laundered there. The difference in money is truly staggering. It's like the numbers become meaningless. Zelenskyy is saying maximum 90 million. Trump's saying 350 million, right? So, like, someone's not telling the truth here. And if you have a look at the aid that's come from Europe, quote Europe, right? If you go, it's easy to Google the numbers and have a look. Most of it has been channeled through the European Union, right? Which is an opaque institution which isn't beholden to any national governments. And most of it's, quote, financial aid and not military aid. Who knows where those tens of billions have gone, right? And so I really think that what is happening in Ukraine and what has happened over the last few years, has probably been the biggest heist of money, the biggest theft of money, right, by the political class in human history. I think all war involves staggering amounts of fraud and theft, right? It's like if you pick any kind of war literature you like, there's always a sergeant who's stealing food and stealing diamonds, and the soldiers stealing gold teeth from the corpses. It's like war is inherently lawless, and there's all kinds of theft that goes on. And I think that Trump is definitely trying to get to the bottom of it, but it's also, it speaks to a bigger a malaise in the West, right? It's not just Europe. America had the Democrats just looting America, just looting it dry. They're now $37 trillion in debt, right? It really is stealing from your own children. And it's the same in Australia as well. The boomer generation are detestable because they just loot the state and they pass the debt on to their children and their grandchildren. They steal from their own children through the mechanism of state debt. And this is one of the things Trump is rebelling against, hence Doge, right? Whereas in Europe, it's kind of a tradition for the aristocracy to loot the peasantry. And they really do it through the EU. And so I think Europe is on a precipice. If the people of Europe find out just how much money the aristocracy of Europe has stolen through the project of Ukraine, right? I think there could be revolution in Europe. I think there could be the end of the aristocracy across Europe and also the end of the monarchy in the UK, which would be no bad thing, right? Now, I know Voyagin doesn't, he loves the monarchy. He loves the aristocracy, so he's going to object.
Me?
But I think that there is this social aspect to what's going on. And I don't think it's going to go away either, because the truth has a way of coming out. And the other reason I think that it's going to come out is because Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel are saying this, right? And you can ignore them if you like, but Tulsi Gabbard is in charge of the biggest spy agency in the world. It's unlikely she's working with bad information. Kash Patel is head of the biggest law enforcement operation in the world, right? So I don't think that this is going to go away. And I think that a lot of the panic that we see in Europe is driven by, it's not geopolitics, it's literally personal fear. It's fear of accountability. It's fear of exposure, right? And I also think this is what's driving Zelensky's behavior. He knows, right, that the MI6 will whack him before he can cut a deal. And it must be a terrible position for him to be in. But yeah, Wojciech.
Me? We have two Voyins here now.
I was saying Wojciech. Yeah.
Okay. Toby, I agree that this is most likely a big factor. I'm not sure that it's the only one. We have discussed this already in the voice chat. But the reason that they have is not, I think, not just the financial. They have also the fear that they will be left behind if they fail in Ukraine, because they will fail with Ukraine against United States and Russia, and China will be there. There will be three great powers, and maybe India will join there, and Europe will be just left behind. I think they look for some importance as well, and they are a clique. They are all liberals, whatever the party is. You can see it. The ones who would really be opposition, they are not allowed into government, like Romania. So that's the one point. And regarding the question that I had before, what will happen? Will we have peace? I'm not sure that we will get peace. I think this will go on for months, maybe this year, as long as Ukraine has men willing to fight and they don't mutiny, or as long Europe can give them whatever they have. So and if they came to peace, I don't think that Russia would allow any NATO troops on the Ukrainian part, which will be not in Russia's hands, except maybe Hungary, maybe even Poland in the former Polish parts. But I have interestingly heard yesterday a Ukrainian podcast, a clip of it. They were discussing this topic, and they said they expect that Russia will allow something like Brazil, maybe India, and maybe Turkey, because Turkey is in NATO, but they are quite neutral. I don't think so, because Turkey was once occupying these territories, so they don't want allow these. So who is next?
I just want to say really quick what Toby said about the money discrepancy, missing. I have to kind of defend Zelensky, when he said, he only got like 90 million or whatever. I mean, he's probably lying too, but I think a lot of that money got kicked back to the, governors and, senators in the United States and whoever. I mean, he was talking about the the prices of the transporting the armaments. So I think that that's a huge part of that whole scheme, corruption. But yeah,
Absolutely.
they were still.
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead.
For sure, there's corruption on the side.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, I don't know where this idea like all of a sudden came, like there's going to be this peace deal soon. I mean, I know Trump's talking about it and stuff, but I think most people have been talking in the VC and stuff. The war is probably going to go on till the end of the year, 6 to 8 more months. The fall, you just got to see what happens over the summer and the fall, how the weather is, how much attrition goes on. What the United States does. Is the ISR pulled? Is the money and military aid cut? Does the pittance that they'll get from Europe make a difference? I mean, there's a lot of factors coming into play over the next few months that are going to determine the outcome and the length of the war. But I don't think I mean, I've never had any illusions. I mean, I assume there's going to be several months of talking and negotiating to figure out who, what, why, and where, and the size of the table before they actually sit down. By then you're in the summer. Then you start negotiating seriously and working out your deals and everything and the finalized plan. We're in fall. Do you negotiate the end of the war, or is Russia where they want to be by then anyway and get what they want? So I don't think it's either way is pretty much on that timeline.
Super chat. Johari say EU keeps saying Russia is a threat to EU, but yet they were not willing to send troops to fight Russia, so they themselves believe Russia is not a threat. Can't they make up their mind? Yeah, which is something that I kept saying. Was Toby bold all the time? I don't know. Or
No,
maybe
he just put his wig off.
Or maybe it's underlined. Strike through. Madeline said that when you borrow from a loan shark, 90 million turned to 350 million in a few months. Trump giving good rates. Trump is New York through and through. And also one more. What is the total debt of Ukraine in general? Okay, carry on.
I think it's Mike and then Nunya.
Okay, it's good to see you guys. I'm just going to say a quick thing before I go away. Right now, I think if Europeans do not take Trump out, America is done with this war. I said something before that soon European is going to start fighting each other because the plan they are making, what have been keeping European in peace for decades and decades is by them not making harm. By them start going back right now, start to making harm everybody. Now it's going to become harm race within European Union. Okay, all the union is the union is about to break into pieces. Right now, what they are doing because of their greed, not be able to contain themselves. And I'm going to say something about the Sergeant Shows. Sergeant Shows, when he has the opportunity, when he get to meet with Putin, they was afraid because Putin gave him a lot of offer, big offer that he refused. He don't want to accept because he don't want to betray the rest of the European. Now, Germans are trying hard to get that offer back, whereby Putin is no longer giving that offer out anymore. That was before before Uncle Trump came along. Okay, before Uncle Trump came along, Putin was giving German a lot of offers, right? 10 to 1, 10 to, how would I say, like a penny to a dollar offer. German refused that offer. Now they want that offer back, but Putin are no longer put it on the table. It's over. European are going to start fighting each other soon. I'm not talking about Hungary or what do you call the other country? No, I'm talking about between France, Germany, British, Italy. They all the biggest one are will soon fighting each other. It's going to become a mayhem in Europe. I say that a lot of Europeans is going to die because of their leadership are not making any sense right now. Because they are going stupid. And that is what they are doing, all of them, for them to come to their senses, say, okay, this war is over. Uncle Trump is giving all those Ukrainian is telling them, is giving them hints that okay, they need to start rebellion. They need to start rebellion right now. But what happened is that this is how the British do this thing. They really make this thing so much like how would I put it? They elevate all the young guys. They put them in the major, colonel, higher rank. The younger they had, the higher rank they gave them. So when the younger one have the higher rank, it goes to their head. They talk they're above everything. That is the system they set up. And I said something here before. I said there is two types of SVO that are going on in Ukraine. The people's culture. That's two types. That's two categories. One is for to catch people for the front line. Actually, they don't send them to the front right away. The second group are the one that looking for those who are about to rebellion. They are targeting those guys like crazy. They are watching them, all their moves. So right now, in fact, they put like a supercomputer monitoring everything going on in Ukraine. So if you guys ever see the video post on a Telegram, they are aware of every video. They approve it. So all the time when they were showing video on the Telegram, say they are catching people, it's what British approved. It's an approved video. The video they are not approved, you guys will not see it. So they are showing that video, make it look like Ukraine is about to collapse. So Russia could lean down a little bit to fool Russia. Or you see some soldier in the front line, text like, oh, we are coming to Zelenskyy. When we can get off of here, we are coming back to Zelenskyy, right? Those soldiers, that's a kind of like, how would I put it? The soldiers are using that to, in case if they're lucky to get captured, they could have said, listen to Russians, listen, we don't want to be in this front line in the first place. They force us. But if those soldiers doesn't meant it, because if they meant it, all their commanders will be gone. They are just do that to post that video to make fool of Russians. Okay, they don't meant what they are doing. Or what they're saying, they don't really meant it. So now they are control. They control all the whole front line. They control everything. So what I could say right now is that the European is about to implode. If they do not stop right now, all of them gonna start fighting each other. And Germany, I said something before. I said Germany do not start this war, but they are the one that are gonna blame for all this war. They never started, but they're gonna take the whole blame because everybody are going to blame them for this war because they don't know how to stop themselves. First World War, they never started. They are the one that take the blame. Second World War, they never started. They are the one that take the blame. They don't know how to control themselves. And that's the problem with them. They always somehow elect some crazy leader that's going to destroy everything from them. And that's their lifestyle again. I don't know. Now they even bring another crazy guy. He thought Shows is a crazy. This guy is even crazier than Shows. And now Germany is going to the front. No matter what, I bet you that Germany is going to the front. Germany are going to the front again. So, and again, they're going to get a nuke. There are two things.
I am busy looking at my glass bowl, and it says Europe is liking to do their orgies too much. They're never going to leave these orgies. These parties are too important for Europe. Nah, never going to happen. They're not going to fight each other and break Europe apart. Okay. My glass bowl just said it. My glass bowl is very reliable.
Madeline also said, Madeline said they aren't going to fight. This is silly. So.
Do you have another
question? They're going to fight each other because now this is the thing about life. People don't like other people to control them. Okay, what bring Europeans together is America that unite them because all of them can run to America. That's one thing that's been unite all the Europeans. But when the war unite them is moved away. Now they're on their own. Now they start fighting each other. It's just like what I'm about to say about the Russian. Right now, if this war stop at the Russian, right? If the war stop today, in the next 6 months, if they take Putin out, it's going to be mayhem in Russia. It's going to be a lot of power struggle in Russia. Everybody going to be killing each other. But if they take Putin out in this war, another guy will come over and there will not be any war. Okay? So, but if the war is stopped off today and they take Putin out like 6 months after, it's going to be mayhem. Because everybody, the guy that been in the front line and the guy that was all this time rich, want to come tell him, say, oh, no, it's not going to be. It's going to be mayhem if that happens. But if the war is still going on and they take Putin out, anybody they elect as a new leader, everybody go come around it because they don't want to be disappointed. That is what's going to be happening there. Okay. I'll see you guys.
See you, Mike.
See you later. Bye.
Just quick comment on a couple things. The duration of the war, as well as this silly notion of peacekeepers. First and foremost, no, there won't be peacekeepers. Why would there be? Like, folks, this is what a loss looks like. And maybe I just need to come out and say it. We have lost this one. We do not dictate terms. I'm listening to these foolish people like Starmer and Macron talking about just pieces and dictating terms and whatnot. And it's just such a silly narrative that's going on right now because it's all a bunch of theater. At the end of the day, Russia has won. They will dictate the terms that they want based on whatever end agreement that they want to get to. That's first point. Second point on the duration of the war, this is going to wrap up really quickly because of a couple of things. First and foremost, forget about the military. Like, forget about the fact that there's no soldiers. Forget about the fact that there's no weapons. There's no money. So, forget about the guys out on the front line. If the bureaucracy collapses because nobody's getting paid, well, that's secondary to the front line because you've got all sorts of social problems going on there. If I was the Euro leaders right now, my biggest concern would be, how do I keep 20 million people inside those fucking borders? Because the last thing you want is 20 million people, angry Ukrainians, wondering why, for as long as it takes, was a lie, coming to your shores. That's what'll happen. That's what I'd be trying to do right now, is just try figuring that out. That should be their number one.
They're going to eat the dogs.
Priority.
They're going to eat the cats.
So at the end of the day, I think if they don't have money for the bureaucracy, which they don't, and no new money is coming unless it's coming from Europe, then this thing will wrap up pretty quickly. And there's definitely nothing coming from the U.S. Like, the U.S. economy right now is in bad shape, guys. And, we're heading into a big recession. So there won't be any white knight coming from Team Trump. So we should just forget that now. Go ahead, Woj.
It's Wacker.
Oh, sorry, Wacker. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, I would like to pick up from, I think Mike was talking about division in Europe. So that's already, I think, coming, because this is going to be the next strategic change. I don't foresee a civil war in Europe, but, if you followed the CPAC, convention in near Washington, this was by the conservatives, and who all attended, like there was Italian Prime Minister, then we had Javier Milei from Argentina. I think Hungarian president was there, or the prime minister, and Nigel Farage was there. So there's, I think, a big pushback coming from Trump's camp or the populist leaders in Europe. And that's why I think Elon Musk was trying to support the AfD. Basically, they thought that they could bring change in Germany, which may happen, because the coalition which is coming up is going to be very, very weak. Already France, you have Front National again pushing. So I think within the next 2 years, you'll find that maybe right-wing parties which are pro-Trump coming up in Europe, and that would actually start splitting the European alliance as far as the conduct of relationship and war is concerned. and Trump will be very comfortable, and Elon Musk would, I think, keep pushing. So already we have Italy, then we had Hungary, then Germany is a weak coalition with AfD waiting in the wing, and then you have Front National in France of Marine Le Pen. So if they succeed, so there's going to be a very huge shift, and they're all pro-Russian, by the way, as far as the war is concerned, because the Italian Prime Minister said that when she's talking with Trump or with Moody, there is a serious problem with the neoliberals. So there's, I think, alternate leadership coming up already. I think 1/3 of Europe is already with the right wing, and that may be another way to unite Europe. But of course there'll be problem with the immigrants, and you could have maybe those factors which are also visible in the United States. So that's another bet that Europe will get divided between the neoliberals and the right wing, and hopefully that could also be a good omen for peace, because they were, I think, going to start working closely with Russia, and that's where I see Europe also heading. As far as the current neoliberal cabal trying to basically put up a brave face that they can still push Ukraine for continuing this war, but on the ground, I think inside there is no motivation left for this war. And as I think Nunia pointed out, that there's no money, and so that's where I feel that Zelensky's group is going to collapse very soon, and maybe you find some saner persons there. So these are the kind of changes. The only fear is that in case neoliberal cabal and US establishment, which is anti-Trump, they do something funny or a false flag, and they try to basically turn everything upside down. But it's very difficult now. Trump is, I think, consolidating his power. So all told, I foresee Europe in next 2 years will be very different Europe, and that will be good for Europe. Maybe bad for the immigrants. So the chances of friction will be between the so-called indigenous Europeans versus the immigrants or the children. That could create some anxieties, but otherwise, I think I foresee right wing rising, and maybe Europe getting united in a very different form.
Vojislav. Voyin
What what Nanya was talking about. Yeah. Thanks for fucking it up. What Nanya was talking about, the United States being in a shithole with the money and everything. Last weekend, I was kind of talking about that, the influence. Well, I mean, I don't think they realize how much influence Russian energy had on world market and their raw materials and everything. So and they are still not they still don't want to confess that they made that mistake, but I think they realize that without Russia and BRIC states buying US dollars or using US dollars, this shit will like go down really quick. So I think that's a big part of why Trump is trying to bring Russia back in the G7 or G8, which I don't think it will ever happen, but I think Russia will definitely start doing business with the United States and start using dollar again. I think it's in everybody's interest, because it's a good money. It's a and one more thing when it comes to Ukraine, I don't think that when we're talking about the war, I don't think that whatever happens, if the Russians keep their demand for the 4 regions and whatever, I don't think any Ukrainian future president will agree to that, and maybe even Europe. So I think they're gonna have to go like all the way to clean everything up, or to like to the last Ukrainian. I mean, these people are fanatics, in Kiev. I mean, you see what they do and how they stuff people in advance, to go to the front line. I mean, what who does this shit, and how? I mean, who is gonna fight like this, And I don't understand, I mean, I feel sorry for these people, and I want to shout out to Bigari. I hope he's okay. I haven't seen him in a while, and also I want to say to Upgrade, you kind of look like a grandson of Clint Eastwood a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, on that note, I've got a question for Waka and Vaughn here, and also Wyatt. How do you think the frontline troops are going to appreciate the breakdown in relations with the US? Because, if you study military history, there's such a thing as an army that knows it's going to lose, right? The Japanese in the Pacific War reached a point where they knew they were going to lose. The Germans on the Eastern Front reached a point where they knew they were going to lose. In both cases, the armies fought on. But the nature of the relationships between the officers and the men changes, and also the nature of the relationship between the army and the civilians change. You get atrocities, you get brutality. You also get banzai charges and all kinds of strange shenanigans going on. I really wonder how the front line is going to shape up, given that everybody in Ukraine now understands that they cannot rely on American support. I wonder how military discipline is going to hold up. And I really, and this goes to what Nanyu was saying as well about the money that was being used to support the civilian infrastructure. I really wonder how the front line is going to hold up under the morale of losing American support. To me, I think that this could spell all kinds of catastrophes for Ukraine militarily.
Yeah, I think this is very, very. Should I answer?
Yeah, please, Wakar. I'm interested in your opinion on this.
Yeah, I think being from the military, basically everything moves from top to bottom. So there is a strategic leadership, and then there is operational leadership, and then the tactical people who are there on the ground. Now, if you look at the bigger question that I've been raising is that when you outsource the war and the command of the war, and Ukraine had actually outsourced it, they had 4 husbands actually. So you had NATO, you had European commanders, and even you had some militias, the Georgian brigade and all that fighting there. So already when you outsource the war, then you also outsource the peace. So that's the big thing, because now if the Americans are going to decide, and this is happening, this is going to have a huge impact on the soldier, in the trench, because he knows that whatever was the chain of command, and they know that there were 5 husbands, so there's actually basically it's a directionless war. On the Russian side, it was a unity of command, one chain from political military leadership guiding, and they were doing it for a cause. So this is going to be very, very demoralizing, whatever the bravado or the capability. And they have lost a lot of officers. If you look at the first line of officers were lost, I think, in the first year, and the soldiers, if the casualty figure is like 500,000, that takes care of almost the regular soldiers. So mainly there are conscripts. We have seen soldiers which are 50 years plus, and you can't fight, the Russians, which have huge logistics and fresh waves of officers and soldiers in the battlefield. So it's very, very demoralizing. And then was the question of training, because they got equipment from all kind of Challenger tanks and Abrams and whatnot, and T-72s. So there was a question of training them quickly and then sending them. So it was already a lost cause. I think there's going to be huge impact on the morale of soldiers, and I'm sure they're watching, they're hearing what is happening to their leadership. So strategically, if it is agreed that Ukraine has been defeated, tactically I don't think so any let's say brilliance or bravery can change it, because when the strategic direction of war changes, this has happened to Italy in World War II also. You've seen how they switch sides in the later part of the war. So this is, I think, very, very critical, because the main center of gravity, which was supporting United States, is no more there. And so there'll be, I think, you'll find desertions. you'll find morale going down and collapse. In case that people are predicting that war continues, I foresee that in case there is no peace, Russians will be advancing very quickly to the Dnieper River, and Ukraine will be losing more reserves. So that is unfortunate, but that's how it is. Strategically, when you have agreed, tactically you can't retrieve it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, I agree with everything Waqar said, obviously, because he's got way more experience. Like, just for me, like at the tactical level, I would say you'd have like reluctance probably to follow orders. People would probably start looking for ways to get out of there. I would imagine like your mercenary units and stuff, they might be looking at ways to get out of there or become more focused to the rear than to the front, kind of thing. You know, watching their back. I would imagine people, you know, they might be trying to use blocking units, but I would think, you know, on the front line level, they would try to keep it from them as long as possible. But there's literally no way, because I mean, you know, some guy in the rear is going to go up to his buddies to drop off some ammo and be like, "Oh man, you won't believe what the hell just happened," you know, and who knows, maybe he'll even show them a clip, you know, and that's going to spread. I mean, I would just think it like at the level of the trenches, you're just going to have a lot of uncertainty, doubt, reluctance probably to follow orders, and I think a lot of guys trying to figure out how they can get out of there, surrender. Obviously, I mean, who knows? Maybe there'll be commanders that contact Russians and sit in the basement somewhere and wait for them to come and tell them what's in the way, and you know, hey, we're not in your way now. We're all in this building. You know, some Spetsnaz guys go up there, verify it, they roll it. You know, I mean, who knows what's going to go on? I mean, but it's going to be bad, I would think, at the front line level, just because. And think about it too. The guys in the rear might start trying to bail too, because you know.
Yeah, when the money stops coming in, for the army, you know, I mean,
think about it too. Like if you've been getting supplies a couple times a week, and then it's once a week, and then it's once every 2 weeks, and now maybe you ain't seen the guy in 3 weeks, and then you're hearing shit, or somebody shows you a clip of Zelenskyy in the White House. I mean, yeah,
you got units hoarding ammunition and weapons because they're not sure if they're going to get resubbed.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You know, if you haven't seen anybody in a week or two, you might not even want to go assaulting or doing anything. You might just hide out and save what you got in case you got to break out or run, or go get even with some people maybe down the road.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of that too.
So I just want to answer because the question was posed to me as well. So if I'm the Ukrainian troops near the front line, my first reaction is, "Suka Zelenskyy, idiot."
Slava Ukraine.
How long do I have to continue to stay in this stupid dirty trenches? So that's probably what will be, you know, very common across the whole front line, because, you know, yeah, we soldiers are all full of vulgar languages, so that's very normal. And then we really hate our superiors. That's very normal as well. Yeah, because the superiors never go to the dirty places. They sent us to go. So that's exactly, especially in the Ukrainian case, where the officers stay far away from the front line because of they're afraid of the FPV drones. So, and but typically soldiers will continue to fight, because to conduct a mutiny is much more harder than you think, you know, because they are also spread out. You need a leader, but the leader will get killed the moment he try to say about, you know, let's rebel. So unless you have a very strong leader with a lot of people loyal to him, and he's proven to care for the soldiers and, you know, is competent at his job, then you're not going to get a mutiny, because it's not easy. You need a really good leader that all the soldiers trust him. Then you can do an effective mutiny. So what happens is that when you don't have that, then everybody will just continue to stay and fight until they die, because, you know, turning around and shoot at your own body is not the solution. What can you do? No, one person. So yeah, that's what I think. But so that probably answers your question on, you know, how they will react. They will probably be super disappointed, and yeah, it's unfortunate that, you know, they're going to double down on boys laugh.
It's sad. It's sad that, like, one of the ways for a Ukrainian soldier to survive is to, like, you know, just just wish that he gets lucky and not to get like directly hit by a toss or like 152 or something like that right on the head, and it gets like caught by the Russians. I mean, that's like unfortunately like the only way that he can assure that he can still be alive is to be become a prisoner of war. And I also heard from one of the YouTubers, I'm not sure who said this, but he said that Ukrainians don't really have problems with the men, but they have problems with dispensable men, which is interesting, because someone said that like they don't want to touch Kiev or big cities really much, and shit like that. So they have like I don't know if is it like people are they have money, they can be they can buy their freedom, and they pick up everybody else from all the villages from the Ukraine, which by the way they're empty. I mean there's testimonies of people saying that there is no men at all in these villages across Ukraine, and this is tragedy, dude. I mean I don't know. Go ahead.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask to the panel what you think is going to be the impact of the United States leaving Ukraine with reducing or even cutting the funding at all, in which areas it will affect the most. And also because now in Europe we hear like, oh, we're gonna fund this shit, we're gonna take the place of the Americans and so on and so forth.
Europe is
but
broke.
the Swiss media,
I think
we
Europe
don't
is
believe that at
broke.
all. We are realistic about it, and we pardon?
They might be.
Yeah,
I mean, I
we
don't know if
think
they
that
can replace the money, but I mean, if the U.S. pulls its ISR, that's not replaceable by Europe combined. And there's no way they're going to put everything they got to cover Ukraine and neglect other things. So, I mean, they're screwed.
Yeah, the Ukraine is going to be screwed. You have like a few options. If Ukraine don't finance anymore Ukraine, no Patriot systems anymore. So you can have an option that Europe is going to start buying Patriot systems from the United States to provide to Ukraine. So US is always going to say keeping money, making money, but it's going to be a big shit for Ukraine, definitely, because Europe is not capable to finance Ukraine. That war, they are not capable. So at a certain point, how longer is going to continue, the Russians are going to start to walk in Ukraine, sadly. I think it's not going to be possible to avoid that one. Europe is never going to be able to save Ukraine by its own. That's why I'm saying, like, Europe always saw United States as a sugar daddy, and they're going to lose it, and it's going to be very badly for Ukraine in that perspective. So I am just thinking that we just need to stop that war as fast as possible, that Ukraine is not losing more grounds. People that are fantasizing that there are solutions that Russia is going to need to give everything they took. Dream on, never going to happen. That is just a fantasy. That is, you can better make a new Star Wars book about fantasy movie or something like that, because it's never going to happen. It's for me now, and it's always been, and we say that already, everybody I think said that already from the beginning, that war is useless. It's only going to make dead people, destroyed cities, and that's it. Russia is never going to lose that war. Never. Russia is too big and too powerful, and they're not even busy at 100% fighting. Not even that. Like we were saying, they're avoiding hitting some big cities. They're avoiding hitting the civilians. Just look the way how World War II was driven. They destroyed completely cities, also not only by destroying military infrastructure. They want to be sure that all these factories were not manned anymore by their workers, by killing, destroying their houses, making that they flee the country or they die. That was how Second World War was. Also, hitting targets with the dumb bombs was a very bad thing in Second World War, so they missed by miles sometimes, but that's another story. But now you're working with precision weaponry. Russia can destroy what they just want to destroy. They just need to choose a target and they launch. And eventually they're going to destroy it. And they just don't do it in a big way. They don't say we're going to destroy completely Ukraine. They're still thinking like, we just don't go, we want to take what we want to have, and that's it. And another country like United States doing the same type of war, or UK doing the same type of war, they just blister completely Ukraine from the map directly. But Russia is not working like that. So yeah, it's definitely a loss. But at a certain point, if Russia is going to notice like we can do what we want, they're just going to drive in and they're just going to take everything they want to. And I hope the Europe or NATO is going to be smart enough to avoid that one. Next, Toby.
Wojciech. No, it's Voyan.
Yeah, it's the same. You choose.
Voyan.
No, he's playing Tetris or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the Russian political. I wanted to talk about the Russian political situation because, like, in terms of the fantasies and the nonsense that's being spoken about in the West, one of the big ones is this peacekeeping force, right? Like, that's not even on the table. That's not even remotely on the table. This is a fantasy of Europeans that Russia is ready to make peace and allow Ukraine to rearm with European support. This is totally contrary to the entire stated operational objectives. And it's political suicide for Putin and Lavrov and everybody in United Russia. If Russia were to make peace and allow peacekeepers to go into Ukraine, Zelenskyy goes down in history as the guy who defeated Russia. Putin goes down in history as the guy who couldn't beat Ukraine, right? It's a massive, massive win for Europe. It's a colossal, catastrophic loss for Russia. And the Russian people would despise Putin for that. So this idea that Russia is going to allow peacekeepers to wander in and protect Ukraine, like, it goes contrary to the entire strategic and tactical military operation. And Lavrov has said this as well. This isn't me just pontificating. Lavrov has said in the last few days, we have to eradicate the Nazis in Ukraine. We have to get rid of the hatred for Russians inside Ukraine. And he's not talking about, like, east of the Dnieper. He's talking about Ukraine. And from the European perspective, if they want to go and send troops into Ukraine, well, that's not a NATO operation because, hello, Ukraine is not in NATO, right? That is a military adventure by European states. And it's like, well, who goes first? I think a couple of days ago, or it might have even been yesterday, a boat that was delivering weapon systems and possibly mercenaries or soldiers as well got struck in Odessa. And this goes to Lambo's point that Russia can hit whatever they want. They've got precision weapons. So who's going to step foot first? Is it going to be like the 18,000 infantry soldiers from the UK or the 20,000 from Poland or from France? Who's going to walk in there first and cop a Kinzhal to the face? Because they are going to be absolutely targeted and they're not going to be shielded by NATO and they're certainly not going to be protected by America. So I really don't see it as a possibility. I think this is fantasy, this talk of sending in peacekeepers. And I think it's fantasy that Russia is even willing to negotiate on those terms. So really, what we're really looking at, if we want to talk about peace, is you've got to have a new regime in Kiev. And I think this is why Zelenskyy scuppered that deal with Trump, because I think Trump actually gets this, right? That's why Trump said, I don't want advantage, I want peace, right? He's not interested in Zelenskyy's idea of negotiation. What Trump really wants is for Zelenskyy to surrender and to allow someone else to run Ukraine, because that's the only way you get peace. Unless you want to fight Russia to the last Ukrainian. Those are the options that are actually on the table. And tragically, Europe and the UK are pushing for the latter option. They want Ukraine to keep fighting on until there's no Ukrainian men left. An absolute bloodbath. And it's a travesty. So I'm more interested in, like, how does Trump get a new regime in Kiev? And and how does he organize the surrender of Ukraine to Russia? Because that's what we're talking about. Ukraine lost this war. Europe lost this proxy war. So they have to surrender, right? And that's a bitter pill to swallow. But there it is. That's where we are. Voyan.
Yes, basically I agree with you. I wanted to add, I heard Starmer's conference after the meeting they had in Europe with Zelenskyy and the willing Europeans, the Alliance of the Willing, and he said he wants to, just a short thing, yeah, thank you, Upgrade. You were looking funny, like you were underwater almost. But to continue, he said that Europe wants to find a peace plan, or define a peace plan and present it to Trump then. So they are not still in the phase of giving up, seemingly. They want to have some say in it. I also agree that it's very unrealistic that Russia will agree to anything of it. Why should it agree to that? It was basically the thing where it started. Just the front line was at the Donbass, at the smaller part of Donbass that the separatists held, and Ukraine would be built up. And the Europeans have stated that they wanted to rearm, and then obviously also to support Ukraine and rearm it then again. So there is no reason for Russia to stop under such conditions. If Trump aligns it himself again with the Europeans. I'm not completely convinced that the United States has given up all of its interests in this region. They will surely try to have some say, and there they might have a foot in the door, because Trump has said they can come back when they are willing to talk with his conditions. So let's see what will go on. Okay.
I don't think that's what he said, though. I think what he said was, you can come back when you're ready to talk peace. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah, that's true. But it's most likely under his conditions. And Trump has not just said this. He also has said the Europeans must step up. They must field troops there for the peace. Well, not protection, but as peace troops, whatever. So he said some things. He likes to be very, deliberately confusing people. And
yeah, I know this is something you Eastern Europeans heard of before. This is toilet paper.
I think Trump didn't say the Europeans must field troops for the peace. Is that he said that he's just repeating that what the leaders told him, that he know that some of the countries wanted to send troops, for peacekeeping, which is the British and I think one more. I think don't know which country, forgot. Yeah, he's just repeating. He didn't say that the Europeans must do it, because anyway the Russians already said that the Russians would not want the Europeans to be there, because they would just view it as a NATO troops. So upgrade.
Yeah, and I'm also a little bit tired to always hear the Europeans say until the end. Then just go, you're talking so much always. Then just send the troops, send the troops and fight it out, If you always say, oh, let's go, we are behind Ukraine, we are with Ukraine, you're just talking from far away, and they dying, and you basically give them money, and that's it, and a little bit of weapons. And then you're saying, oh, we're with Ukraine. That's not with somebody. If somebody is fighting me and I'm fighting against 10 people, and he's from 10 meters and saying, yeah, I'm with you, bro. Yeah, that's not somebody who's fighting with me. Somebody who's fighting with me is next to me and is taking also the hits, but also gives the hits, right? So
It
I'm also
reminds me
getting
of
tired of
how we watch like sports, right? Like football, soccer, or
yeah.
rugby or whatever. It's like we stand in the stand and we think that we are playing. It's like we win, but actually it's nothing to do with us.
We guys,
Fight harder.
we've been saying this for years now, though, right? Like, this is all Western European racism against the Slavs. Like, yeah, it's great. A bunch of Slavs
I
go off
don't
and kill
think so,
yourself.
Nunya.
Yay!
I
Oh, I
don't think
do.
so. There's many people who don't want war with Russia, who think Russia is not a threat, and they think that we should actually work with the Russians to be actually a great European,
Cool.
Asian continent.
Cool. Yes,
There's
there
many
are
people who
people
think
like
like that.
yes, I
Yeah,
agree
but they're
with you. There are
communists.
some
That's
people.
right.
Yeah, there are some people
We're
in
not
Europe
at
that
the
think
power
that
yet.
absolutely.
Wait a moment.
Yeah,
When we
but
come
as
to the
Toby
power,
just
then
said,
we will change Europe. Make
as
Europe
Toby,
great again, guys. Make Europe great again.
as Toby just said, unfortunately, your leader base, they're a bunch of friggin' racists. They don't care how many Slavs die. It's just throw more at the meat grinder, and we'll support you. We'll give us your unwavering support. You hear Starmer talk about his unwavering support. Unwavering British support, and $3 will give you buy you a cup of coffee in most places. That's it. They're fuck all.
I have to say that from an Asian point of view, as not a Westerner, it makes zero sense to me, the racism against the Slav, because it's like the Western people are literally no different. Like, to us, it's the same. They look all the same. It's like, you just look at the Barbie doll. It's typical,
all white people.
It's a Slavic girl. Come on, it's a Slavic girl. The Barbie is a Slavic girl.
We need
It's blonde, long,
Yeah,
pretty.
It all comes down to 200 years of British propaganda against the Russians. They've had an axe to grind against them. God only knows why. And that's where it all spawned from. This is 200 years in the making, man.
Yeah, but
then the Western girls grow up.
Wyatt, you
The
don't
Western
understand.
girls grow up loving Slavic girls. No, they and it's like typical blonde, so pretty.
You
it's totally not
understand.
American, right? American is
You
not that
understand.
shape.
Yes, but what
Yeah,
see,
you're
you just hit
jealous.
the nail. You just hit the nail on the head, though. The Slav women, great for your whore. That's it. That's how they
Voilà.
think, right?
And
Great
if
for
you,
your
even if
whore.
you look at, like, for
How's your
example,
wife?
let's say culturally. So if you look like culturally, even like, you talk about like all these princesses and prince, in the Disney stories, they're almost all of them Slavic, man. It's like they're all Slavic.
So basically, we are jealous. So we're killing the mans of them, so we can have all the girls. Hey, smart thinking,
Oh, so you can be Ken. That's why Ken is a epitome of the Western man, right? Now I
have a
understand now.
question. I have a question for you guys. Hypothetically speaking, let's say if Russia fell apart, whatever, how would this turn out to the world? I mean, what would happen? I mean, how would the world look like? Would like China collapse? How would this change? Globalist
Well, how would, what do you mean
agenda.
by fall apart?
What if a bomb fell on your head?
Me. So if Russia, let's say Russia, collapse into multiple states and like fracture, like what the Europeans want. First thing first, they will be so excited about the illegal immigrants because it's going to get all the Barbie dolls over to Western Europe. So instead of the Middle East Africans, right? Yes, we're going to get the Barbie dolls. Then you have the strong Slavic men to do all the construction work. So I mean, there's a real thing, the immigrations, right? The refugees and whatnot is what they want. One of the things they want. Number two is they go to capitalistically, take all the resources. But while all these are positive for the Western world, positive for the Western, positive in this sense, but it's going to bad very geopolitically. It's going to be very bad. It's not going to affect China that much. I would say, will not affect China that much. But I think what is worse is that the Europeans will become emboldened, and then they will start to overthrow more countries. That is the biggest threat, I feel. Because if you can overthrow Russia, you can overthrow anyone. Or you can just literally, start some wars and just break them up.
Yeah, I think that was a turning point. The war was kind of a turning point because it happened right after the whole COVID, COVID bullshit. And the war started and the COVID stopped. Basically the same day, right? And I think that's kind of what saved the whole world. Basically because we were under a tyranny here in Serbia. It was starting to get really stupid. You couldn't really say shit. You couldn't enter like some shops. They were asking you to wear a mask. You would lose your job if you don't get stabbed. And it was turning into shit. And I think that the war when it started it changed a lot of shit. And kind of you can kind of say that it was beginning of the fight, good against the evil. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
William.
Well, I can't help but notice that none of our British friends has joined us today. Do you think that Starm has already conscripted some guys?
Yeah, I think acted fast,
No, they're all off working their fourth fucking job because the place is falling apart. Rightfully so. What a garbage country England is.
Yeah,
really makes me sick.
Listen. It's an interesting point that Václav makes, because there's a fundamental weakness in globalism, and that is that it destroys its host. It's a parasitical ideology. The globalists have colonized Europe. In order to plunder the nations, they weaken them. Like the characteristic of all globalist nations, and I include Australia absolutely, is that if you allow globalists to run your policy, they divide your populace, they destroy the nation. Now, this isn't me saying nasty things about globalism. This is literally written on the tin. Globalism says nationalism is bad, right? Nationalism and Christianity and Islam, all these things that unite a nation and a people and unify them are bad. And what is good is having mass immigration from everywhere around the globe, is to have secular atheism and totalitarian feminism. They destroy the countries not only ideologically and culturally, but they also destroy them with unbelievable levels of debt and basically plunder by bankers. And so if you have a look at all of the globalist dominated countries in Europe, they're weak. They're weak. They're weak financially. They're weak economically. They're weak culturally. They're weak militarily. And Australia is no different. It's been completely plagued by globalist politicians. The globalism runs rampant in this country. And so as a result, our military is weak. No man wants to fight for it. Why? Because the globalists are always telling them, you're no good. You're a bad white male. You're historically responsible for slavery and every other bad thing that ever happened, right? So you're no good. Your country's no good. Globalism is good. Well, and this is the inherent flaw of globalism. It weakens and destroys its host. And so this question about what would happen if Russia fell over, well, why would Russia fall over? Russia is a country that has actually cultivated its own nationalist pride and its own nationalist strength. The soldiers there are well paid. The soldiers there are respected. The soldiers are being encouraged to have families. If you have 3 children, you get an interest-free loan on your house. If you serve in the military, you get a free education. Russia's not going to fall over precisely because it objects to globalism. And this is the key cornerstone of Trump's policy as well. Make America great again. Not make some international banker great again. Not make Brussels great again. Make America the nation great again. So nationalism didn't just drop out of the sky. When nations started to unify their cultures and to look after their people and to educate the poor, right, and introduce social security networks and to introduce tariffs to look after their industries, they became powerful. And globalism is the opposite of this. It's like a cancer. It's like a parasite upon the nation. And so that's why, you know, the question contains its own answer. Russia is strong precisely because it is not being eaten from within by globalists. But what?
I just want to add on a bit on the globalism as a cancer that, you know, try to go inside Singapore. You know, for I think maybe 10 or more years ago, there's a few national days. That means we celebrate our birthday, country's birthday, for like 2-3 years. There was this very weird like theme, like they call itself the theme is like global city or something like. It's like something to like, you know, link us as if we are a global country, you know, global city. We like some very globalist feeling. Then and of course, you know, Singapore, you know, normal people is not so in tune with all these ideological things, but it was received very badly in Singapore. It's like we don't understand what the hell is going on. Like why is the theme and the theme song and all this talking about like global city, like we are like isn't it supposed to be inward looking, right? You know, we are thinking like National Day, it should be inward looking. You should be like, you know, celebrate our country. So for that 1, 2, or 3 years, like people are just not interested, and then the government changed direction. So and like what Toby said, the nationalism is very important because it keeps the country together and keep it strong. But once you lose that identity, then you don't even think about like asking these people to fight for you. They will not fight for you because there's no identity. What am I fighting for?
I mean, look at the United States military and all the problems they're having with recruiting because of it.
Then suddenly now because of Trump, right?
All of them. Yeah, all of them. You can't recruit anybody for the military these days. Why would you? Right?
And then suddenly, just change of president for United States. Suddenly, they have record recruitment. Like, you know, like as if there was supposedly the Western world has become so weak. Apparently, it's not the Western world become weak. It's the culture, the government actually don't make the difference. It's like, what is the direction are we heading to? And people don't identify with it, so they don't want to fight. So the same thing as I think Ukraine is facing the same problem. What is the direction? Where are we heading to? No, and that's why they have recruitment problems. If they say that we're going to recruit now, we're going to establish a defense line, maybe along this line, and this is where we're going to hold our stance, we're going to negotiate, but we need men to help to hold the line. I think people will recruit, we're willing to want to serve. But once you say that we're going to fight to the end and conquer back Crimea, it's like the people think that you don't be crazy, man.
They're 10 years late, you know. They could have done that, you know, when Minsk agreements were signed, and I'm sure they will still keep some army and some line, you know. But right now I don't think that's possible. They're allowed to have any kind of army. I mean, literally, their country is not going to exist, you know.
Voin.
Yeah, regarding Voislav's question, what would happen to Russia? I think it's very hard to imagine such a thing happening anyway, because as Toby and Wyatt also argued, Russia has a lot of cohesion, and they have. They're maybe not the richest, though GDP numbers are not really good measure, but still. You can see that Russia does not spend so much money on this war. You know,
Russia is fourth economy in the world. I mean, nobody knew that. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, most who were interested knew, but Russia still spends only 7 or 8% maximum currently, and they're not going into debt. And on the other side, you have all the time these quarrels and fights over if the European states can manage to make 2% of their GDP for military investment, and it's hard for them. Why is it hard for them? They are the much richer ones. It should be easy to spare a little bit, you know, to cut a little bit of their riches off. They wouldn't even feel it, you would think. But I think the reality is that the governments have so many issues to cut spending, especially social spending, because they have to keep the people in line, you know. People would revolt. You can see the protests in France, the Yellow Vests and stuff. But still, they are not really going to top of the government, because in the end they have still they can meet the end of the months, and they are not in need to topple the government. Really, they have a political disagreement and stuff. But once people cannot meet the ends of the months, then people are going to be really problematic for the governments, and that's why I think the Europeans cannot stop spending on social issues, and they cannot go much more into military. So it's not that Russia has this problem to fail. It's rather Europeans are in a much bigger problem.
Yeah, yeah. They
I want
have
to.
everything. You know, they have all the resources. They have energy. They have raw materials. I mean, you know, they can even. You know, the way I see it. You know, the way the West counted. You know, the wealth that you know Russia's had was, you know, through that GDP bullshit. You know, but you know they never realized. You know these guys don't have to pay for these you know materials that much. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So I want to add on a point also is that we have to look at how the economy works as well. Russia's trade surplus is 160 billion in 2024. So EU's trade surplus in 2024 is surplus is 16 billion for EU. The Russian is 120 billion. Sorry. So so we are in trade. They are earning 120 billion, and then so that means that we make money and spend money. We earn extra money, right? So Russia actually have 120 billion extra money to spend. Then we have to look at so extra money, but you have to counter that with debt. Do they have a lot of debt they need to service or not? The Russians actually don't have much debt. That's the thing, which means it's all money they can invest and they can take to invest into their military and whatnot. The Europeans are having a problem because despite the surplus, they have a lot of debt. They have a lot of problems that they need to spend, and that's why they cannot find the extra space and money to invest in Ukraine. I think that is the main gist of the problem, and I think United States is having the same problem, which is why they're doing a lot of austerity measures and cutting everything. So this is the main problem. They don't have the economy right now to fight with Russia. Russia is earning money. In fact, China, like a lot of people say, China have a 900 over billion surplus, but the reality is that China have a tremendous amount of debt that they are servicing as well. So a lot of this surplus is actually have to cover other shit. So when you really look at it, Russia actually is actually pretty rich. Like you said, they are the fourth biggest economy. It is true, and they are earning money.
Yeah, I think their numbers are the most real. You know, I think their inflation is the most real, unlike inflation in the West. And yeah, I mean, I think all these other numbers are made up. But you also have to take into account that Russia does trade in other money. So when you get these numbers from the West in dollars or euros, I think they actually are even more. I think they even have more money than what it's shown.
Yeah, but there's also other aspects. Russia, a lot of military and factories of Russia is like a bit like China also. It's owned by the states, so they can produce everything much cheaper. Labor is cheaper also. So I just going to say a stupid number. If you're going to build an artillery for $50,000 in Russia, the same exactly artillery system is going to cost $200,000 in the United States. So you're going to spend lots more of money. So that's a big advantage for Russia. Also,
it's like the India's space mission, right? India's space mission was so cheap to launch something compared to NASA's.
It's all for the rest. It's all private in the United States. It's all private, and that costs money. Buying private is money. If you have your own factories owned by yourself, what are you going to say? You need to build it, and that's it. Russia had the big advantage also to keep all their industrial facilities so they can just produce, or they have a factory that was maybe making washing machines, and they now building tanks with the same factory. They still kept that Cold War mindset, and Europe, United States, forgot that deal. All factories here in Belgium that served, and where we had here in Bruges a train factory that served to build artillery in the past.
No, I
And
recommend you Europeans. No, I recommend you Europeans just build the factories, and then get all your illegal immigrants to work as slave workers. You solve the problem. Very
Yeah.
cheap artilleries.
Yeah,
Waka.
but
Yeah,
just to finish about going, because I was just want to respond to going, like that UK was preparing themselves to go inside of Ukraine with their troops. That's good. Them, they don't even have a complete good army. I think the UK is in the worst shape ever with their army, and it's going to be a bigger and bigger mistake if they're going to do that. And who wants to go to the army if you know that your army sucks? Try to find your soldiers if your army sucks and he is not complete. So yeah, good luck with that one. Yeah, Waga.
Yeah, I just want to pick up from question on Russia collapse. Basically, Russia had actually worse time before that, like World War II. They lost almost up to Moscow, but then it survived and they fought it back. So we've seen Russia come stronger in wars. That has been their history. And then was the collapse of Soviet Union, Russian Federation was saved. And then we look at the leadership of President Putin. I am an admirer of him because they've been able to unite Russia and the way he's managed it. There are still, I think, 15 or 20 different ethnicities and communities, but they are well united. Like Chechens are fighting. You have the, Siberians. You have so many others. Daco Mongols, all united. And I've been to Russia twice, and people are, I think, quite happy. If you look at the cost of living, I think it is much less than what is there in Europe. And this war is actually, and I think there was also propaganda when Prigozhin was, there was a revolt kind of thing, and there was a propaganda, which I feel was the false flag, basically, for keeping the Europe in NATO in good humor. But now I think Russia has come out very strong after the war. It has borne all the sanctions. It was able to diversify its economy out of the SWIFT system. Was able to develop a relationship with others other than the West, because basically West is not even now 20% of the global let's say population. So Russia, if you look at the relationship with the rest of the world, was excellent. And then of course the leadership. The question should be which are the actually areas which could collapse. Actually, that should be the question. And if you look at the priority, I think Europe should be very careful because the way now, although I just said that right-wing rise would unite, but then it could create some anxieties with the immigrants. There's already, in Europe, almost 30 to 40% population is now non-European, and they are mostly Asians or Africans from other communities. So there, actually, Europe should be very careful, and some of the countries could actually feel collapse. Imagine if AfD had come to power in Germany, or maybe later on next year they push, and so there could be a clash between the right wing and the left wing. So I think Europe qualifies some of its countries for a possible collapse. So I think that should be things to be watched as far as collapse is concerned. I think Russia is going to come out very strong, and Putin has also lined up the leadership. Generally, people believe that's up to President Putin, but I think he has a line of succession now. Like Boris Yeltsin was able to appoint Putin, and he could recognize. So I'm sure they have a line of succession which will take Russia on the same trajectory. But the thing is that in case there is a peace, it is good for everybody. And then, of course, the question of demographics, in Europe, there is a serious shortage of, youth, and they have to still run this huge infrastructure and economy. So they are dependent on immigrants. If there's no flow of immigration, I think Europe will also feel a problem. Same is true for America. Like this crackdown against illegal immigrants, ultimately there was a shortage of eggs and milk in some of the states. So it may be maybe let's say appropriate for sloganeering during elections, but otherwise on ground things cannot move. You go to John F. Kennedy, airport, or you go to San Francisco, just look at who runs the airports, who runs the infrastructure, who runs their highways and railways. You will find that they are basically non-whites and immigrants. So that's a kind of connection now they have to. Russia is more homogeneous as far as it is not allowed too many immigrants. Mostly there are Central Asians or other working, but by and large they're more homogeneous than Europe. And the big question now coming up, the rise of the right in Europe and the West, is because of these anxieties, because the indigenous Europeans think that their jobs are being taken. Same was, I think, happening in America. But if you look at running of these countries in good order and the kind of infrastructure and plans that they have, for instance, now Trump has offered $5 million for citizenship, the golden visa or something like that, because ultimately they need somebody to run Silicon Valley and even their labors. Even during California fires, you remember in Los Angeles, there were people from Mexico who were doing the firefighting, or Canadians were doing it. So all to it's very, very connected world. And I feel that Russia is going to come out strong. And Europe should actually watch, because after this post-war, there's going to be a lot of tension, a lot of polarization. Social media is also already polarized, if we look at US, it appears to be a divided society between Democrats and Republicans. So these are, I think, and I recommend the book by Pat Buchanan, 2 books. One is Death of the West, basically deals with the demographics, that how, this Frankfurt school system brought changes, how the baby boomers ultimately lost it, and the new generations are basically now suffering. But of course, they built the entire infrastructure and economy part on the immigrants, which now form almost 30 to 40% of Western population. You can't do without it. So these are, I think, things that should be watched. Basically, it's going to be, leadership which is able to actually take everybody along.
Vojin.
Who's next?
Vojin.
Yeah. I wanted to maybe correct Wyatt a little bit. You mentioned something what in Western narratives will be often mentioned, that Russia earns so much energy money, and then therefore they can fight the war because they can finance it, and that's not what they're doing. They're not financing the war with the income of dollars or rupees or stuff. They pay none of their soldiers in rupees or dollars or in euros. So they can import for this money, and what they can do is that they can buy consumer goods and keep their population satisfied, and they still have a lot of money left, But all of the military stuff, except for the Geran drones and maybe some ammunition from North Korea, I think probably also the drones, the FPV drones, but this is small money. They can finance it from and create it in Russia itself. They're not using the energy incomes to make war, but to keep their population satisfied. That's
what do you guys? What do you guys think about the relationship between Russia and North Korea? I mean, how beneficial is this, strategic whatever deal they made? How beneficial is to the North Koreans? I mean, are they getting gas? Are they getting, economical help? Stuff like that. What do you guys think?
It's buying and selling stuff that they do with each other. So, of course, if they're using artillery systems and Kursk, they are manned by North Koreans because you have no time to form Russians to use them. So that is an agreement they do with each other. So I think they're just working with each other economically and in the warfare, supporting each other with new weaponry and new shells and exchanging maybe technology and blueprints and some stuff that North Korean can evolve their army with it. And also maybe also a good thing. We also say it, and everybody agreed on that. It's also helping the military experience for North Korea to be actually a little bit active in the war. So
but
it's
when,
nothing
when
special, but the problem that they do about North Korea and all these lies that they like lost more than 40,000 troops, it's all fucking propaganda. It's just an excuse to divert you to watch something else instead of the reality. And that is what they are continuously doing. Even the pure Ukrainian YouTube channels are bitching around about Trump, North Korea, China, not happy about this and that, but they are not focusing on what's really happening in Ukraine. So every pro-Ukrainian is like bitching around like, oh, Trump is bad, Musk is a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. Ah, by the way, if you're selling your Tesla because Musk is sort of a Nazi, why did you buy a Volkswagen? You know? Just
do you
saying.
think North Korean economy, people in general will benefit from from deal with Russia?
Korea is all the state. It's like it's a dictatorship. So they are not going to be. They are not going to win a lot with that. Maybe if Russia is buying economically for North Korea is good, and for some goods also for trading like food, ground stuff, all that, like corn or wheat or something like that. They can.
I heard that they don't have like electricity, half days, so like if they get gas from Russia, they can run their power stations 24/7. I don't know.
So Trump can do an agreement with North Korea. Okay, you have the type of shells I need, so we can trade it. You give me the shells for my artillery, and I give you oil or gas instead. So yeah, it's perfectly possible. I think it's something like that they are doing. So North Korea is the same like Russia. They are stockpiling their shells as crazy, and after a moment, you are there with your big stockpile that you don't use, and it's going to be out of date at a certain point. So you need to use them or sell them. And the smartest thing is sell or trade. So they trade them for something else. It's not more than that.
Can you guys imagine conversation between Putin and Kim Jong-un? Hey, I need some grenades. How many billions do you need? It's like
Hoping you're waiting.
The stockpiling of
Hoping
North
you're
Korea,
muted.
what I'm hearing and reading is crazy.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't hear you so well since I'm on the phone. I just it's past bedtime for me. I got to wake up early for a job and everything, so I really just came on to remind the peeps to do the right thing. I see only a third of you have actually hit that like button, so no, please kind validate the stream. Hit that lick this. You must lick this stream, right? So I'm not sure if you guys have picked up this guy called Jens Stoltenberg. He became the financial minister in Norway, which interesting response because a lot of Norwegians, they had a renewed sense of trust in the Labour Party that is now governing. And this is interesting because Stoltenberg has never served in the army, yet he brought Norway into war in Libya. He was also General Secretary of NATO, even though he's never served in the army. Now he's coming back. He's viewed as some sort of a hero, and it's falling back into the 2016 line of propaganda regarding his anti-Trump stance, basically. So it's interesting to note how in Norway, even this Trump thing is actually causing a clear delineation in the Norwegian public. So now there are actually people who are supportive of Trump. They despise the government for taking this rather childish stance, because Trump can actually be a really, really good boon for Norway. We have made a lot of money without even having to do shit, like we have always done. We've been the parasites on the big boogeyman, the United States, and then we come and suck the lifeblood out of the maimed victims and so forth. This is a perfect opportunity for us to be doing the same with Europe. We have cheap power and so forth, but instead our current government is choosing to be very servile to the EU and selling power for really disadvantageous deals. So and our expanding industry, where we have expanded industry and the arms industry in particular, it's actually been mostly abroad, and to some extent in the United States. So we would actually be shielded from many of the tariff the tariff threats that come from the United States. Whilst while Europe is deindustrializing, we could actually just come and swoop in. Yeah, we got cheap power for your big industrial conglomerates to come here, have Rheinmetall establish themselves in Norway and so forth. And then we could make big money from that. But instead, we have a government that had decided that they ran a Democrat line, and so they have to kind of follow that narrative framework, which is stupid. I just felt I had to say that. And then I have a question for Vakar. This is because you're in the area of Pakistan and so forth. I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about this spat that's been going on between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and how much of a threat do you consider Afghanistan to be? Because they were left with quite a lot of weapons there. But at the same time, they've also been making some really, really stringent changes in their laws internally, which are like, women cannot even be seen from the outside. Like they have to cover, they cannot be speaking, they cannot be, which is paradoxically not even Islamic, because the women not speaking to each other, that's not even relevant. It's the woman not being heard is so she doesn't arouse a man, and there are several things there. They don't even allow female doctors, which is one of the things that they kind of, in order to avoid the initiating the lust and whatever you have in Islamic stuff. So I just wondered, like, do many people in Pakistan actually view Afghanistan as they claim to be going Sharia, but they are often actually going in the name of Sharia, but breaking Islamic conventions? Yeah, well, what is that? What is the general impression of Pakistanis when it comes to Afghanistan, and what is the threat of Afghanistan to Pakistan? And I'll just I'm just going to leave.
Can I first say the super chat, because I'm going to leave also because I need to work also tomorrow, of Madeleine? Yes. I just recommend everybody that is saying to somebody he's a Nazi or he's comparable to Hitler, first read the war, the Holocaust, everything about that history, before you even start to say to somebody you're worse than Hitler or you're worse than the Nazis. Read about the Holocaust, what really happened there. There's a very big
You're
history,
denying the Holocaust.
very long. I don't care what he's denying, or I don't care about much what he's doing. We do not accuse somebody to be worse than one
Are you
of the
going to
most
start talking
evil
about the
persons of the
chimneys, Lambo? The chimneys and the shadows from the chimneys and stuff.
Oh yeah, but everybody can be delusional sometimes if you drink not a lot of milk, I don't know, but I'm going actually normally visiting for the third time, I think, Dachau and München, because I'm going to München next month with a colleague to the biggest construction exposition in the world, BOMA. And above Munich you have Dachau, the concentration camp. I am just on the mindset.
Lambo, you got like a season pass or something? 3 times?
No, but
okay.
it's just like he wanted to see
They go
Dachau.
there and they drink Stella Artois.
I'm going to guide you, and I know a lot of the history of the first real concentration camp.
Six Flags over Auschwitz.
No, but it's just because he wants to learn about the war also. So we are showing stuff. 2 years ago, I went to see the only U-boats in Germany and Lagoon. So we are visiting military historical stuff about the war, and it's very important to read about it and to if you have the chance to visit it also. It's disgusting. I don't want to do it with my pleasure, but I'm going to do it if you want to. And that's it. So guys, I see you next time. Dracu, hello. Have a nice second. Bye, Toby.
Bye,
Love you, Toby.
Bye, Yeah, so go back to Waka. So Waka was about to speak.
Yes, bye everybody. Let's go back to Waka. I'm gonna have to go out so I can hear you on the earpiece better, because it's really tough for me to hear. Good night everybody, and Dracu, how nice to see you again. I still suspect that it is you who tried a little snack here 100 years ago and ate our family that was descended from Transylvania. That's definitely you. I'm no longer. Yes, I no longer in doubt. That's why we lost contact 100 years ago. Some people say, well, it probably because of the World War and whatever. Nah, I think you were just hungry. So, okay, yeah. Bye, everybody. Don't forget to press that like. And thank you, all of those of you who super chat. It directly validates us, makes us very happy. Very good for my coping. So, okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye, coping. Lambo, unlike you, I have read about World War II. Research who you are talking to, not interested in your holidays. Okay, Waka.
Yeah, I think this was a very pertinent question on Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a very complicated relationship, and whatever I think Coping said is correct. Pakistan deals with Afghanistan in two domains. One is the government who is in Kabul, the other is the people of Afghanistan. So there are two different entities. And we have very serious problems with Taliban, despite that long time back, Taliban used to actually get a lot of support from Pakistan. So after the American withdrawal, it was expected that things should start stabilizing. But later on, it was discovered that $7 billion worth of arms and ammunition were left by the Biden administration. And then that started impacting Pakistan. And the laws that they have brought in, I think Afghanistan is actually now has serious problems with all the neighbors. And with Pakistan, it's almost an active border now, because Pakistan has even gone and stuck inside, some of the TTP, hideouts inside Afghanistan. So it's kind of I would say, conflict situation with the Taliban. And on the issues of women, there was an international conference held in Islamabad last month, where basically most of the people from Islamic world came, like Saudi Arabia and Middle East. And then they passed a decree that whatever was happening to the women was not only un-Islamic, but also inhuman. Because almost 20 million Afghan women are now locked up in their houses, and they are not allowed to, get education beyond school, and no universities, no medical, and not even nursing. They used to be, good nurses. So it's a serious problem. But now Afghan Taliban are also divided. Like there is a division between people who are in Kandahar, their supreme leader, versus a Haqqani group, which is basically now at odds with them. There is a resistance from Afghan Resistance Front, which was used to be the Northern Resistance. They are fighting them. So they are also isolated regionally. There are two formats in the region which deal with the Taliban. One is the quadrilateral format, which is Pakistan, Iran, Russia, and China, and they are very clearly communicated that they should stop this terrorism spreading, because that was the, I think, American design that they left. And then there was also almost $87 million a week coming to Afghanistan by air. Now this was and this is Segar's report, which says that 17 to $20 billion were given to Taliban. Just imagine, one side talk of human rights. So maybe the US left, this much money and ammunition so that they could keep on, bothering the neighbors, Iran, Pakistan, China, and to some extent, Central Asia and Russian Federation. The other format is Moscow format, which is held every year in Moscow, which includes Russia, Pakistan, China, Iran, and Central Asian republics. Again, Taliban have been warned. So they are becoming weak now. But Pakistan is facing, a wave of terrorism coming from Afghanistan. But the military is fighting it out. So almost it's on daily basis. So I think the relationship is worse with the Taliban regime. And now there are no takers in Pakistan. There used to be some groups that they would support, but now there are no takers because they're attacking civilians and all that. So I foresee that maybe the regimes will start collapsing by the end of the year. There's so much of internal pressure. And even Trump has said that he's going to stop these dollars coming to Taliban. So all told, it's I think, a difficult situation. But in Pakistan, we are very clear that whatever they are doing is neither Islamic nor human. Because they're like barber shops, they're closed. You can't go and have shave, and you can't have a haircut. So just imagine what is happening. They are also against the sports. They hardly allow, like the cricket team plays, outside Afghanistan. And so these are the kind of things which are dividing the Taliban regime. But for the people of Afghanistan, we keep supporting them, because there are 300,000 Afghans which cross every month into Pakistan for healthcare, for education, for businesses. There are, along the border, the community is divided, like especially the Pashtuns. There are villages which are half in Afghanistan, half in Pakistan. There are families. There are houses which are divided. One brother's living in Afghanistan, one brother living in Pakistan. So it's a very difficult border to manage. But by and large, there are no takers now for Taliban. And it's almost, I would say, a very, very tough relationship. And hopefully, if there is a regime change and some moderate guy comes or a group comes, then maybe things can improve. Otherwise, it's a very difficult time for the Taliban.
It's good to see that the American money that was spent improved the situation there so much. 20 years and several $1 trillion, and look at the result that you get. Look, I just noticed on X that Keir Starmer has made comments and Rutte has made comments about this meeting that they had. So basically, Keir Starmer got together everybody from Europe. Macron was there and the other big hitters from Europe, and Rutte was there from NATO. And they all had a talk about what they were going to do. And he's saying, we're going to take action. So the context is that he has just been to the UK, to America to meet with Trump, right? This is Keir Starmer. He then goes back to the UK and calls this conference. So this is the conclusion of Europe taking action and Keir Starmer saying we must take action. They have agreed that they're all going to spend more money on defense. Right? If you've heard this before, it's because you heard this last week, and you heard it the week before, and you heard it the month before that, and you heard it last year, and you heard it 2 years ago, right? So once again, all the leaders of Europe have gathered around a table and have promised to spend more money on defense. He also said that they're going to talk more, and then they're going to take a peace plan to America. So this is Europe taking independent action in response to Trump. They're going to talk some more. They're going to spend more money on defense. And then when they've talked a bit more and they've organized a plan of action, they're going to go to America and submit this to Trump for validation. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, has said that this has been a great meeting. Macron has said it's a great meeting. It shows the power of Europe, right?
Shows the power of meetings.
They had a good chat, you know. They probably had some strong fruity tea as well, and so they're going to take it to Trump to try and get him to back them up, right? And Starmer has said that he is willing to put boots on the ground in Ukraine as part of a peacekeeping force. In other words, once Trump gets Russia to agree to a peace deal, then when the shooting's over, Starmer is going to put British boots on the ground, right?
Right.
This is Europe taking action. This is Starmer laying down the law. They're going to have a chat. They're going to come up with a plan. They're going to take it to Trump. Trump is evidently going to back their play and then talk to Putin, the dictator. Putin's going to agree to a ceasefire to give up his war so that Britain can go in there and create a hostile nation against... The thing is nonsense on stilts, but it goes to show you like the level of delusion that is going on in Europe right now, and in particular in the UK. Those people think they are something they are not. You know,
yes.
Isn't this exactly the same thing as last week? Like, we already know last week that, they want to put troops on the ground. They promised like X number of money to, X number of billions to Ukraine for whatever.
Macron literally did this last week. And so now
so there's nothing new.
Absolutely nothing new at all. But there's a lot of press conferences, a lot of ink. All the NAFOs are going mental on X, talking about this is like the way this is being reported on X by all the retards is this is Europe showing that they lead the world now and not the US, right? Yeah. They haven't noticed that like the plan is to take it to the US. Right?
Yes.
They totally missed the part where Trump literally told the Europeans, please sort out your shit, spend more money, and handle Russia yourself. And that's exactly what they have done. They literally listened to Trump and say, what? But the beautiful thing is how the mainstream media writes it as if like, no, the Europeans have the backbone right now. Oh yeah, we're going to take control. No, we're going to leave Trump behind. Except that they actually just listened to Trump exactly to the word. So it's like, mind-blowing. That's why I wrote the title, right?
And we know that whatever plan they come up with will be something really simple, like we need the U.S. Like we said, this is a repeat of last week. It's Groundhog Day, And they're going to come in, they're going to come back to Trump with some sort of plan that requires a U.S. backstop and funding and weapons and God only knows what else. Trump is obviously going to say, okay, didn't we already have this conversation? Like, are you all stupid? Are you all stupid? Like, he's going to get so angry at this, right? I'm angry at this, right? I can't imagine, like, Trump is a busy guy. He's going to be like, you're wasting my time with this nonsense. Now, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here.
The funny thing is that they're using these words like security guarantees and backstop and whatever. In reality, they are asking the Americans to be ready to go to war with Russia. That's about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like, security guarantees. It has nothing to do with security.
It's a face-saving exercise.
Well, they're still in the bargaining phase. It's the bargaining phase of grief. I keep saying this. They're going through the phases of grief. They're all in bargaining still, where some of us have moved on to acceptance and stuff. They're going to get.
I think they're in the anger phase.
Nah, I think they're in bargaining still. Well, some of them are angry bargaining, let's call it.
Angry comes before bargaining. Yeah.
I know. Like, some of them are angry, some of them are bargaining, like, depending on how stupid they are. Like, that kind of like Starmer's in bargaining, but Kaya Kallas, she's still in angry. So, she'll get there. Just
she wasn't invited.
Well, why would she be, right?
And super chat, Nunya, where are the sunglasses by JN?
Oh, well, John was hitting on me last week, so I figured I'd leave him off this week because he was telling me how attractive I was, and that was uncomfortable.
So next is Waka.
Yeah, so John was like Trump, and you are like the European. You
yes,
do exactly what John said. Did you? What was surprising for me was that there seems to the whole European world seems to be like they are dead. They don't show reaction. They don't show initiative. No. They are waiting now. What's happened? What will happen when Zelenskyy is in Ukraine? And let's see where we can do something like that. Nobody could say then that we lost our faces. I mean,
Waka.
Yeah, this will be my last comment. I think probably we are looking at exit strategy, and apparently this is more of a narrative setting, in my opinion. By and large, they will go with what Trump has said because they know they have lost the war. But for 3 years, you have been lying to the European public and the common man. Then we are winning this war, and it is very critical. And Russia was evil, and Putin was a dictator. And today you find out that basically they have lost the war. So one is, of course, this entire thing, and I think it's gimmickry. And probably we're looking at an exit strategy. I'm sure the plan will be that maybe they will put the question of because ultimately they have to also justify to Ukrainian leadership and the people also that we were backing you. But otherwise, I think this is going to be exit strategy. They go there and they agree to whatever Trump and Putin agree, and then I think they will live happily ever after. So this is my opinion. Thank you so much for this time that you gave. I came after a very long time. Really enjoyed, and I have to basically now start the fasting process. Yeah. Thank you very much. Grateful.
Thank you, Waka.
I actually agree a lot with what Carl said, and this has also been my theory. Well, Zelenskyy made a horrible job for a few days already. It's even before that meeting in Washington. But what is very interesting is that there was just three options. One was that other European unions would not say anything, which is very difficult because there are over 28 prime ministers and foreign ministers or heads of states almost. And if someone said Zelenskyy is dead, a chaos in Kiev could have started, a regime change could have be triggered, and some of the most bad elements within the Ukrainian regime would take power. And so that's why I think Europeans immediately after that most of obvious sense that Zelenskyy has lost it, that someone needed to make some kind of balance supporting you. Zelenskyy like to say, you still didn't fall out of the chair. So we need to give you a kind of sense of support. But it's obviously that Zelenskyy has lost it. And this is like mitigating the bad things that are going to happen. So as I said, it was not a bad strategy. It's still very bad, especially for us outside, listening to all these people from European Union giving support for a lost cause. But it was the bad of the worst scenarios, because otherwise Kiev right now would be in a complete chaos politically. And yeah, that's my point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wakar.
Bye-bye,
Great to
Waka.
see you.
Have a good night. Yeah. I'm not sure Waka sleeps super late, I think. What time is it in Pakistan right now?
Well, it will be something between Europe and it will be something between Europe and Singapore. I presume what
it's 3
time is
a.m.
it?
It's almost 4 a.m. in Pakistan. So, yeah, he's...
Well,
It's
then
not that bad.
Then it will be 2 hours or 1 o'clock or 2 hours.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for them. So it's almost 7 a.m. for me.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. And here is midnight.
yeah, he sacrificed sleep for us. No, Waka is great. Maddie is back. Yay.
Yay, Maddie.
Yo, Maddie.
But I think this is something we have to take into account, which are the consequences of chaos in Kiev. If Ukrainians feel that Zelenskyy is definitely a leader to go, and it is obvious that Zelenskyy is a leader to go. That's what many leaders many important people in Washington said, and we should take that in consideration. And Europeans are mitigating at all costs something really bad, trying to find out who is coming next. And this is something that's going to be even worse, because the coming next might mean Zelenskyy is coming back to the scene. And Zelenskyy is a military guy that is even more intolerant than Zelenskyy. Well, Zelenskyy is just a puppet, but Zelenskyy, it's a really bad person coming to the scene. That's not the guy for freedom.
Aristovich also throw his name into the running for president, right? I saw a tweet saying that
Maddie.
future candidate for president.
How you came to these conclusions that Zelenskyy is a bad guy?
Hey, Maddie.
Because he's quite intolerant. He's a hard.
How you know that? He's quite just because he's a general. Generals are very, very permissive guys. You must know they are very diplomat. To get in the function of a general is not so simple. You can't say just because he's a general, he's a dictator.
No, I didn't say that. But you're right.
Look at him. Look at what he's saying. Look at what he's how he's actioning. The people love Zelenskyy in Ukraine. The soldiers love Zelenskyy. Why?
But would he be the right person to start a peace process?
Why not? I think
I don't know. What do you think? What's your opinion?
Everyone is better than Zelenskyy. Everyone.
That's quite true.
Yeah,
then you are very right. You are very right. At this moment, almost anybody is better than Zelenskyy. Other, of course, those very radical. Sorry. Then Zelenskyy. Other than, of course, those very extremist elements in the circle of power. I don't want to be.
Hey, Maddie. How you feeling?
Exactly.
How you feeling about crossing the Dnieper a little north of Kherson? How's that? Are you feeling good about that? Doesn't it look like it's shaping up?
I don't know. Like, it could be a feint, but the Ukraine. I think, Wyatt, on your last video, you say Ukraine considers that whole front one single front. The Orkiv front, is it?
Orkiv, yeah. Orkiv is
Yeah,
one
because
front. They put
that was the major road hub that they were protecting there. And I'm wondering if they're just acting up down south just to continuously stretch them. So maybe they won't even go for it where I think they will. But either way, they're doing something. And whether or not it's a feint or if it's actually going to be something, who knows? But if they're loading up in Zaporizhia, that area, I can see them pushing right up. I think one of the problems, though, is that around Robotina, there's mines everywhere, and from both sides. And the Russians are, we saw it when they stepped out of the back of a M113. You see guys jumping to the ground and getting their foot blown off. So, I wonder if that is a part of the consideration, is they know they can't go through there, so they're going to have to go around it. So that's why the front for them looks so wide. But as for what we're just saying, I think Zelensky's been held in the pocket by the UK for the purpose of replacing Zelenskyy when that time comes. He's familiar with the AFU. He was part of it. The men, there's still some officers and such that like him. And he's still in on the game, because you got to get somebody that's in on the game. You can't put somebody that's not in on the game and throw them out there and they see what the actual game is. But if that makes any sense. But
it does.
Just a moment. Just try to remember. Let's try to remember, why was Zelenskyy take out of the army and put as a politician? I think it was because he opposed the strategy of war that was done by Zelenskyy. He had some peace. He had some peace propositions there, and he has some compromises propositions there that brought him in this situation. So
wasn't there also something about him being more popular or challenging Zelensky's popularity too at some point?
That's quite interesting. But let's not forget. Let's also not forget that.
I'm sorry. The reason he was removed in the first place was because it was starting to create a divide in the higher command of the AFU. Like Draco said, we got to think about why he was removed in the first place.
Right, but there is also another question, which is quite interesting what Maddie said. This is someone being prepared by the British, and the British have a good stake on here, and we have the feeling that's more than what we thought before. But on the other side, there's still Poroshenko. He's still on the game, and that one is a really indicated candidate. Zelenskyy has never spoke for himself as being a candidate. He has been thrown into the lions, and he has been proposed, but he has never spoke about it. But on the other side, besides that, Maddie, you were talking about those possibilities in Robotina and so on. What if the US just really stops all those information servers, satellite information systems and so on? How would the Ukrainians survive? Would they still be able to maintain the resistance they have been to?
They would have to rely on the assets that the EU has. I'm sure they have a couple satellites of their own, but nothing like the ISR capabilities of the United States. That's a good point.
If you could assume that if the United States cuts all the ISR, that you might see big moves by Russia once they figure out that they can gather troops and move around and not get hit by precision munitions. But we won't know that until you see something happen. Unless I don't know if the United States would announce it. I don't know if Ukraine would announce it and tip the Russians. I'm sure the Russians would figure it out eventually.
Look, I think if we take Trump by the word, so he is committed to stop the man killing, the killing on the fields there. So that means that an outcome in which Ukraine will fight against Russia as a weak now because they don't have support, that would mean that a lot of Ukrainian soldiers would die. So this is not an outcome that I think Trump is agreeing with.
But why would they die?
Because they don't have the support anymore that they have now.
They would surrender.
But if they lost all communications and all satellites and all the ISR, a lot of people would probably start leaving because they couldn't see what was going on, and they're not going to stick around and get whacked. I mean, you might have people stick around. You might have people get stuck because they don't know what's going on. But I would imagine, that kind of shutdown would get around pretty quickly. It might take a day or two, but I would imagine people would start getting the fuck out of there if they didn't know what was going on or what was coming down the road.
Yes.
If the lack of comms is quite scary.
The fight will stop on a naturally way, you mean? Because if the soldiers feel they are weak, they will not fight anymore. So that's an interesting view, yeah.
I think my feeling is, saying what I said, my feeling is the Americans now are waiting for the Europeans to find some exit strategy, and very, very fast. Now, right now, they're still behaving hysterical, like trying to find a kind of a solution on the last minute. This is ridiculous. But the Americans will give some days for the Europeans to find an exit strategy, perhaps convince Zelenskyy to go or to change his mind. Well, if he doesn't change his mind, to go or to find someone to replace him. And if not, then I think that's probably what the US will do. They will scare the Ukrainians really badly. And one of those strategies will, of course, to shut down one system after the other until they realize they're completely lost in the dark. But not going so further like Draco was saying, well, near to it, like slowly, until they definitely decide that they can't go with this forever. And the Europeans have to find a way out of this, and I think they are doing it. Just the whole narrative is in order to block any kind of revolution in Kiev. It's my perspective.
I would say it really depends on whether the Trump administration want to do it a bombastic way or do it like a gradual, quiet way. Because what you say is it's like a quiet way. You just slowly shut it off, without announcing. But my feeling is that Donald Trump is just going to just announce it. He's just going to, in 3 days' time, we'll cut off everything, or immediately we're going to cut off everything. We're going to let you try and fight it on your own.
It will depend. It will depend
to force them to the negotiation table. You see, the thing is that because if you look at the objective of Trump's administration is they want to force the Ukrainians into basically a surrender term. Yeah. So the thing is they feel like they still have support from the Europeans and whatnot and maybe the deep state in the United States to continue to fight on, and the Europeans continue to encourage. Because they're too deep into it, they just cannot get out of it. So they are still going to fight. But I think the moment Trump say that we're going to cut off everything, then they will start to feel the effect immediately, and then they will reconsider the decisions. And it is better than more people dying, because if you just cut it off slowly, more people will die. I think that's against what Donald Trump wants. But he will give an announcement, and probably he will communicate to the Russians that I'm trying to force them into the negotiation. Do not use this opportunity, this window to launch offensive. And I think if the Russian side play along, I think we might have a solution. But the Russians must play along.
And also depends how much they want Zelenskyy to stay on. Because you see, I think Trump is a bit less radical. He said he has to change his mind. That's what he said publicly. But the other officials were much more radical. They were like, he has to go.
Well, I kind of think, I mean, sometimes it feels like the Trump administration, since I was like last week, when they flipped that switch and just started going after Zelenskyy, maybe they're just trying to collapse the Zelenskyy government fast so that they can put the pro-peace puppet they want in. Because the longer it takes, the more Russia's going to get. Then they've got to
work deals with Russia. Even if they want to work deals, it's like it helps if Russia doesn't control everything that you want to work a deal on. If it's in no man's land or the gray area, then maybe you can get a better deal. So I kind of wonder if they're trying to collapse it fast so that they can get somebody in there, or collapse it so fast it forces the Russians to make a quicker deal than maybe they want to, because they don't.
Because my theory is that United States is in crisis right now. Like what Donald Trump have said, if had they not won the election, another 4 years, United States is gone. Because I think there is serious economic problems, financial problems inside United States. It's so dangerous right now, I think, for United States. And like just now, I'm not sure who mentioned about it. I think it's Nunya, right? Mentioned about there's some major economic situation that may be hitting United States soon. So they need to be prepared for it, and they need to quickly reorganize everything, reorg everything, so that they can tide through this crisis. Like a market crash is due for a long, long time. There is no market correction for a long time. So that needs to happen, and it will happen, but we do not know when. So now it's just things is just being pushed back, and this bubble is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Same situation in China, now same situation in United States. So I think Trump administration is desperate to get rid of this problem first, so that they can refocus before the trade war with China, because the trade war with China will be the main thing. But China is also taking advantage of the current situation and the chaos, and they managed to tide off their economic problem as well. Their internal economy is messed up right now. They are only propping up through the strong export. They're using strong export, but internally everything is shit now. So without the strong export, then they cannot survive. But then if there's a tariff coming in, then their economy might start to suffer. They might not be able to hold it up anymore. This image of perfection will start to crack. So this war with China is coming. Economic war is going to come soon. But United States is desperate to be prepared for it. I think Ukraine war is just a huge distraction that does nothing for anyone. It doesn't give Europe anything much. It doesn't give United States anything much. No. And Russia, it can't defeat them. No. So what's the point? What's the point right now? And Russia doesn't seem like they want to go very far. They have been holding back to show that they are not aggressive. In the sense that they are not aggressive. If they want to show that they are dangerous, it's so easy, right? They just push harder. No, they just hold the line. Mostly they're just holding the line.
If it is true what you're saying, because many people have been saying about that, especially about the interest rates, like why China, Europe, and US, they're all having very similar interest rates, and those interest rates actually are a sign that something is wrong. Then the US, in order to solve the problem, you will need to coordinate with the global South, even more than Europe, because Europe has become it's still a very important player, but has lost a lot of its negotiation power. So they will have to go and talk to the global South, and the global South is actually preparing to leave the dollar. So in this sense, like I was saying before, Trump needs to find the common sense. Needs to find an entrance towards the global South, the BRICS, and the most open for that will be the Russians. The Russians are the ones that at the moment hold the key. They are the most important BRICS country. Well, the one that really
only Russia and China.
Cohesion. Exactly.
Yeah, only these two is making the decisions.
Yeah, right. So imagine a situation where actually the US is invited to the BRICS. Not invited as a member, but as let's talk together. Like we have a summit and he comes along. Wait, sorry.
And one more thing, which you reminded me, because it's like if you want to remove the BRICS and stop the de-dollarization and then prepare for the economic war with China, you need Russia to be on your side. Because China cannot be defeated with Russia on their side. It's like impossible. Like literally, the two countries combined together, they can live on forever. Infinity, they can forever to be together because they support each other's weakness. But that's why they need Russia on their side.
The Chinese. Let me just say this something very fast. Okay, go on.
Yeah, no, I think in this idea that Wiat was stating is we can see now that the external politics of the United States are like genial. They are just bringing now China and Russia abroad not against each other, but they are separating them, because if United States is initiating the peace talks and the peace process in the Ukraine war, then the US will be the hero of the Russian, because US was saving Russia. Just think about this aspect, and this process is certainly was initiated sometimes in the past. I think the first clear sign of this process was the speech of Vance in Europe, in Munich, about the freedom of speech. This was related to the problems that they had in Ukraine with the freedom of speech. So this was the first sign that the US is not agreeing with the Ukrainian politics, and that they will intervene in the peace process in a way that will put the US in a position to be like we are doing this, and you own us for that. I think this is genial.
Well, we know now.
Prada,
We know now.
Jim was waiting. Prada, Jim has been waiting for a while.
All right, can I just a few words? First of all, if I can say, thanks very much. I find this really compelling and interesting discussion, this panel, and I again congratulate Wyatt on having such civil discourse, although sometimes there's ad hominem fights. That's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I'd like to make is as follows, and I use a Chinese proverb or a curse: may you all live in interesting times. And I think we can talk, diagnose, prognose, talk about this and that, what Putin will do, what so-and-so will do, but that's all speculation, argument in the future. You may be right, you may be wrong. I usually try to argue on some sort of empirical, historical evidence. If I will ever do saying something. Now, I have to brag about, now the time is this. We all heard of Alexander Dugin, have we? He's a cultural, he's a professor of philosophy at Moscow State University. He's a good friend of Putin. Now, he's also a good friend of a French guy. He's still living in France. Have you heard of the philosopher Alain de Benoit? Google him. I had a pleasure of meeting him a few years ago. Now, Alain de Benoit is a good mate of our group here, conservative group here in Sydney, Australia. And now I'm bragging. See, I'm saying, oh, I'm better. I know more than all of you. And I get fourth-hand information. Nothing secret, just the feel of Russians. And what I get from history and the thing, I think, is that Russia is the biggest country. It's got 6 time zones. And Russia, or Russians, are from Ural Mountains to Europe. The other part, the 2/3 of Russia, nearly 80% of Russia, is in Asia. And they always had an identity crisis. Will we face and join the West, which Catherine the Great did, and St. Petersburg? He copied Venice, the architecture and everything. So Russia is always in two minds, two eagles in two minds, facing east and west. It has never been friend. Let me finish. If you want to interject, I haven't got time. I have to go. But anyway, this is my take on it. And this is the problem of Russia. Understanding Russia is to understand the psychic of that nation. It's been attacked in recent times under Napoleon and that moustache guy, and it has always had a phobia about Europe. You always wanted to have a buffer zone all the time, and it still has a buffer zone. It's one country which has the most Islam or Muslims, 14, nearly 15 million people. Muslims, you're talking about, Australia
10%,
or
yeah.
Germany. Yeah, and they've got 15 million. That's a big internal bloody problem. I mean, if they are agitated, etc., that's your fifth column. So they are nervous, but I think Russians always wanted to have a buffer zone. In '89, as we all know, and I think I said that before, Gorbachev said, right, give us all, Ukraine, give us all your bloody nuclear weapons, and they did. They complied, and he said to Reagan and John Paul II, it will not become part of NATO. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about globalism. What's Europe? What's America? What's Canada? What's West? It is one world government, and it's not a conspiratorial theory. It's nobody voted, for example, in Australia or America or Europe, Western Europe, I should say, for open borders. No one. Nobody's talking about the elephant in the room, boys and girls.
Don't forget that the elephant has a memory.
And that is how I know that. And that is the biggest problem in the so-called global homo West. And what did they want? They want to expand. And so when you expand and when you all intermingle, and it's not being sexist, racist, or anything like that, it's a fact. I speak in facts, I think. And that's what's happening. Whether I like it, hate it, criticize it, or applaud it, doesn't matter. And when you lose your history, your heritage, your culture, your religion, you'll believe in anything and everything. In the Western world, the West, so-called West, is lost. It is lost. It's a lost cause. It's that self-hating feminist. Tony will probably vouch. We just had a biggest Bufta march, second biggest Bufta march in the world. But anyway, you can't even say that. Now, the last question, and I'll shut up and get off because I'm one thing I've got to say.
No, I hope you say. We have to comment what you said.
The last thing I want to mention, I think the most pertinent and important thing from that speech is what Vance said in Europe and what he said to Zelenskyy the other day. He said, to Starmer. Not Zelenskyy, Starmer. I think it's more important. You know what he said? He said, you lost your freedom of speech. And Starmer said, oh, how dare you? Oh, we're the founders of common law. We are the British. We were educated from Oxford and Cambridge. And we are, Magna Carta and all that. And being innocent, proven guilty and all that bullshit. As opposed to the Civil War. Now, I digress. And guess what? He's afraid at the moment the most soft, tyrannical country in the world is Britain, followed by Australia. And I can vouch as a lawyer about Australia. The legislation being prepared and the freedom of speech. And that is an indicator that the country is not secure in its policy, in its army, and it does not believe in itself. Every dictator, left or right, and I'm reverting back to history. You want to talk about Mao? You want to talk about Stalin? You want to talk about Zelenskyy or Australia? And it's becoming dictatorial. Soft autocracy. Soft, not hard. See, beautiful thing about Russia and Eastern Europe before the good hard communism, you knew where the boundaries were. If you overstep the boundary, you end up in jail. But here, what do? They cancel you. They take your credit cards away and you can't travel. Now, they're about to take money away, of course. It's all going to be a cashless society. And you know what the punishment will be? You won't go to jail. And just simply, you will take your bank account. And you're stuck. You can't travel. You can't buy anything. You can have a special card just to buy your essentials. That's it. Jaws cost too much. It's a neoliberal capitalism. Last point is military-industrial complex. The global homo society fuel is not only one world government in terms of culture, but what it wants is one economy. And it wants to have McDonald's in every country. In every bloody country. So you go to Sydney, you go to New York, you go to London, you go to Berlin. What are you going to see? Turd Donald's. I don't call it McDonald's. Turd Donald's. All right. So that's what it is. Same Big Mac, and same hotels, motels, and same architecture, etc., etc. Monolithic, fucking boring. Pardon my French. And on that point, I love you, all of you speculating, discussing. It's very good for the mind.
Yeah, but you should stay in line for the next one. So, if I may contradict a little bit of what you
go
said.
ahead. God, I'll shut up. I went on a range.
Just a little bit. You see, sometimes we have this impression that Russia is between Asia and Europe. It's not. You see, even the Roman Empire, it has two centers. One was Latin, and the eastern part of the empire was Greek. It was always Greek. And even if most of the texts were written in Latin, the official text, the normal language was Greek. And this is what somehow Russia is as well. This is another Europe. It will continue to be European from hardcore origin and formation, Eastern Christian, is Orthodox Christian and so on, but it's not becoming Asia. It's just, it has a confrontation with the West, with Western Europe. Like you said, many things are, you can't deal with that. They are so stupid. They are so difficult to deal with that they don't. So, but Russia, it's not becoming Asia at no times. Even the Asian part of Russia is even more traditional Christian than it is the Western part. And they are, even we see all those strange names of republics and so on. This has a very 80% of that population is actually Russian. But my point was that Dugin doesn't talk about leaving Europe. He talks about conserving the ethnos of Europe in its eastern variation, conserved in turning to the east in order to save itself. We could go, and then we have different sorters, which are much more important than Dugin, because Dugin is a philosopher, and most of the Russian society is actually very pragmatic. So we have other guys, and what do they say? Oh, this relation with China is amazing, but at the long term, it's complicated. So they are keen in living it's not abandoning Russia. It's just this relation is complicated. And there is many reasons. I think Wyatt has many times been able to explain us in a very, very easy way to understand, for us all to understand. The Russians are very keen in dealing with others than the Russians. They are amazing. They really want to deal with the Indians as more than they can. They are supporting their development. But if the Americans come and decide and say, let's make a partnership, the Russians will immediately say, yes, we are here. Come on, let's do something. They will
sign me up immediately. They were like, sign me up.
Yeah, they will reject Europeans easily.
Putin already said he is ready to come together with the US economically, and
he will kiss Trump. He will kiss Trump and hug him. You know. Imagine.
Let me give you an
with
example.
that, right? So just a quick one. So imagine these two countries, just make some. Don't say alliance. Just say they have very good relationship. The Arctic can be now be developed.
Exactly.
They can develop
the Arctic.
Because now cannot. Now you cannot. Now it's a bit of a danger zone. It's like a front line. Imagine once they have peace between these two, they can do so much things together.
Yeah,
It will.
I made a study. Let me do it, Draco.
Just a moment. Just imagine Russia and US together, and China is now not like they are the enemy, but they are alone. They are standing there like we running too.
I don't think the Russians want to do anything bad to the Chinese. They just want to protect them.
It's about balancing. They get friend to the US. It's like in the school, Now I'm friend with the biggest bully. So the second bully is standing there alone, and what I am gonna do? What I am gonna do now? So they
just one point.
They will want to come.
Wyatt is very touched something very important. The Arctic. You see, the Panama Canal needs to be completely redone. Otherwise, the Panama Canal is going to have huge problems, even worse than they are now. So it's a very short canal. Instead of the ships to go through, they have to go up and then down, and they use a lot of sweet water. Is a catastrophe because that area in America is drying off. But still, going through the Russian northern route, the ships will arrive to Europe sooner than if they use the Panama Canal. And this is one of the topics the Russians they have talked about. They said about the Arctic. They didn't really said as much of. But if the American ships are allowed through the Russian northern route, this is a revolution for the Americans as well. Because the Panama Canal will be a problem. Anything off the East Coast will have West Coast, sorry, will have problems in communicating with Europe. But if they have the Arctic,
you can look at deals they can work to, because the United States doesn't really have the icebreaker fleet to keep the northern route open. But maybe they can trade access to the northern route for discounts for Russia through the Panama Canal. I mean, there's all kinds of things they can do to, still work with China, but isolate China. Just put China, just little deals here and there.
Last prediction: Ukraine, Russian. That war, the way it's going to go. It's probably going to finish. Gaza in the Middle East. The third one is Taiwan. And as we speak now, you've got to understand that the Russians and Chinese were never friends. In Harbin, I'll give you an example. In Harbin. Harbin is a town right up on the border of China. Now it's Chinese. It used to be a Russian town, bloody city. See, we're talking about Siberia. Is China Chinese, the mainland Chinese? They always had their aspiration to Siberia. Now, America, whether we love it or not, has said, don't face Siberia, go to Africa and Southeast Pacific, where I am. And where Toby is. And as we speak, about 300 nautical miles, there are live Chinese military ships. I don't know where you heard about it, but sure I did, and Australia did, exercises from Sydney.
So,
yeah.
Which point?
Can you join the dots, or is that too complicated? So I have to draw
it's too complicated.
They're in international. They're in international waters.
Let me.
Nunia, guys, I just want to make a point.
I hate faggots like this clutching their pearls.
Imagine now if we take Trump serious, and he's saying he's the man who bring the peace to the world. Then I think the friendship between Russia and the United States is the key to the peace to the world. If they manage to get friends, United States, and sincere work together, I think we will have peace. I think this is the key.
Yep, totally. Because let's say you are a country, you want to buy arms, or you're a rebel group, who are you going to buy from? The only country left is going to be China. It's either Russian, American, or China. There's maybe some Europeans, but you don't have a lot of choices. So these two big powers, dictates a lot of things around the world. Yeah, so, and also, I just to add a bit of a point on what I just said just now as well. If you look from the point of the Chinese, from the Russians, you can either be a very close friend with China or very close friend with Americans. Which one will benefit you more? With the Americans, I think is a lot more in terms of the scale. But of course, the Chinese is not small, and definitely they are not going to say become enemy of China. Like they'll definitely still trade with China. It's still money, right? So it's just that it is beneficial for Russia to always be friends with United States. I think it is a 100% sure thing.
Yeah, you're right. And what do the Russians produce?
Figuring out what each poll's percentage is going to be. That just might be the final sticking point. What the three guys are going to get.
Well, I don't think it's makes a hell of a lot of sense to talk about like each country as a cohesive entity because of what Jim said earlier. Globo homo is a reality in the world, and it bankrupted America, right? Now, my question to everyone is this. It's like, do you think America has a choice about Doge, or do you think they have to deal with the 37 trillion in debt? Do you think America has a choice? Do you think they either have to choose to make America stable again, right, massa, or do you think that they're going to go down the tube in the next economic crisis? Because if you
they
think
don't
that
have a
it is
choice.
right, I'd
Yeah.
agree. I think that it's necessity. America is at a fork in the road, to quote Elon Musk. It's like they either go down the tube of globalism, right, and face catastrophic social collapse, or alternatively, they try and revive nationalism, deal with their debt, right, and look to their own country first. Now, Jim was talking about this. Do you think Europe isn't facing the same situation? Starmer is a hard left-wing politician, and the Globo homo that he represents has just had a big press conference, right? And all of these globalists stood up and they're preaching more war, right? They're preaching fantastic solutions to imaginary problems. They're not talking about the critical problems in their own countries. Do you think Europe is not facing a similar debt catastrophe? You already have countries like Greece on life support. People can barely afford their electricity bills. The children in Australia have already acknowledged that they're never going to own houses.
Absolutely.
That they're going to get taxed into the ground to pay for the debt, right? To pay for the debt that goes into the bankers' coffers for the Globo homo. The Globo homo is parasitical. It destroys its hosts. And it has destroyed Europe, it's destroyed the UK, it's destroyed Australia, and it very nearly destroyed America, and it might yet, right? But at least America is kind of is fighting back against it. And so I think rather than worrying about like how states will relate to each other, I think more and more, forget about China, let China deal with its own problems, and forget about Russia, let it deal with its own problems. If the West doesn't sort out their cultural problems, then they are going to suffer catastrophic failures in every aspect, economic, cultural, demographic, and arguably we already are in that situation. And so you're seeing more and more draconian legislation come in to deal with unrest, because the unrest is going to grow and it's going to grow and it's going to become more virulent and it's going to become even more bitter. Mass immigration is making people angry, right? The taxation is making people angry. The lack of economic future for their children is making people angry. The West has got more than enough problems without pretending that Russia is one of them. And so I think that's where
look at the way Trump and Elon have played the whole Doge thing and the exposure of billions of dollars already in just a few weeks. I mean, it's just.
I don't believe any of that yet.
Like, well, I'm saying that's another thing that's enraging people, because it's constant every day, a trickle of just billions of dollars being wasted. So, when it's all said and done, I mean, it's just another angle they're using to, enrage the population and use it to kind of bring them together at the same time. Like, hey, they're screwing all of us. Hey, they're stealing all our money. And
Yeah, my view on it is Doge necessary? Yes, but it's not to reduce the debt, it's to get the balance sheet in order to declare bankruptcy. So, like, when you look at the math, it just doesn't work. Like, at present, the U.S. is spending $4 trillion more than they're taking in every single year. So Doge would have to do a tremendous amount of cutting to the bone to even get to the debt, right? So I think what they're doing is, to Toby's point, they need to clean up the balance sheet. They need to get the country on more solid financial footing in order to declare bankruptcy. And then what will then happen after they wipe out that debt, they refresh themselves anew with digital currency, and that'll be the future. And if you move towards that digital currency, as Toby said, you've got a lot more authoritarian level control over people than what they're used to. So I think that's the actual game plan right now. I think Trump got into office. I think he was presented with a whole lot of reality that the Biden and company were hiding. And now his focus is America first, but for different reasons than what he was sloganeering on. I think when you go back and look at some of Trump's first press conferences, he had real kind of, I wouldn't say panic, but very much concern in his voice and everything when he was talking. And he was talking about the U.S. economy. So I think that things are much worse than what people think. And we're really just trying to clean up the balance sheet at this point. Go ahead, Prada.
Well, I think that you're right. But fortunately, we see something being done in the U.S. As you said, it might not be enough, but at least they are doing something. And I see in Europe exactly the opposite. Debt is growing and growing. We never had such a debt. In 2011, we had a debt crisis where so many countries, my country included, were put into really bad situation, and the debt was not even near to what it is today. Today is like the double of what we had before. And this tells me that the Europeans are really preparing themselves to crash. No, they are not preparing themselves. Nobody is preparing for this. But the elites, it's like they don't care if something like this happens. And at least in the US, like you were saying, they are preparing for it, which is quite a lot. But in order for the US to survive, it needs to create also a new sense of international relations, because the rest of the world will not forgive the US if they restructure their debt. They won't. So they need to do something that really allows them to stay in the top of international relationships. And I think this is important to take into account. So that's probably what we're seeing from Trump doing. But you see, Nunia, the American debt, like you were saying, is unpayable. It's unpayable. What this is something not for Nunia, but for the ones who listen to us. It is unpayable, and they can just perhaps come to the point where they get so much from taxes as they spend, and that would be a good starting point. But for many not understanding these, it means that internationally, perhaps somewhere in time, the debt needs to be restructured. How do they do that? I don't know. I think probably the US will just refuse to pay interests. What do you think, Nunia? How will that pay off?
Eventually, they're just going to default the whole thing. They're just going to declare bankruptcy. And this isn't me saying this. This is Jamie Dimon saying this. This is the Bank of America saying this. They both said I think 2 years ago, that we're looking at, no, it was last year, actually. They both said last year, we're looking at timeline of 10 years or less before U.S. declares bankruptcy and defaults on its debt. So if the financial people are saying that, like I said, this is a mathematical equation at this point. So, and it's actually the right thing. I've always said this, the best thing for America, wipe it all out, start fresh. It's not like the capital markets are not going to come, and look to lend U.S. money, right? If Iceland can do it, the U.S. could do it. It's the best thing for them. I don't know why they haven't done it already. And that's why I think this whole Doge thing, like I said, it's just cleaning things up and preparing people for it.
Interesting. I agree with you, Nanya. Hadn't thought about it, but I think you're right.
As I saw it in the economics of the world. I see that United States has this tremendous amount of how you call it,
autocracy.
No, state. Fuck, I am fucked up now. These money problems. They have these money problems all the time that I am aware of it, and all this time everybody is speaking about the collapsing of the United States economy. The United States economy is not collapsing. It will never collapse, and it's never been in danger. This is their policy. They are doing this with the scope. Don't you understand that's always like this?
That's what Emperor Diocletian said in 340 AD about the Roman Empire.
Can I add something?
Sorry, Fred. Sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to
Mandy
comment.
or Trent?
I just wanted to comment, Prada. I thought you brought up a really good point, because internationally, as we speak as the United States, we got to understand that things have completely changed. We got to regain trust from a lot of nations, and it isn't like before. That BRICS is out there for these other nations to be supported by. So it isn't like that we can boss them around like we once did. They have backup now. They found basically better friends, is what it comes down to. That isn't, well, at least so far, is not abusing them like our country was. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say our country, our leadership was, until Trump got in. I hope he stops that.
Mehdi, are you smoking something? So wait, if I understood you correctly, we're now treating our allies better with Trump in power than before?
Nope, didn't say anything like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
I think you did.
Sorry, I missed. Have Trent introduced yourself yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, please introduce yourself.
Sure, my name's Trent. I'm in Nevada. I'm a lifelong Republican. I am a never Trump Republican. That guy is the biggest piece of shit, and he's going to drive the country off a cliff. I can't get this straight. Yeah, if I could comment on Doge. I heard you guys speaking about Doge. What a fucking joke. If anyone's too stupid to not see what's going on, I can't help you. What would be a better way?
Yeah, people wanting to know where their money going is
we all want that.
Okay,
Mehdi, you think, what do you think I'm going to say? Oh no, I'm thrilled for the government to waste trillions and trillions of dollars. I'm for that. That's absurd. Mehdi, what would be a better way to improve things? Send in some people with scalpels to intelligently trim fat and do it in a smart way, or send in a ketamine addict followed by a bunch of 19-year-old computer hackers with flamethrowers. Which is the better approach, Mehdi?
Flamethrowers!
Let me ask you, who is the Biden administration to go through the IRS files?
Flamethrowers. I am from
Burn it with
flamethrowers.
fire.
Right.
Purify with holy fire.
Mehdi,
It's the best
Mehdi, if you were going to redecorate your house, who would you hire? Someone that said, you know what, this is going to be a 2-month job. There's a lot of work here, but I'm going to do it right. Or someone that says, oh, I can do it in 48 hours. Don't worry about it. And you walk in your house after 48 hours and your house is torn to shit. Which would be the better approach?
Well, I wouldn't ask a decorator to come in when my house has got a big hole in its wall and
This is
the
a
roof
demolition.
collapsed in.
This is a
I'm not looking for
demolition. This is not
decoration. What
a
I'm looking
decoration.
for is heavy construction and demolition so we can fix what the fuck is broken
And
that
why would,
nobody's touched for the last 50 years.
and why would
We
you
don't even
hire
know what gold reserve we even have.
why would
I
you
think the
hire
best
America's
approach,
corporate welfare
Trent,
queen? Why would you
Trent,
hire
Trent,
America's corporate welfare queen to do all this?
Trent, I'm interested in your understanding why you don't like Doge, but we don't have to be antagonistic with the other panelists. Just tell us what you think that Doge is doing bad instead of asking Mehdi what's in his house.
Yeah, Prada, are you familiar with the term throwing out the baby with the bathwater?
It doesn't sound nice.
There's no better example than what we're doing right now. There's bathwater to be removed, but we've thrown out about, I don't know, 1,000 babies along with it.
Trent,
Beyond stupid.
Trent, are
So
you
you're pro-life?
Are you one of the Republican neocons?
Am I a Republican neocon?
Yes.
Before Trump, I've been a Republican. I don't know that I would call myself a neocon, but I'm not naive either. I'm not into, Russia's our friend. Let's just roll over and capitulate. What could go wrong?
So you're for perpetual war since 1945, which America has been involved.
Yes, because I'm a shareholder in.
You are a neocon.
I'm a shareholder in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, and I'm going to become a billionaire if this war goes on forever. You figured it out, Jim. Good
You're
job.
a good capitalist. That's all right. Be
Yeah,
fair
Jim.
about it.
I
That's
own
all right. We're not going to botch you.
I own lots of shares of Raytheon. The longer this war drags out, I'm getting rich. You figured it out, Jim.
Okay.
Hey, guys, can I jump in?
Did you understand? Did you understand, Nunez?
I can't even tell if it's a. No, I can't even tell if it's a joke or is it like a real thing. Are you joking or are you real about it?
No, Trent.
Listen,
Did you understand Nunez's concept? Did you understand Nunez's concept? What Nunez said.
Prada, you spoke before. I have a question for Trent. What do you think the cut? Because I don't know, right? I'm not over there. What cuts has he done that are bad? Like, because we don't hear about that. We don't only hear the broad, 2,000-foot view. What is it that he's done that's so bad that you think is the baby's being thrown out? I'm curious.
With Doge?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Firing the people that oversee our nuclear arsenal. That can't be important, right? That's what a waste of money to have people that oversee our nuclear weapons. They just manage themselves, don't they?
I just want
it's a genuine question.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering it.
So
there has
in
no
control
cuts
of the
to the
nuclear weapons.
military who control our nuclear weapons. So you're
They're not. No, these are people in nuclear.
You just said you don't know what is being cut. Johnny said it's not cutting Medicaid. It's not going to cut.
I'm a very cynical man.
I think we need Nunia to. I think we need Nunia to repeat. I think we need Nunia to repeat where we started it.
Yeah.
Nunia, can you please repeat that part where you said that what they are doing about restructuring the debt and so on, so that perhaps Trent can give us a better organized idea of what he wants to say us?
Yeah, Trent, did you hear what I was talking about, how they're coming in? They just need to clean up their balance sheet because of the structured bankruptcy and all that of the U.S. government? I don't know when you joined.
I came in right around that.
Okay, cool. So the way I kind of look at it is Doge a good thing? I don't know, right? Like, I'm sure they'll find some efficiency somewhere, and I'm sure that they're going to take an axe to a whole lot of things because that's what they've been mandated to do, right?
Why don't we talk?
Well, let me finish for a sec.
Go ahead.
So, like, I think anybody who thinks that they're not going to touch Medicare, Medicaid, all of it is probably dreaming in Technicolor because they have to. And that's the point. Like, they're going to come in and they're going to try to cut down spending to the bone if they can because they don't have any other choice. Now, is that a good thing for the American people? Of course it isn't. but I think that's what they've been mandated with, right?
All right, can I bring up USAID?
Sure.
Okay, USAID is 0.6 of 1% of our overall budget. So even if you totally eliminate USAID, it's a drop in the bucket. But drops add up. I don't want to.
6% is quite a lot.
I don't want to.
USAID has a larger budget than the CIA. So
I don't know what the CIA. I don't know what the CIA's budget is, but
why does USA deserve to have a larger budget than our CIA? That's is supposed to be protecting our country.
Can I address USAID now? Sure. Before you guys go, well, are you for transgender poetry in Bulgaria? No, I'm not for transgender poetry in Bulgaria. And if we spent $50 million on that, yes, that's a waste. But you know what I am for? I am for things like sending health people to the Congo and Cameroon so that when things like Ebola and other horrible diseases pop up, you know what? Why address it in the Congo? Just let it come to New York and we can fix it there. Wouldn't that be great?
That would be a good idea. That would be an easy one.
Hold on for a second. The you guys got to understand. The point now is they need to cut every single dime of discretionary spending that they possibly can, because the other spending that they're going to cut, that's really going to hurt the American people. So the people down in Congo, too bad, so sad. You need to look at
no. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned about people in Congo. No. You don't get it. I'm concerned about when the people in Congo die from Ebola, and Ebola comes here. That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay, but that's kind of like a very conceptual thing. I'm talking about real dollars.
Diseases like that couldn't.
No, but Trent, we're talking. No, Trent, we're talking about real dollars attached to real people's jobs in America. That's what they need to save over the Congo person, right? I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. That's how budgeting works.
I'm addressing USAID and throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
USAID, they're discretionary. They're no longer important. They are not mission critical. It's discretionary spending.
Really? It's not
done.
The Chinese and the road and the people that run the Road and Belt program. You know what they're doing with all this?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, because you guys are in a much different position than the Chinese government.
Dude,
what I'm saying is they are chopping down to the bone, Trent. They're dropping down to the bone. That's it. That's the game now. That's budgeting. I've done it. I'm a CPA motherfucker. I get it. I've been doing budgets my whole life.
Yeah, right? But there's a different. If you audit a widget company, and you
let's talk audit. Let's do it. I can't wait.
Well, if you strip the widget company down bare to the bone, no big deal. We go without widgets. When you do that to the government, society will erode.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you there. We're in violent agreement with each other. It's a bad thing for people, but unfortunately, that's where you are now. Like, you know, like we're at nut cutting time here. We're at nut cutting time.
Do you believe in the saying "penny wise, dollar foolish"?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Well, are you familiar with the term of soft power or goodwill?
Yes, of course.
Okay, very hard to put a dollar amount on it. All right.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it's really easy to put. Yes, but Trent, here's the thing. It's hard to put a dollar value on that, but it's really fucking easy to put a dollar value on this person working at some government office in Colorado whose income and whose life and rent is based on that job. They'll save that over the soft power. That's what I'm saying. It's discretionary. It's done, buddy. It's done. It's all gone.
So I want to say, give me a second. I need to.
So let me
wait. I need to read the super chats first, because if not, I have to keep on the screen. Very irritating. So, Trent, do you want them to go in back to stop corruption? If you want to, if you think you could stop it without kicking the door and brute force your and IDIOT. So, No, it's
I want to
1D,
get back to
1OT.
talking
Sorry,
about
I spelled
auditing.
wrong. And another thing, and Madeline said that US aid is CIA, and he want US aid out of Africa. My sisters kicked out US aid in Cameroon. There is no US aid in Cameroon. And ASCII said, 66 said, this is a stupid narrative. Sorry, it's not narrative, it's narrative. A stolen dollar is stole. So, and also the audit me bitches, please on your camera in the backstage. I need to do verification and check the private chat. Sorry, you can continue, Trent.
So,
Yeah, so
Trent,
Nunya, I
just
got
to
a
tell you
question.
something like, Trent,
Nunya, as
let
a
me just say
CPA,
like this. When you have an institution that whose main purpose has become secondary, and they do all different types of stuff, in many countries this situation happens, and there is just one solution to completely abolish that institution and create a new one. Of course, the US needs soft power. But the US idea has been so corrupt. The things they've been saying, they've been talking about, what they were doing around the world is completely out of what US
Can I
idea was
ask you what
created for.
percentage?
So
What
the
percentage?
moment this is here, they will have to destroy this institution and create a new one. This
what
is typical. They
percentage-
make it in every country.
What percentage of USAID, what in your opinion, was corrupt versus what was legit?
It's too much what they had. Although we have
No,
heard
I
about it.
want a number. Tell me.
100%.
Trent, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, Trent.
Listen,
It's all
It has gone
discretionary. It's all
rogue.
gone.
Wait,
Yeah.
no, listen.
USAID has gone rogue. Doesn't
hush, you
matter.
communists. Listen, it's time for some scripture here. Trent, you'll be a biblical man. You will know that God went to Abraham and he said that, Sodom and Gomorrah had been wasting USAID money. And Abraham said, no, there are some babies in that bathwater. If I can find 50 good people in Sodom, you shouldn't nuke it. And God's like, all right. And then Abraham couldn't find 50 people. And so God said, that's it, I'm smoking it. And then Abraham said, no, if I can find 20 good people, and so on and so forth, right? And eventually Abraham couldn't find any good people in Sodom, and so God nuked the whole thing, right? So I think this is where we're at. It's time for purification with holy fire. And what we should be doing, right, is looking towards the irradiated wasteland and starting a new cult, right, that has decency, barbecue, shark fishing, these kinds of things as our core values. We should forget about the old world of USAID and endless deficits. We got to embrace the nuclear path to redemption. Like, this is where it's at.
I'd still like an answer to my question. This is USAID. What percentage of it was bullshit versus what percentage was actually legit stuff that did good and was good for America? What percentage? Can someone tell me?
You are losing your
87%
time,
is
Trent.
bad.
When an
87%
institution
bad.
go,
13% good.
And okay,
Currently,
Nunya, where are
you
you
can
getting
go
those numbers
online
from?
and
when
see
an
what
I'm
institution
goes
completely
goes,
making them up because they're irrelevant. Like, what I'm saying is it's all discretionary. It's all
Wait,
out the window now.
Nunya, if it's 99% good stuff and 1% waste and fraud, you still want to nuke it?
Yeah, because
It's the only way to be
I'm
sure.
No, but we're getting down this path, and I thought I explained it, but it's not. My point
And that
is,
is
any
98%.
discretionary, any discretionary spending right now has to be cut out every
All right,
single time.
another question. Do you think it's, in terms of Doge, do you think it's good to have the world's biggest corporate welfare queen and the guy who holds billions of government contracts doing this work? Can you say
No, I don't.
conflict of
don't.
interest?
How much?
No, I don't think it's a good idea.
Right, are you getting the
Wait.
question?
Right?
Oh, but wait,
Not getting to the question.
I know. I forgot. Musk is a genius. He knows everything. So let's just
take him.
let's
Come
just
on,
let him go wild.
We are
My mind
wasting. We are wasting.
If it was me, I would have hired proper auditors to go in and do like a proper audit and assessment.
Oh,
Is Musk the right guy?
Wait.
But
That's not what Musk is doing. He's not doing a proper audit. Going
I
in
would
with
doubt it.
19-year-old computer hackers with flamethrowers. That's not a proper audit. Oh,
No,
I'm
I think
shocked.
that's the only people that are on that team, Trent. Let me ask you, is it just a bunch of punk kids to you that are searching through all this, and there isn't an entire team of auditors, professional auditors, and also people who can generate the graphics that it need to be able to show the people and trace where this money is going, because that's what those idiot little hackers have been doing.
People that can show the graphics.
People, because what gets me about this, Trent, you said you're never a Trump or a Republican. I I'm kind of thinking you're on it sort of, losing something out of this, because that's the other thing is there are a lot of butthurt Republicans that were for the establishment and are no longer going to get the money.
I know. If you're not, if you're not a
one
cult
person
member,
at a time.
if you're not a cult member, therefore you're
one person at a time. Mehdi was still speaking. Let's hear one person until the end.
So I just want to correct something. My understanding for the Doge workers, they are all government workers. So they are all government paid workers, including all the hackers, all the geniuses. They have all abandoned their jobs that is earning them millions a year to do this job, which is paid shit. So only Elon Musk is not paid. He's not a worker, but he's helping to guide the process pro bono, because to him is like, what is money? No. So that's my understanding. Everyone else is actually paid workers. So it's not the private contractors coming in and do whatever. No, I don't think that is the correct categorization. And I think,
yeah,
and also
but why to Trent's point, though, like there is a conflict of interest with Elon Musk. I wouldn't have let him come in and lead it, but that's not my choice.
Don't worry. I'm sure I trust Elon. He would never benefit SpaceX and Tesla and do things to the disadvantage of his competitors. He couldn't do that, would he?
No, I think the theory that the theory is that Elon Musk.
I want to
So my understanding.
proposition. Nobody let me tell a proposition. Mehdi,
it's all a red herring, right? Like it's already decision's already done.
I want to say a proposition.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
go.
Yeah, Trent is a fucking troll. Don't take him serious.
Oh, he got off.
I'm gonna go.
You gotta understand though, guys. This isn't like it's hiring external. No, what I'm saying, hiring external consultants to come in and help you, like with this sort of work, that's par for the course, right? So the fact that you're getting external help from Musk and them through some sort of who the hell is typing with a typewriter in this day and age?
Brother, so much noise.
Like bringing in consultants is not. It's not out of the norm, right? But I guess so. Really depends on what they're actually doing there, and also, to Wyatt's point, how are they being supported by people within the government, right? Because there's a full internal audit group within the U.S. government. There's all sorts of auditors there. I'm sure that they're part of this, right? So Musk gets the headlines, but I'm sure they're being leveraged. It's actually the internal auditors that are being leveraged at the U.S. government because they have all this information anyway.
My favorite part was when they recently asked, because they had to come out and say that Musk is not in charge of Doge, because if he was, they'd have to do background checks on him, and he doesn't want that done. So they said
he's already done. He have top level clearance. He's leading the whole rocket science thing. Of course, he's already totally cleared. Come on.
No, you think I'm making this shit up?
No, I'm 100% sure that he's already cleared because Starlink, all the SpaceX.
There's in this country, when we bring people into top positions, there's a rigorous vetting process.
Yeah, that one is the real director secretary positions, right?
That's been thrown out the window. Okay, Donnie doesn't like vetting and checks, because the FBI is corrupt.
No, wait. I got a question. Wait, I got a question. So, for example, I understand from all the U.S. presidents, they do have advisors. The Kennedys have their own brothers. When JFK was have his own brothers around. Are they vetted? Like, for example, when Joe Biden is in the White House, he have Hunter Biden, he has his wife. Is the son, the wife, all vetted?
Wyatt, Hunter Biden was a despicable crackhead. What role in the government was Hunter Biden?
No, he can be advising the president, right?
Who?
He's his
not
son.
an advisor. He's a
But
nothing.
yes,
a nobody.
he lived in the White House at a certain period of time as well.
Wyatt,
So
are you watching a movie?
No.
What are you talking about? Hunter
No.
Biden is a crackhead who
don't get
is
fixated
not-
about Hunter Biden. The
This
point
was not
is,
the first Trump administration where Don Jr. and Ivanka were actual advisors.
yes.
Guys.
So correct. So Ivanka, for example, Donald Trump first term, Ivanka was in the White House helping as advisor. He got the son-in-law as well helping.
Yeah,
into
Jared
the-
Kushner
Yeah.
couldn't pass any background check, so they threw him out the window.
You have to learn how
No,
to...
he's headed the Abraham Accord, right? He represented the U.S.
Yes,
government.
but he did not pass any background checks. He couldn't. There was too many conflicts of interest, so they threw it out the window. Jared Kushner had no business being in the White House.
But he still did work for the United States, right?
Yes, but he wasn't supposed to.
So that's
Because
my
Donnie
point.
said,
That's
well,
my point.
We can get by with no background check on my son-in-law.
So that's my point. It is not something new. It have always
What
been like
position-
this.
No. Why? What position was Hunter Biden serving?
No, that's not about positions.
We are
It's not about
wasting
positions. It's-
time.
I'm talking about there are people who are surrounding the president that do not have
Crackhead.
any of this clearance that you're talking about.
Yeah, they
are not appointed. They are not part of the U.S. government.
Wyatt,
They are not part of the U.S. government.
No,
They're not part of the U.S. government.
Wyatt, 99% of the people you're explaining have been vetted and have background checks done on them. What are you talking about?
So that's why I'm asking you what you're talking about. Elon Musk, he hates one of the most powerful technological company that and basically works on military technology in the United States, and you're telling me that he's not vetted. Then that's why I'm asking you.
Not to the point that why then if what you're saying is true, why won't they come out and say he's running Doge? The reason they
Because
don't
he is not. Because he is not a government worker.
Who is?
So I think they have another person that
They came up with
pointed out, right?
They came up with some woman's name, and it was looked into, and she's been in Mexico on vacation the past 2 weeks. They just
I
threw
don't
a
know.
name out. They just threw a name out there.
My point is, it does not matter because this Doge thing is a 6 months thing. I think they're going to close down it in 6 months, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
then
Wyatt,
after
what did
that,
you
they
think-
have.
Wyatt, what did you think of sending emails to millions of federal employees?
Trent, you first
without-
have to listen.
Guys.
You have to let the person speak until the end.
Okay, so
Otherwise, this is
because you raise
it gets very
you raise too
strange.
much you raise too many points. A lot of the talking points, I understand. I saw this so much. No, but US aid, like you say, ultimately you have to look at Donald Trump's campaign promise. The aim is to look inwards, to work inwards. US aid, all the money goes outwards. So and it's like you say, it's a small percentage. So that's why it's the first to go. The what is going to come is going to be much bigger when the Department of Defense. I think they're going to. Oh my God, Prata. So I mute you. And Gabriel also please mute. So many background sounds. So now if you're angry about US aid, I tell you you'll be freaking angry when they go into the big stuff. The Department of Defense, the Medicaid, Medicare, all the big shit. I'm quite sure there's a lot more unaccountable stuff. The reason, so from my perspective, I'm from Singapore, I'm so far away, but I'm saying that from my perspective, the reason why they needed Elon Musk to do anything is because if Elon Musk stayed his course, that means as a neutral and stay outside of this government, Donald Trump will not be able to do all these reforms at all.
He's not.
There's no way he can do it.
Stay neutral. He's the biggest corporate welfare queen ever. Tesla would be under if it weren't for the help of the American government 10 years ago.
But guys, like, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, he's already there, so all of this discussion is kind of a red herring. Like, it's already happening. So why he's in or
So we have to let him
whether-
keep. So we have to let the lunatics keep running around.
Yeah,
destroying
can I say
You and
something
I
real
don't-
quick?
we can't make that choice. It's above our pay grade, right?
It's you Americans' choice. We are the victims here. You know, the Americans voted for Biden for 4 years. At least a million people have died in Ukraine because of that. So don't talk about we have to suffer that. The whole freaking world have suffered because of the votes in United States because you guys voted in Biden, and then millions of people have to die in Ukraine. Ukraine. So now Donald Trump come in. So now all the Europeans are going to suffer from tariff. I mean, it's always the Americans, you know.
It wasn't Putin's fault. You're right. I forgot. Joe Biden put a gun to Putin's head and said, "Go invade Ukraine." Right?
Did he make the best decisions to not?
That's
exactly
Fred.
literally
You are
what he
so
did.
so bad informed about
can I say something real quick, guys?
Okay,
I have to go.
Gabriel, before you,
So-
you have to go. Okay, you go first.
No, just real quick. That all this nitpicking about who did what with Trump and with Musk and he's throwing, like, you haven't stated a single like important necessary strategic cutoff of all this massive slush fund, and you're just picking on random little things of like hearsay. You're talking about hearsay, and like what I'm wondering is what's so grave that comparing it to the prior administration, it isn't like a monumental improvement. Compared to the prior administration that had the world on the brink of nuclear annihilation, that did cause massive deaths throughout the world, and like the level of madness, dementia literally, but also like
Are you explaining
strategic
a movie you watched
psychopathy
or
and
the real
madness.
world?
No, I'm talking about what has been happening historically in this current half a decade. It's insane what's happening, and the shift. Like, you can argue all you want about Musk and his welfare corporations that do have the highest technology in rocket science, but beyond that, just the improvement. Like just the massive improvement from the dementia-ridden brink of like annihilation of humanity to like talking about peace and actually stopping some of the massive waste. So it's incomparable. I don't know what you're complaining about. You're complaining about like you're about to fall off a cliff and someone pulled you out too rough from the cliff. That's what you're complaining about. But please elaborate.
If we're about to fall off the cliff, the first person I want to get to help me is a narcissistic sociopath. That's the perfect person to help.
You have no choice.
Sorry, that's so
the other
sad.
choice is Kamala Harris.
So
you want
sad.
Kamala Harris to fix the things?
You had a.
It's a red herring.
No,
but gladly
okay,
it's
wait.
not in your control.
Okay, wait. I need to do the super chats because we are going too far. Super chat from Paul. Stammers today. UK will intensify planning now with real urgency. Reiterated that the UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Those didn't need to exist because we have OMB and GAO. Those agencies are not doing their job. More. Wyatt, I'm off to casino now. 2 of my peer comments are censored earlier on. I'm presuming not you. A number of comments by me and others have been not read out. So then Naked Jesus has blessed us with his presence. And Butler started this war. Trend no. DPA chat. Yep. So.
Oh, you mean Joe Biden didn't start the war? I can't believe it. I thought Biden was responsible for all this.
Well, I'm so sorry that you have this so simplified image of this war. That's why this chat exists. We talk about this all the time. This war was not unprovoked. That's a line of propaganda. This was a provoked war. We had it coming slowly on 2021, and we had an ultimatum from Russia. And why this ultimatum happened is because Zelenskyy used drones and tanks on the Donbass, and there was an ultimatum. And our friends, the Biden, refused to negotiate. And when the Russians invaded Ukraine, I'm still talking. And when the Russians invaded Ukraine, they did manage to negotiate. They negotiated with Zelenskyy to stop the war, and it was the British and Americans under Biden that actually blocked that negotiation. We could have stopped this war long ago. And
Prada,
one
I just
mil-
got
the 1 million that Wyatt was talking about, because the first months of the war were not so deadly like the ones that followed. This war has become.
Prada,
That's
I
it.
just got a text
So
from
now Bradley,
Larinoff.
no, yeah, I
Prada,
understand
wrap
you
it up.
now. So now,
Can you
now
make the
it's
point more
Bradley
concise?
talking.
You're going everywhere.
I
so it's
did.
hard.
I did. What did you not understand? I did.
You just went
He
in a lot
was
of
saying
places.
that was Putin gets. He
Prada,
was saying that
Sergey-
Putin started the war and trying to put into question what Wyatt said, that actually we voted for Biden. Well, the Americans voted for Biden, and Biden, as a consequence, created a war that has provoked more than 1 million deaths. And he was saying that Putin created it, and I was saying no, that's not like this.
Prada,
There was a process that provoked this war too. There was a moment when an ultimatum was made towards NATO. They refused to negotiate, and then when the war started, there were a negotiating happening in Istanbul in Turkey, and they could have stopped that war. And it was Biden and the British that actually stopped that.
Prada.
And
You're starting to ramble. Let the commander speak. Let the commander speak, because he obviously wants to come in on it. Let him go, and then we can go in.
In all the flurry, I forgot about Eddie. So we need to let Eddie introduce himself first so that he can get into conversation. Eddie, introduce yourself.
Hello,
Hey,
Eddie.
guys. You can hear me? Yeah, I've been listening for a while. I like some of your ideas and stuff. I live in New England here, next to Medi. And
Nice.
I don't have any political affiliation, but I like the geopolitics. And actually, parents originally from Romania, so I have a bit of background there with the Romania and sort of the perspective there. What's going on currently in Romania.
Thank you for freeing the Tate brothers. That was a wonderful gift.
Tate brothers, they're pretty interesting characters. Yeah.
You didn't detect my sarcasm.
No, I was wondering.
That's the news story from Romania. You want to talk about that one? Really?
No, you guys are calling me a bot, so I'll jump on. I'm not big on
That's cool. You've been called.
It's inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but how pathetic is that Donnie is going around and leaning on foreign countries to free almost self-acknowledged pedophiles and sex traffickers.
I'd rather talk about them trying to remove democracy. Let's talk about the democracy issue in Romania.
Before we do that, I really want
to
wait. Before we go move anywhere else, I want to hop on to what Trent has been saying. Prada was kind of rambling a little bit, but I want to actually understand where Trent's position is. I want to know what you think.
Well, okay. Well, Prada, I wanted to mention Sergey.
He doesn't like Trump. That's his position.
Sergey Larinoff just sent me a text message, and he said, "Thank you for saying what you said. I'll let him know you said you're welcome."
Oh, that was so stupid. I'm so sorry. That's not even funny. That's like NAFO stupidity. We don't need that. We are grown-ups here.
Time out.
Here's the deal.
Hey, hold on a second. Vaughn, let me speak for a second.
He does not like.
Let me speak for a second, Vaughn.
Doesn't like a lot of the agenda that Trump administration has.
Let me speak. Like Trent, the whole like Putin puppet thing. That whole thing is so old and tired, man. Just you sound foolish when you say stuff like that. So just don't.
The Putin puppet thing? When did I say?
The tropes is what I mean.
Trent,
like the tropes is just so old. Like just leave it alone, man. Yeah,
so because we have been talking about Ukraine war for 3 years now, so we are very sick of all the jokes. It's because
so
it's
I want to ask Trent then. So you kind of what Prada was pushing back against. It seemed like some of that stuff you were not agreeing with. But so what is your position then? Are you saying that the war had nothing to do with NATO expansion, or do you believe that is like a paranoid reasoning that the Russians didn't have any justification for doing that, but they...
It's a convenient excuse for Putin.
Okay. No, so I want to chip in on that part. Because that's basically the window of opportunity that the United States gave to Putin. So if you do not know what was the history just before the war broke out, was that Putin actually sent an ultimatum to Biden and say that they want United States to outright cancel out the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO. They want a public statement on that. Then they will not threaten Ukraine, because they already gathered the troops all around. And Biden's reaction to that was, oh, Ukraine have the right to their own foreign policy. So that's what Biden basically said.
Sure.
So Putin basically see it as a threat that Ukraine have a possibility of joining NATO, so they invaded. So you may think that is wrong, but that is a national security issue for Russia. Russia made a decision, and the war happened. The thing is, Biden could have lied and say that we will not accept Ukraine into NATO, and maybe the war will not have happened. It's basically what Trump have been saying, that this war is totally unnecessary because it could have been avoided. It's a stupid war. And this is something that I've reported right before the war even started, and then the war started. Then and during the war, I keep saying that this is a stupid war because this war is totally unnecessary.
But the guy who has his opponents pushed out of windows, he's an honest actor, right?
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. Can I please talk on this?
It's a non-issue, right?
I'm
asking him the question.
Just because Trent doesn't get it, why are we talking about this? Let's move on to a different topic.
No,
we've been talking about this for 3 years.
Nanya, I'm not moving on. Nanya, I'm not moving on. I need to nail this down. So, Trent, would you believe that the whole entire thing where Putin says that this has to do with NATO was all just a convenient excuse? Putin's goal, then, what was his real goal?
Well, he already announced to the world years ago that the biggest tragedy in his lifetime was the dissolving of the USSR. He has made numerous statements that Ukraine is not a real country. It's not a real nationality. They're just Russians speaking a silly language. So he has said, he's also dabbled in Georgia. He's made threats against the Baltic states. So and when I made a flippant remark about people falling out of windows, I did so because this is not exactly a good, upstanding person we're talking about and dealing with.
We're moving on past what's important. Okay, so what you're saying is so are you aware that statement, the very, very famous statement where Putin said that the reason for the people that don't miss the Soviet Union have no heart is the quote. Just have no heart. The rest of the quote goes, but people who want to bring it back have no brain. So literally, that quote that people use in that same quote, Putin says that bringing the Soviet Union back is a foolish endeavor because he understands the difference
I haven't read that, so I can't comment.
Okay, that is literally the other half of the quote. He literally takes a short breath and continues it. It's over a comma. So it's crazy that people use that first half of that quote. Anyway, so you mentioned Georgia. So when you say that Georgia was Putin dabbled in Georgia, so you realize what happened in Georgia was the Georgians started the war, the South Ossetia War, and the Russians came in and drove them back all the way to the capital. They could have taken the capital if they wanted to, but they left. They left all of Georgia's land because that's not what they wanted to do. They got an agreement to leave South Ossetia and Abkhazia alone, and they left. So this does not track well. So this is two reasons that you just gave, because you have not been able to have, so far those are your reasons. So both of those reasons are invalid. Because number one,
and the other one is the accusation of people falling out of windows.
So the thing about people falling out of windows,
I've never seen any evidence.
I want to point some. I want to that is an hold on.
Navalny died of natural causes.
Yo. The reason why I don't want to go there is because guys, I don't want to go there because that's changing the subject. If you're we're going from whether or not the reason for Vladimir Putin's special military operation, as it's called, was as an excuse for some kind of imperial expansion, as you say, or if there were perhaps other reasons. maybe even I'll even give you maybe, let's say, for example, that's part of the reason, but right now you're saying that that's not the reason at all. So I want to nail that down.
Why did he have to make up a reason that he has to denazify Ukraine?
Interesting that you
There's
asked
a bunch
this
of
question.
fucking
Hold up.
Nazis there, dumbass.
Hold up, guys. Hold up.
There's a bunch of fucking Nazis there.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's why.
the
All right.
Azov Brigade makes up like less than 1% of Ukrainian forces.
So okay.
There's more
Guys,
Nazis than,
come on.
there's more
We've been
Nazis than
talking-
white supremacists.
The fact that this guy is borderline retarded, we can't help. Let's move on to a different topic.
Okay.
Like, we've been talking about this for 3 years. Let's move on to a different topic.
You come onto this show for 3 straight years?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So anyway, so
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying
why we're all informed, and you're a fucking retard, and you
I
don't
know.
understand things.
I know, because I watch
think-
mainstream media, right?
No, you actually are
Because you're fucking
reproducing
stupid, that's why.
all mainstream media. You're reproducing.
Bloody motherfucker.
You're reproducing.
I don't think I've ever
all
first time I've seen
mainstream
Nonya exploded.
media are-
Yeah, I've never seen
No,
anything like this.
all these mainstream.
Hold on. No, look, me and Trent don't agree. He's a never Trumper. I voted for Trump. Okay, obviously.
He's a never pussy. That's what Trump is.
Hold on.
All
I haven't
talk.
said anything the whole time. He obviously has a different opinion on why the war started, what he thinks about Putin, and everything else. And it's obviously different from yours or mine or a lot of other people. There's been a lot of opinions. You obviously don't agree on the basics. So why don't we move on and either talk about the current battlefield situation, what's going on now, instead of trying to reestablish, was Georgia this and that. I mean, there's been plenty of fucking fighting. Putin's done all kinds of shit, whether he's done it because he has reasons or he just wants shit, I don't know. I'm not in the guy's head.
Let me add a point.
We're all getting hung up on all this old shit. It's like, why don't we talk about what's going on now? What's been happening?
Yeah, this is like 2022 discussion level.
Fall out of windows and shit. That's I don't think that's a dispute.
Textbook NAFO
let me add a
from
point.
2022.
Wait. So let me add a point. No, because Trent's thought process is a problem. Because when we talk about one thing, then you say how about this? The thing is that when you go how about, then you go over the place. Then we say we cannot stay on one topic, and then we just go on endlessly into this black hole. I just want to highlight a point about how about he throw people out of the window thing. The thing is, it doesn't matter whether he throw a person out of the window. No, every country have its own bad people. Because what if we going to talk about why Putin throw people out of the window? Then we will have to talk about why the United States.
Why do we have
invaded into
Guantanamo Bay?
Iraq.
Why did we kill Gonzalo Lira? What about
Yeah.
Julian Assange?
No, so we cannot go into this. What about this because it doesn't matter. Whether Putin is an evil dictator or not does not matter. The what matters is how the war have happened, because there is a casus belli. The Putin have won, and then Biden decided not to negotiate. They decided not to de-escalate, and he decided to stay his course. So Russia did what the Russia think is best for themselves, and they invaded. So then the invasion have happened. So what is the reaction? What should United States do now? So the question you need to ask is, so what should the United States do? So now 3 years down the road, we have already more than 1 million people die. So what is your solution? You are saying that you're anti-Trump. Sure, I mean, perfectly fine. There's a lot of people who are anti-Trump. But what is your alternative? You have no candidates in the Republican parties that can challenge him. And then the only other candidates that can compete against him was supposed to be Biden, which is actually still competitive. Most likely will still lose, but he was competitive. Then he got Kamala Harris, which was a total joke. I can tell you, as a person who is not American, halfway around the globe, I can tell you she's a joke. It's not even a competition at all. So now Trump is your reality. Yes, maybe you can disagree with the methods. Sure. I mean, it is shocking. But the thing is, if someone wants to hide information within the government, how are you going to dig it out? Do you know that Donald Trump literally ordered a full withdrawal from Syria? And the commanders literally defied him, hide information from him, and told him that it's done. Then after that, when he was off, when he left the office, they said that, we are so smart, we kept the forces, we keep him hidden from it. They are conducting treason. Do you know? That is treason. That's literally going against the orders from the highest authority. And yet now you're talking about, no, we don't have to dig so deep to dig out all the corruption. There's no way you can dig out corruption if you do not have this kind of hackers help you dig everything out, because everything is recorded in digital records. Even their private chats are getting dig out right now. But the thing is, if Elon Musk have not been involved, I can tell you this will not have happened 100%, because Donald Trump is not that tech savvy. He have to depend on people to get involved in all this. He's not. I can tell you, even his tweets is not it's not typed by him.
More about computers than the computer experts, no?
Even he tweeting, right, or the Truth Social, whatever, he's not the one typing. His assistant is the one typing for him. He basically verbalize it. The person type, and then he showed him. Then he said okay. Then it was sent out. He's not a tech person. Even all this cryptocurrency nonsense.
Why you're stating the most obvious thing ever.
No, yeah, because you're talking about very obvious things that we have already it's a small issue.
Let's just move on, Wyatt. Let's just move on. Like, he's not going to get it, so let's move on to a different topic.
Yeah. So my reminder, I just want
years.
No, so Trent, I think Trent is new to DPA Open Mic, so I just want to highlight, because when we converse, right, you don't jump over the place. If not, then we'll end up in this chaos that we will never agree with anything. We try to agree to disagree, and then so that we can talk. If not, then we are just like trolling each other like on Twitter. This is not Twitter, so it's a waste of time if we do that.
I respect other people's opinions, except when it comes to MAGA and Trump and what's going on in this country, it's so beyond preposterous and awful that it's not even worth trying to have. It's horrible.
Let's move on to a different topic, please. Let's move on to a different topic. We won't even bother talking about it. Let's go.
No, I just want to reply, Trent, because the thing is, you may disagree. What the thing is, it affects the world. It affects us, even people who is not in the United States.
Of course, it does.
Yeah. So the thing is, that's why we talk about it, because whatever he does is literally geopolitics. Even if Elon Musk is doing something.
It's scary that a narcissistic sociopath reality TV star is the most powerful person in the world. It scares the bejesus out of me.
Yeah,
he's the most powerful guy in the world because that was the best option you had. So look at yourself.
Imagine how it scares. So imagine how it scares all the politicians around the world. That in the United States,
less shitty than this.
No, but imagine how scary it is for the rest of the world. Imagine all these politicians, all these leaders around the world, and we saw that in the United States there is no one good enough to compete against this narcissistic TV star.
It's pathetic. Out of a we're only 330 million people, so it's understandable if we have a dementia patient and a sociopathic narcissist reality star. Not one.
That's the best of all of you. That's the best of all of you.
It's only 300. We're only 330 million people. It's understandable.
Yeah, so you understand the scariness. But if let's say if this guy is the worst guy, I mean, it didn't. It's not like it didn't happen before. Like you guys have Joe Biden, so no. The system
I'm not a
you
Joe
guys
Biden
have,
fan, but geez, you're really killing the guy.
But it's scary for us, overseas, because you guys.
But Biden had dementia. But there were smart people behind him running things.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That's the most retarded thing I've heard in my life.
How can you be
people
Republican?
running Biden? They had no
You must be
accountability,
Democrat.
and they were like absolutely narcissistic sociopaths. Hiding behind a dementia that was willing to nuke the world because of his crackhead son had
you guys
dodgy
are on this
businesses.
show, what are you guys doing? Watching Alex Jones?
Oh, the level of retarding just went up to an 11, folks.
No.
Oh, my
God.
I just heard that it's okay to have dementia and run the country.
Paradise.
Okay, never mind. Wait, super chat. Trend looks like a Judean exile. I'm not a Christian. I don't understand.
Anti-Semitism, please. That's shocking.
No idea why is that. So correction, Biden stated that Ukraine will join NATO. Yeah, that was like 2022, 2021
Well,
history.
NATO's only maintained world order the past 80 years. It's not that important. We should probably just get
NATO has only done war and destruction throughout the world these past 80 years.
Yeah,
Nothing but war and destruction.
Such as
nothing.
NATO have nothing to do with Southeast Asia. Please don't say the world. It's Europe. Only Europe. No, it's not the whole world. There's nothing to do with my region.
Let's talk about the Ukrainian front line.
All right, I'm going to go watch the Oscars later, guys.
Bradley, go, Bradley.
Of course you are. I'm shocked. See you, Trent. Have a good one.
Hey, Nunya, what's your accounting firm? So I make sure for my company I never use yours.
My accounting
he's
firm
Canadian.
is
You guys,
my
you're going to
neck.
sanction him. He's going to be a future American.
When you do an audit, do you go in with flamethrowers and a bunch of 15-year-old computer hackers too?
Well, Trent, we already talked about this, dude. We moved on to something else, man.
Trent.
Like, I don't want to
Trent.
relitigate this.
I'll
I'm trying
take
to
that as a
move on.
yes.
to the topic.
Hey,
I'm trying to
Trent,
move on from the
Nunya.
He's gone.
Nunya, think about this. Imagine if his company, like, actually admires USAID, and you have to account for him. Holy shit!
Oh no, I wouldn't. No, he's a total write-off. Total write-off. I wouldn't account for that. That's just straight write-off. Allowance for doubtful accounts, bad debt expense. Done.
Hey guys, I wanted to ask one thing because I've been quiet up to now, if you don't mind, Dwight.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen the interview with Putin recently, but they were asking him, do the Europeans understand the current situation in Ukraine? I thought he gave a really interesting response. And he said, judging by the way they act, they seem like they don't understand it very well. European leaders are tied to their current regime that they're invested in, which was very interesting, right? So I'm going to ask you guys, how do you think they're going to be incorporated in these negotiations? Because clearly Trump doesn't want nothing to do with the Europeans, but with the meeting that they had in London today, there was another statement they put out regarding their
I think
continuing their support with Ukraine and their steadfast.
I think it'll depend on what the Russians want.
They hold the cards, right?
I think they'll deal with the Americans, but I don't know if they're really wanting to deal with the Europeans. And they probably have the cards to make that choice. Because U.S. can always say, "Hey, look, I'll give you something on the outside at the end. Just do what they want and shut up." I mean, who knows? I would think Russia has the final say on who's at the table.
Starmer's coming out with the coalition of the willing. So all this different narrative trying to push, but I don't think it's going to help them very much. They can pretend they're going to get some troops on the ground there, where there'll be peacekeepers or whatnot. But I think the Russians steadfastly said that that's not going to happen. So these next few weeks are going to be very interesting.
So, yeah. So I just, in case Trent is still watching, the flamethrower thing, it works in Twitter. Literally, Twitter is now much more better. It works. So it's just that he want to try it on the government. So if United States burn down, it's not a problem. It's good for Nunya actually. He don't have to be American.
Well, I gotta say, the Oscars line for me, that said it all. That was like the icing on the cake. I didn't know people still watch the Oscars. I certainly didn't know men watch the Oscars.
Because I figure he was.
Men
I figure he
watches
was
the
trolling
Oscars.
you.
The Oscars.
I actually search. Okay, so what you guys cannot see is that I actually can see that his YouTube name. So I actually search. He actually have his own channel, and it's all pure MAGA. A pure anti-MAGA. Sorry, no. So it's basically his occupation to throw on anti-MAGA stuff. So.
Not for long.
That's the context. But I did ask him if he want to plug in his channel, but he didn't look at the private chat. So no, yeah. If not, I would have give him people that maybe would like to follow him.
I'm guessing Trent's having money issues right now.
Yes. His YouTube definitely is not monetized. No, there's not much views there.
Yeah, he's not monetized by anybody right now. That money's dried up. Now he's just
US aid. Oh, no wonder he's talking about US aid. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, maybe it's the US aid money that pisses him off.
Make it in the wasteland.
It was a bit too strange, that defense, yes, and especially saying that he was also Republican Well, he looked very Democrat to me, but who cares? On the end, who cares? Eddie said something very interesting, which is very preoccupying. The Europeans are coming with wording that is very strange. This coalition of the willing, what do they really mean? What they really are expecting to achieve is very difficult to understand. Are they going to enforce a ceasefire? Because it looks like what they're saying, like sending troops to the ground to enforce a ceasefire. It looks like suicide. I don't know what they want. The Russians will be really pleased if British and French troops come to Ukraine, because it will be like the perfect revenge for all that the British and the French has been doing, and what the Russians at least blame them to do, like the attack on that main ship in the Black Sea, and so on. So I would be very careful. But nevertheless, it's like Eddie was saying, this is very strange. Their declarations are strange, are extremely dangerous. And I don't understand how will they even manage to do any of that without the Americans playing. If they are trying to force the Americans to the war, I don't know if they... I think they are reading Trump very badly. But what's your opinion? Could they force the Americans?
The Oscar, it says it all. Yeah. Who the hell watches Oscar, man? I don't know.
Prata, you like Eurovision context. Yeah, please.
Well, I don't know what man would watch it willingly. Like, I just don't get it. I'm still confused at that one. It must have been a troll. So anyway.
Yeah, I think it's difficult. They put themselves in a difficult position, right? If you think of all the EU leaders now, they're all singing the same tune. You know, I think they've doubled down on stupid there. I think it's a bit complicated and sensitive, the issue, because you're looking at Europe now with all the elections or re-elections going on, parliamentary challenges. You got Hungary, right, which is going to veto whatever they come out with. Slovakia, some interesting situations going on in Romania right now. There's a big protest because I have friends over there. And there was a lot of people protesting what's going on in Romania now as well with the corrupt government and the deep state, what's going on with arresting that candidate. So that's becoming a big deal. But I think they're pushing forward with the NATO, the military base there. And it's interesting that the Tate brothers, as someone mentioned there recently, were able to leave. Maybe Trump can use that as using them as sort of a voice to propagate, an anti-NATO stance to his audience.
I think you've got to keep in mind that they're basically pledging to spend more money on NATO. So that wasn't exactly an anti-American get-together. In some ways, it's almost like the UK is trying to save NATO, and that makes sense, right?
True,
because NATO serves the UK's interests. Without NATO, the UK is very isolated in Europe. It's not part of the EU. It was always the British that wanted NATO, keep the Americans in, the Russians out, and the Germans down. So I see Starmer trying to do damage control here. And he even says, I'm going to put boots on the ground and planes in the air if America back me up.
Well, you recently had Donald Tusk. You had Donald Tusk came out today and said Europe has woken up a giant, right? And that they're going to proceed without America. And that's obviously, we know that's not possible, right? Some form of NATO. I think NATO could disintegrate into what America wants to.
It's possible, right? But it's extremely unlikely. I don't know if you've ever lived in Europe. They all speak different languages, and they spend most of their day denigrating the guy who lives in the valley next door for being different to them. It's like they don't really get along. This is historic as well. Europeans have a history of not getting along. Couple of world wars.
Not to say goodbye to NATO and also probably to the EU at that point.
Well, America is going to have bilateral relationship with European states no matter what. With the exception that all of Europe actually unites and the EU becomes a superstate, right? And that the cultures give up their independence and they all become a superstate. But I don't see that happening. And this meeting that just happened in the UK is the opposite of that. That's literally everybody getting together and saying, yeah, we're going to spend more money on NATO, which is the opposite of let's all get together and abandon NATO.
Wouldn't you think wouldn't you think Anglo-Saxon sort of the neocons, let's say, have their own axis of influence through Poland and that Lithuania sort of Baltic Sea? There could be some play there as well, not just with the Romanian but Black Sea. If they could block off the Russians, the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, and control their shipments of oil, right? Their shadow fleet, as you like to say, right? Because English
that's a casus belli. That's a casus belli. If they try, that's a casus belli. They will be immediately
the English
attacked.
used to insure all the vessels that carried oil, right? And now they've lost out on that business, right? And Russia's sort of created.
But they cannot block the ships because once you do a blockade, that's literally a blockade. Blockade is an act of war. That's basically going to war. It's basically no different from you shooting a missile into Russia. So no, the blockades are like whatever they are doing to Israel right now. That is a blockade by the Houthis, but it's not very effective, in that sense. So that's why it's still not that bad. But if you try to do it to Russia, it's going to war. And
I think there could be some escalation continuing. Yeah, I think there'll be escalation could continue. And maybe the Americans, we haven't heard much from the Secretary of State, right? He's been held to the side for now. You heard a lot of J.D. Vance being put in sort of the spotlight there.
No, Rubio's been giving interviews.
He has been, yeah, but he's towing the line, right? He's just saying whatever Trump, he's same thing, right? He's saying they want to bring peace, enduring peace. And, well, let's see if they follow through with it. It'll be very interesting, yeah.
So I want to add a point. Sorry, I want to add a point. Add a point regarding now all the talk is about there's a divide, right? Like my title, the breakup between United States and Europe. I just want to highlight that it's not real. Europe will never get rid of United States, because I tell you the main implication is not because Europe. Oh, we are so strong, we can stand on our own. That's not the problem. That's not the point. The point is, yes, we are stand on our own, and then United States will be your enemy. That is the problem. You don't want United States to be your enemy. You standing on your own is one thing, but the moment you stand on your own, United States becomes naturally your enemy, and then you have just pissed off Russia on the other side. You're going to get pincered and you're going to die. So that's the reason why Europe, no matter how so-called united they're going to become, the idea is that they will still have to go join with United States because they have to protect their rear. And if they join and they really do their part, like what they have said, all these strong words, right? We're going to spend how much money, how many percent of the GDP on the military and whatnot. They will literally do what Trump needed them to do and become a balanced ally, and that will actually be good for United States. That means that there's a strong NATO.
Together they're strong enough, Eddie, right? The dream in Europe, I lived there for 20 years. The dream is that if they all unite, then they'll be strong enough to change that reality that Wyatt just articulated. They'll be strong enough to stand up to the USA, and the USA won't be able to just like dominate them and destroy their economy and support their neighbor against them. But the problem with this dream is it's a dream. Right?
Yeah, but
a lot of Europeans blame the British, and they say the British, they have it as their life mission to stop this dream. But that's kind of untrue. If you have a look at what the EU does, it's very predatory towards small states. Like Germany basically butchered Greece's economy in order to benefit their own economy. Right? The EU is very predatory from the strong against the weak. The Europeans are not unified. When we talk about Europe, we're pretty much talking about a myth, in my view.
And I want to say, even you look at Russia, when Russia now have because of the Crimean issue and then of course of Ukraine war, then they got cut off from Europe. You see what Russia do? Russia did not just, we're going to stand on our own. No, they just immediately pivot to China, which was historically not that friendly with them. They're somewhat competitive adversaries. So they now become warmed up and they become friends. You can't be on your own. Even if you become a big brother on your own, like Europe finally united and become one big power. You cannot be on your own because you will get pincered by both sides. So immediately Russia warm up with China so that they don't get pincered themselves. If you have you're surrounded and by all the superpowers, you're going to die, man. They're going to destroy you from all over the place. So Then China is the same thing. China is worried. Like, no, China is worried about the encirclement. That's why they're so happy about the Ukraine war. They can finally cover their rear position because Russia is in their rear, and Russia is the only power that can invade them because they have land border. So that's why Europe need to wake up. Especially the people, although they don't watch this program, the people who are super pro EU, anti US, anti Trump, they need to be chill out a bit. It's not so simple.
Eddie, sorry. Mention one thing, Toby. Trump has made some interesting statements, right? Because remember when he first became re-elected, was president, made some statements. I can't remember who he met with, but he said that BRICS is dead. Remember that? I think he went with Modi when Modi visited. I think he was one of the first leaders that came over. And when the Oval Office they met, they said that anyone who's going to be in BRICS is going to be tariffed to hell, and protecting the reserve currency. Essentially, that's what Trump said. So that's going to be interesting how that plays out. As you said, with the UK, I think they're still tied strategically there. Obviously, US and the UK.
Because BRICS, right, is similar to China's pre-2016 plan. They are betting on the weakness of United States, the lousy politics in the United States. Take advantage of their weakness and try to build your strength, and then eventually overtake. But Trump's election in 2016 basically, broke their plan because they were so confident that Hillary Clinton is going to win. So they already treat Obama badly. When Obama landed in 2016 in China, they don't even give him a red carpet. Nobody come and greet him. They already did that because they're already so confident. Trump actually reversed it a little bit. So now they're again, with Biden, they were betting on the same thing again, right? They're betting that the United States will, Trump will get assassinated maybe, and then the United States will continue to go downhill, and then they can de-dollarize the world, and then get rid of this American hegemony, and then they can start with BRICS-led world. That also didn't work out because Trump is back again. So this is a struggle, and the thing is that the United States always actually have the first move. They are always the more powerful side. Is United States game to lose? Actually, they have the choice to make all the divisions. But the thing is, they are, of course, like I said, they are in deep shit. Because they already screw up for decades and decades and decades. All these debts and whatnot. It will come to roost. So
one thing I want to mention is when they met up in Riyadh, right, in Saudi Arabia, who went there? They sent their economic investment people there, right? They talked about business.
Yeah. It's clearly not about peace, right? It's nothing to do with
money
peace.
they're losing with the trade and everything. With the steel that America used to produce 60% of its own steel and 40% used to import, apparently, and 15% of that 40% was from Russia, right? So I think now that's been replaced by the Canadian steel, if I'm not mistaken, Minya. But so it's all this has come into play. Yeah. I think they could undermine.
It's the steel's fault. It's the steel fault. The steel is causing Canada to become American. You're going to get annexed because of the steel.
Yeah, I recently want to fix my garage, and I asked the guy where's it made, and he said it comes from Canada. So Canada plays a big role in current raw materials that come in. Because as I said, America's manufacturing has declined so much now. A lot of stuff isn't made in America anymore. It's more of just things that are assembled in America, Yeah. So I guess if Trump can bring back the investments.
True for Europe as well.
What's that?
That's true for Europe as well. I remember I actually worked on shutting down the last epoxy plant in Switzerland. That was owned by Huntsman Advanced Material, an American firm. But, people were commenting that there was not going to be anybody in Europe who knew how to make epoxy anymore, and that there was no point in doing these engineering courses anymore because there was literally no more plants making advanced materials in Europe. And the attitude from the board was, doesn't matter. Our plants in China are so much cheaper. We're getting the product that much cheaper. So the deindustrialization in Europe is profound, which is why they have no manufacturing base to restart their military. And this goes to what we were talking about earlier about like the cannibalization of a nation by globalists, because globalists they make more profit if the factory is in China, right? And
well, they also create scarcity, right?
Well, we're entering a world where nations have to make decisions about whether or not they want to be nations or whether or not they want to be colonies.
Yeah, but how do you
the
define a
global
sovereign nation, Toby? Because you understand that from being a law background, right?
Well,
what sovereign nations are that exist these days? Like most of them are vassals, right?
Well, Russia is a sovereign nation. China is
Obviously.
a sovereign nation.
There's not many.
No, there's not, right? And this is why the globo homos believe that they're the masters of the universe. And this is why they talk about the world as though they can do whatever they like. This is why they talk about like breaking up Russia, because they actually believe in one world government and like that they're at the top and that they run everything. And it may go that way or it may not. Personally, I don't think it will. Not just because like I don't want it to, but because I think that they're like a parasite that destroys their host. And I think that America has reached a fork in the road where it had so much social unrest because of exporting all its industry and so much debt that it ended up electing a populist like Trump, who came to power on a wave of nationalist sentiment. And frankly, the globalists are petrified of that happening in Europe. They're petrified of that happening all over the place. And I think that's where nations get their power, right? Is they put national interests first, they put national culture first, and that's how you become a powerful nation. Historically,
worked for the United States for so long.
Worked for everybody. That's where Russia came from. That's where China came from. Let's not forget, right? Like China
any
was
powerful country. That's the case.
Yeah,
it's not exclusive to the USA.
Yeah,
that's a valid point. Nunya, I had a quick question for you. You're a finance guy. So this back and forth with how much money was sent to Ukraine is a very interesting one, right? Because there's a discrepancy there. And there's two things here. Are they really going to investigate where the money's gone? Because, you just said, Zelenskyy said that he only received X amount of money. And he said it's all digitalized and people can look into that. But Trump is saying 350 billion. Isn't it cost of the replacement of that military hardware? Because they've emptied out all the hardware, right? To rebuild that, it's going to cost them purchase power parity. Now it's going to cost them more to build that, because all that stuff was older equipment. So they're trying to charge Ukrainians, obviously, the premium on what it costs to replace it. That's an interesting point there, because Zelenskyy came back and said, hang on a second, that's not 350 billion. We don't owe you that money, but we're very thankful for your help. So that was interesting, that whole play at the end. And I don't know if it was sort of scripted at the end. I'm trying to look at it because it sort of shifted. If you watch that conversation they had, it was very end is when they started bickering, right? So was it potentially that they knew that Zelenskyy wasn't coming to sign the deal and they want to change the terms because he kept on mentioning about security guarantees, right? And it wasn't supposed to be in that sort of framework or agreement, whatever. Do you think that they're potentially Zelenskyy signing with maybe with the Europeans there, with the UK, right? And there could be some division there, right? When it comes to NATO and America being the largest stakeholder, that they're trying to make decisions behind their back sort of thing,
Well, I think, and we talked about this a week or two ago on the open mic, I think there's just so much accounting chicanery going on at the DOD that they've been restating the value of these assets to get them under the spending cap. I've seen this before in my career, but usually when you do this, it's because of an audit and finding and you get slapped on the wrist and you have to correct it. The fact that they haven't corrected it and they haven't passed an audit since in their history tells you everything you need to know. I think what they've been doing is they've been restating the value of a lot of this gear, to your point, back to book value. And you can't do that. You got to use the market value, right? So they've got a bunch of crap sitting on their books that's either book value or market value, and the auditors are going to flag that, and they're going to say, no, you got to be consistent across the board. So when Trump talks about the 350, I think that's probably the real value, whereas that 100 billion or whatever ish that was in the media, that's probably book value. That's what I think.
So I want to let Mr. Eric introduce himself first. He's new, and we got someone new in the background. The salmon fish. Do check the private chat.
Wyatt, I've been listening to you guys for most of the 6 hours. finally decided I was just going to jump in case I had something to say. That whole Trent fiasco, woo! I don't know where in Nevada he is, but there's not too many of them like that.
I'm also quite sure that there's no Republicans that's like that. So, like he's a registered Republican who always votes Democrat, I think.
You know, I have run across a few, at least people who say it out loud. It baffles my mind, but then again, I don't work for, you know, the industrial military complex or the government itself. So I don't know, you know, he might be looking for that USA aid or that government job that he's so worried about losing in an audit.
Or lost, already
and
lost. That's why he's pissed.
Maybe. There are a lot of people that are running scared. You know, I know people that are in medical industries, and they're absolutely terrified that the Doge is going to cut off their food trough. And I'm excited. Most of the people I work with are excited because we realize that trimming the fat might actually turn this country around. And in turning the United States around, hopefully that will put the rest of the world in a great position. At least that's my hope. If America's strong, the rest of the world can be strong without fighting each other. And that's my hope.
Because a lot of the wars that United States cause is all because of corruption. No, it's all because of the military-industrial complex stuff money into the politicians, then they voted for war, or they stuff money, the big pharma stuff money into the politician, and then they make some weird division in terms of the what is healthy, what is not, what is okay, what drugs is okay, what not. So it's very dangerous for the world because we have no control. Because the United States is way too powerful, and not just that.
It's been that like that for a long, long time. I mean, I'm an amateur history buff, especially of the United States, and you can't show me a period of the United States being involved in a war outside of the country or even inside of the country that wasn't directly related to money.
Listen,
I mean,
there's a strong argument. There's a
we're
strong
talking about
argument that war is corruption and that corruption is war and that the two things are the same thing, right? Because there's no better way of stealing money than starting a war. Like, just quickly on what Eddie said before about the accounting discrepancy between the 350 billion and the 90 billion. Back in the day when they were publishing the funding bills for Ukraine, I actually went and read a few of them because, like, I'm a bit weird like that. And one of the things that I noticed was that the Pentagon was billing, they were including the value of all the ISR. So all the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And so that was a bit weird, right? Because all the salaries of the people doing that, manning the satellites, processing the data, that would have been paid anyway as part of the budget. But it was all included as part of the aid to Ukraine. And that was part of one single bill that I think was like $80 billion, which is more than what they're saying that they gave in military aid so far. So I think that Ukraine is disputing whether or not they should be on the hook for that. And that may be agreeable to the US under Biden, and Trump may be saying, no, you do have to pay for that because otherwise we would have used those assets in other ways. So I think that that's where a lot of the discrepancy is going. But I also think that a huge amount of money has gone missing. And I don't say this on a hunch. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, who has better information than any of us here, she's like the head spy. She is saying that there's a huge amount of weapons that have been sold on the black market that are now popping up in Mexico and other places. So one of the things Trump wants to do is to find out where all that money went, because it's a staggering amount of money that did go in there. And like the Americans on the Republican side and on Trump's side, I doubt they're all making stuff up. And my personal opinion is that this is why Zelenskyy scuppered the deal. This is why Zelenskyy pulled out of that deal, because I think what that deal did, never mind the rare earths and all that nonsense, I think what it did was it gave Trump control over the administration of Zelenskyy, which would have allowed him to send in Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard and find out where the money went. And I also think that this latest get together from all of the scamps in Europe is about stopping that, right? Because this is largely political, domestic political between Trump and his domestic political enemies on the left. And also Starmer supported Biden. Starmer is a left-wing leader. I think Europe is trying to stop the audit of Ukraine and to find out where the money went. And I think that Trump is
They don't want to see how many Dodges got bought.
Yeah, they don't want to, like, they can't have that. It would be political poison for them. And so I think that what we're seeing has got far less to do with the geopolitics of states than it has to do with the politics of corruption. And you know, and I think that, you know, going back to what Eric said before, war and corruption are inseparable. Where you have one, you have the other. And I think that this was a big motivation for the whole Ukrainian adventure, largely because everybody in NATO saw what happened in Afghanistan and they saw what happened in Iraq. Absolutely fantastic amounts of money were made during those conflicts. And precisely because the accounting in Iraq was never audited, Afghanistan was never audited, literally trillions of dollars. You know, you're talking about everybody that knew anybody, knew millionaires who had made millions out of those wars. And so the political class
I know some personally.
in Europe, right, exactly right. So the political class in Europe would have seen a massive opportunity for self-enrichment, and they've taken it, right? And they can't afford for that to all be exposed. And when I say they can't afford, it's not geopolitical between states. They can't afford that domestically, right? They can't afford to be branded a thief. And it's really interesting that Tulsi Gabbard has just said Zelenskyy is a thief. She's just accused Zelenskyy of using the Justice Department in Ukraine of seizing the assets of the political enemies that he had banned from politics, right? This is like African dictatorship levels of just raw power and thievery. And I think that this is why the Europeans are rallying the wagons and trying to keep their guy and to keep it all private. And they desperately, what they can't have is a peace between Trump and Putin, which allows a full audit of Ukraine. Because
It'll show how many of them are dirty.
Right, and the Ukrainians will flip, right? The Ukrainians will flip and they will show where the money went because they'll be given an offer they can't refuse, right? And they will no longer have any reason to hide it. And so I think that that's what we're really seeing at the moment. It's got way less to do with geopolitics than it has to do with financial crime, in my view.
I want to ask Nunia a question. Because just now I heard about how you analyze what is possibly the problems in the accounting or whatnot. I want to hear what is the possibility on how the numbers discrepancy is so huge. Like, you know, what could be the corruption that, you know, that they might be trying to do, you know, in the last administration, you know, how they play the numbers. Maybe they can take money out and then they'll put it in a different number, or what could be the possibility in the accounting terms?
Well, let me explain a bit. I assume the U.S. government works the same, right? But here where I am, and, you know, various government audits and stuff I've been a part of, basically you've got your government, right? The politicians, whatever, they make laws, they set funding, they do all that, whatever politicians do. So they say, we're going to fund a healthcare program, right? And that's tied to legislation. And then that legislation needs to be effectively monetized, right? So there's a bunch of, I'll call them funding numbers, depending on like the nature of what it is. But let's say, make it really simple that there's one purchase order for this thing, right? So in order to create that purchase order, you'll need to tie it back to whatever that funding decision is. And then once you have that purchase order, that gives you the ability to spend. So let's say in my example, it's $100 million, right? You can now fund and spend on that purchase order up to and including $100 million. However, if the assets that you have, you've revalued them effectively, well, that $100 million goes a whole lot further away, right? So if you reclass the asset to, let's say, the book value, or even the fair market value, but you've assessed that fair market value incorrectly, which happens a lot too, then effectively you're just cooking the books to get under a spending limit so you can spend more. And that's what they've been doing. Does that make sense?
So, because the feeling is that they didn't undervalue the equipment, but I feel like they overvalue the equipment. Or do you think that they actually undervalue the equipment?
Undervalued.
Initially, they undervalued.
I think initially, if we were to look at the books 4 years ago, it was probably valued at fair market value, and now it's just this complete mishmash of crap. So book value, fair market value, non-fair market value, all sorts of stuff, because they've been making it up as they go along.
There's been stories like, the overvaluing, like charging replacement cost. And there's been stories where when there was arguments about getting money to Ukraine, all of a sudden they reevaluated the aid package and it was undervalued and they were able to free up, an additional few $1 billion. So I think, like you're saying, there'll be stuff where they when they needed to overvalue it to charge more, they did. When they needed to undervalue it more to give more aid, they did. So there's going to be all kinds of accounting gimmicks. And
I don't think it's necessarily under or overvaluing, though. I think you're on the right track, Vaughn. And same with you.
No,
Johnny,
I'm just saying that's just stuff I've read about. Where, like, you'll hear, we're going to give them this much, and then there's no money. Then all of a sudden, in the last hour, they're like, we re-evaluated this package, and the equipment's a little older than we thought, so it's actually blue book at this, not that. So it freed up enough to send like another, tank or 10,000.
I think a lot of times they're juggling the columns more than they are the numbers.
Well, what I'm saying is they're probably going to get caught doing both. Like
when I agree, they're going to get caught doing a lot of both.
For them to overcharge to make a profit, and then when they need to undercharge to dump more aid, then they.
It's just like last week when Trump was saying, the value was $340 billion, and Mr. Smallman was saying it was under 100. I think a lot of that is, if you've got ITR flying around and it's costing you whatever an hour or per day, that's a real.
Well, if you think about it, I don't know if they would do that normally, but Trump's the kind of guy that he would charge for the maintenance.
But it's full cost.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and if you think about it, a lot of these systems are supposedly being maintained by Western, specialists, maybe even in some cases operated by Western technicians. So,
but the cost is
there's
still
all
a real
kinds
cost.
of ways they can get money.
If you're even if they're spending part of their time working their resources for the Ukraine, it's still a real cost. I think the number that Trump is using, I don't know that it's necessarily artificially inflated. It's full cost value. In that, if you've got a plane flying around with 1,000 people supporting it, both in the air and on the ground, that's 1,000 people that probably would have been paid regardless of what they were doing, but because they're allocated to the Ukraine out of Greece or Turkey or somewhere else,
they're double dipping it.
No, it's not double dipping. It's charging all of its costs to one client.
That's right.
All of that resources is.
I mean, that's gap. That's the right approach.
And I think what he's doing is he's just trying to come up with a ballpark cost of this is what it has cost the United States of America to support the Ukraine against Putin. And if we're going to work out a deal with Putin, here's a cost that the United States has incurred. Has 100% of that value 100% of the time gone to the Ukraine? Maybe not. But that cost was there. And without that cost, the Ukraine had no chance anyway. So, I mean, they can argue about whether it's 100 billion or 345 billion. The actual number doesn't matter. It's that how is Ukraine going to show any value return on the USA's money? And if the United States doesn't, why did they ever keep Putin from just rolling through it anyway? I mean, let's face it, at the end of the day, Putin and Trump are going to decide what happens in the Ukraine.
No, I think that's an interesting theory because, all the logistic costs they charge it to the Ukrainians. There's a possibility. I want to ask Nunia if it's a possibility that because Biden administration wanted to send more than what they can budget for. So they underpriced everything below market value. And then what Donald Trump realized is that actually when you count everything at just market value, it's already 300 over billion. But then, no, they priced it way lower. Could that be the case?
No, that's exactly what I was saying they did. When I say that they revalued it and they reclassed it to book value, what I mean is they went back. You can do a couple things, right? You got fair market value. So that's like your replacement value. Your fair market value, you can be very accurate with that, or you can be really loosey-goosey with that, right? Because it's fair market value. Now, if you're an auditor coming in and you're looking at it, you want paperwork that justify what that fair market value is. So what I think they've done over the years is they've done a couple things. They've reclassed things at a lower fair market value that they don't have paperwork to support, and that's why they're failing the audit. That's one. Or they've got a bunch of stuff that is sitting on the books at book value, or they've reclassed it back to book value that is way lower than can ever be replaced. So I'll give you an example. Those Hawk systems, those shitty Hawk systems, right? So they're not worth, a tinker's damn, but they're sitting on the balance sheet somewhere with a value, right? So they sent off those Hawk systems. I think they, at some point, revalued those Hawk systems at fair market value because it makes their balance sheet look good, right? Now, that reclass probably happened years ago, right? Now, oh, crap, we got to send out the Hawk systems. What do? The Hawk system, well, according to this Hawk system is worth, I'm going to make up a number, $5 billion or whatever the number may, or I don't know how much these things cost, $100 million. Oh, well, for that system? No, that's crap. Reclass it back to book. You can't do that. Or write it off all there. You can't do that because you need to show that, there's some sort of logical step to why you've classed something the way you have or not over the years. And again, I go back to it needs to be a consistent accounting approach for everything. You can't cherry pick. And I think what they've done is they've cherry picked a lot.
Hey, Nunya, one thing I want to mention real quick, if you don't mind. What about the frozen assets? Can't they do something with that money? As the Europeans, you see Macron's always talking about that frozen money, right?
No, they can't. No, because of international. Oh, Toby, you're going to explain. Go on. You're a jurist.
We'll get
to that.
I can get to that, but just on Nunya's point, it's worth thinking about what happened in Afghanistan. Like Trump spoke about that recently. They just wrote off the value of $8 billion worth of weapons and left it there because apparently it was cheaper to just leave it there than to ship it home on a boat, right? Or to fly it out of there. And you're talking about brand new sets of night vision goggles and all kinds of really good gear.
But Toby, didn't you I talked about before about the Pakistan land bridge. How do you know that they left them there? They could have had them in Pakistan all that time, and they just said they left them there. You never know.
Right, well, the point is that Trump made the point that his generals said, oh, no, it was cheaper to leave it there than to ship it home, and Trump thought that was completely crazy. But this is the game, right? Because at the Pentagon, everybody at the Pentagon has got friends in the companies that supply all that equipment, and they don't have to replace all that equipment unless it gets lost or left behind or written off on the books. So, like, the whole military-industrial complex is completely cooked. There is no actual underlying reality or sets of standards. Everybody is taking everything they can from it. Like, that's one of the reasons that they managed to spend so much money. And people make a lot of money out of that. With regard to this frozen Russian assets, the frozen funds, okay, this is the deal. Most of that money, contrary to popular belief, does not actually belong to the Russian state, right? It belongs to Russian banks that are privately owned, and just quietly, some of the shareholders are Americans. It also belongs to individual Russians, and some of those don't even live in Russia. It's one thing to pass a law that allows you to freeze the funds, right? That's one kind of legal authority, right? It's another thing to then take the property, because when a government takes a property under war powers, so we're talking about war powers here, right? If you freeze the funds, right, that's one thing, right? So think about like the liability of the government. If you then take the property, that may be lawful, right? But when governments take property, they have to make restitution. This is a cornerstone of all law, right? It's called not stealing shit. So in other words, if I claim eminent domain and I take your house because I want to build a railway, I can do that under eminent domain. I can say, because of the necessities of the state, I can take your house. In some places you can't, right? But in most places you can. And that means that I have the power to take your house. But I have to pay you for it. You have a civil claim for restitution of the value that I have taken. And this is called the right to property. And it's actually kind of the cornerstone of all civilization. There's a lot of legal theory that says that, like, property is way more important than human rights, because all human rights comes from property. If governments can just take your shit, right, they can make you a slave. And so there's a whole lot of people who think that property is a good idea and that governments should pay restitution when they take shit. So having the war powers to take the money, right, doesn't mean that the individuals and even the Russian state doesn't have claims of restitution under the law. And if you're going to be the judge that writes a judgment explaining why a government doesn't have to give restitution for property that it took, that is a wild piece of law. That is a wild and woolly piece of case-made law that will be copied everywhere, right? And suddenly nobody's property is safe. And you can bet your bottom dollar that, like, every European's property in Russia and in every other place is in jeopardy. And also, like, I don't even know how you would begin to write such a judgment, because you're basically legalizing theft by the state. You're eradicating this idea of restitution and property under the law. That's why it hasn't already happened, right? If it was that easy to just take people's shit, they would have already done it. That's why it's been frozen and not taken. And because of the legal problems and because of the law of restitution, it would just be easier to give Ukraine the money, right? Just give them the money.
Well, just tell them it's for reconstruction.
So around,
well, no, just give them the money. You know, what it is. It's media. It's showing how powerful we are, and we're going to punish Russia. And it's showing how powerless Russia is, and it's showing that we're the master of the universe. We can do anything. You'll own nothing and be happy. You'll be eating bugs. Well, it's power trip. They're getting off on their own power, and especially if you have a look at who says this. This is like people in the EU who don't even represent states. They're just bureaucrats inside a trading agreement, right? Like, they don't have this power. It's for the cameras, and it's also like for vanity.
If I may, well, Toby spoke in a generic way. It's understood for everybody. But the thing is, they would steal that money if they could. The thing is that 180 billion is from the Central Bank of Russia. Of course, the money doesn't really belong to the Central Bank of Russia, but it's in their power. And the problem is that these agreements are international agreements made mostly within the BIS, the Bank of International Statements. I think it's called like that. It's the bank of the banks. So these are international agreements between central banks. And if anyone would steal that money, especially the money that is on the belonging to the Russian central bank, this would be a breach of several international treaties. And of course, the Russians would just need to go to the International Court of Justice and demand, like Toby was saying, restitution. In a way, that will be really expensive, but more than really expensive, because actually, if we are talking about private property, like Toby was also explaining, someone will have to pay indemnization, a compensation for freezing the money for private people, because it will be very hard to explain how come they froze the money for such a long time. And I think this has come, several Russian oligarchs were quite successful in demanding the sanctions above them to be taken off, and they were able. There haven't been much publicity about it, but I think there was some monetary compensation over it, and it hasn't been easy for European national governments to compensate. So if we are talking about the big numbers like some Russian banks or these 180 billions, they are really assigned to the Russian central bank, things will be very complicated. So they are really afraid, not just about the compensations, but they're also afraid, and this is what they're really afraid, is the repercussions that would have around the world. Several central banks would immediately take the money out of Europe, meaning Europe is not a safe haven anymore for international agreements within central banks. This is a no-go, and there are many other places they can go. So today's financial world is more complicated. There are several centers around the world. There are new places growing. Singapore is one of them, but we also have Dubai and so on. So there are many other places where they're actually also quite profitable, where you could actually park your money if you are a central bank and not in Europe. And this would mean the complete, and we also have to take into account, if this happens, the euro implodes. But that would be something for Nunia to explain.
There's one other thing, which is that there's one other thing here, which is
no, Toby cannot talk. No, you cannot talk. Super chat. Because Toby always dropping the good shit. So you can talk now.
Well, I was just going to say one more thing is that, you go around stealing Russians' money like that, you might get whacked. Right? Like people might take offense and they might gun you down in the street with machine guns, right? Like you're just a banker. You're just some dude, right? Like Russia is a big state. They have like security forces. Like you might wake up one day and your car explodes all around you. So like it's risky shit that what they're talking about. They're talking about stealing a lot from some very, very powerful people. And so if the gloves come off, then they've come off, right? And so I think that that's also another factor in this.
And just to add a little detail to it, a very little detail to it, is that the Russians also froze money from other people. And there is a lot of investment from companies, and they guessed around $600 billion dollars are invested from Western companies in Russia, or parked and frozen in Russian banks. So who will lose more money is the big question as well. So the moment the European Union unlawful takes that money, the Russians can do exactly the same.
So the Sakhalin,
they don't want to destroy their own reputation and economy.
You know the some of these assets got nationalized, like the Sakhalin project, Sakhalin oil or gas project. Did they nationalize? Did they pay back the money, or they just took?
No, they froze. They froze. No, they didn't steal anything.
So the money is there. So they froze
their participation, and the
so they still own do they still own the thing, the percentage?
No. Well, they do more or less. What the Russian state did is that participation went to a fund, and theoretically the company now doesn't have a stake on that company. It has a stake on the fund where this property is found there. Of course, it will be easy to transfer again back to that company that money.
So the profits will be going to this fund. So they'll keep all this profit in the fund. No,
the profits goes to from all from all companies that have that belong to unfriendly countries. They can't take money out of Russia. That money stays in the bank account in the Russian bank and is frozen, and that bank can't take and if they want to leave Russia, they can sell their property, and that's what most of them has been made. They will lose 25% of the estate value, and the Russian state is the one that will allow that share to be sold. That's what most companies has done. And some companies, in order to avoid this, sold their assets for 1 ruble or $1 with the buying back option, most of the times with 6 years. So, but the thing is that there's
like
a lot of money.
complicated theft to me.
Again, sorry?
Sounds like complicated theft to me.
No, it's not. It's still not.
We're gonna
It
hold your
depends.
money for an indeterminate amount of time. If you
Exactly
try to
like
take it out of the
Europeans did.
country, we'll take 25% of it. Well, I mean, wrong is wrong. Doesn't matter who's doing it.
Well, it's a form of
it's payback.
Yeah,
It's payback.
formality. It reminds me of all the theft that happened with the Jewish property with the Germans in 1940s.
Oh, come on,
Yeah.
come on.
Let's
not go too far. Let's not go too far.
No,
What?
same. As an outsider looking in, same. It's just the
It's not the same. Well, the things are there. It will depend on the Europeans how they behave. It's like these European Western companies that just decide to leave Russia out of nothing. They lost it because they lost it. They are losing because they are behaving. Look, let's talk about Fortuna, for instance. It's an extraordinary case from a Finnish company. They had 6 thermal electrician companies. Yes, and they decided from one day to another to stop everything. Of course, the Russians have to take over. That's their energy security. They took over those companies. And they left the country. They completely left the country. That property still belongs to Fortuna. But Fortuna wrote down in their books. So tell me, what is a theft here? They also have a shopping center. They all in the middle of St. Petersburg. And they also wanted to close it. They opened the doors. Everything is working. And the shopping still belongs to them. They want to sell it. The Russians say, you can sell it because you left the management just out of nothing and wanted to close everything. So is this a theft? No, it is not. It still belongs to them. They are just not allowed to take the profits. Also because of their behavior. They just left the country. But if you pay attention, the taxpayers of Finland and other places in Europe are the ones paying these costs because they wrote down these days, and the countries allow them to write down. So in the end, we should even ask, should they be allowed to get those properties and money back because they already wrote those investments in their accounts? Do you understand what I mean? So we are not talking about companies that really are suffering and think, no, they were stealing money from their taxpayers in their countries, writing down those investments and not paying tax in order to compensate losing those assets. Although they didn't lose those assets are still in Russia and are frozen. That's just it. Just like the Russian bank and many
if you own something
people,
and you can't sell it for its full value when you first purchased it, then it's a loss. That loss being forced on you by any entity, whether it's an individual or a government, is a loss. Whether we call it a loss in an accounting situation or we call it theft as air quotes.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Still
But
a
who
loss.
did it first? Who did it first?
I mean, let's talk about Persia in the 1950s when they nationalized British
Eric,
petroleum.
who did it first?
I mean, that was that a loss or was that theft? It was a loss, whatever name we want to call it. Nationalization of a foreigner's assets, right?
As far as I know, nothing was nationalized. Nothing was nationalized. But
not yet.
Who did it first? Not yet. But how many Russians have their houses, their bank accounts frozen in the West? How many Russians crossing the border to?
I'm saying
how many Russians? How many Russians? Yeah. How many
Right,
Russians
he's not
crossing
arguing.
the border? Crossing
I
the
think
border
we're
to
arguing
Finland,
about something we both
Estonia.
agree in. We're just
We
disagreeing about the title.
Yeah, sure. But another thing,
Because
it's amazing
I think it's
what
wrong.
they did to people.
You think it's wrong.
What they did to people. They stole their cars. People crossing the border from Russia to Latvia. I think it was Latvia and Lithuania who did it. And they took their cars. And they took sometimes their jewelry. It was for a moment really something out of another world. They took their rings. It's amazing what they did for a while. Now it's a bit more the kind of...
Prado,
Sorry.
are we going to talk about the Epstein files today? guys.
You can start talking about it.
No,
You
no,
can
I
start
don't-
talking
I
about it.
don't- I don't think we've
There's
talked about
nothing
it.
of import on the Epstein files. 200 pages
Yeah,
of
well-
redacted pages. I could have sent you
Yeah,
a
well,
ream of black paper and it'd
what-
been the same.
What made me
Can I
think
make
of this
one
is
point
like-
on Euroclear, and then we'll get to Epstein?
Yeah,
I just want to
no,
make
this is-
one point on what Toby and Prada was saying. Both I agree with. Number one, for Toby, yeah, there's definitely a legal issue, and Prada, absolutely the reputational issue. I would also argue there's just a survival issue. Like, if you look at Euroclear, where the majority of this money is being held, like, I looked into their financial statements there a couple weeks back, and something like 86% of their assets are the Russian assets. So as soon as if Russia ever pulls out, because why wouldn't they? Euroclear's done. Nobody's ever going to deposit anything with them again. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's all.
Nunia, that account. Nunia, that account actually tells us that many central banks have been taking the money out of Euroclear.
Well, you also see, you've also seen a trend of countries' central banks taking gold out of the Bank of England. So why wouldn't they just do it to Europe as well? It could definitely apply as well.
Yeah, they did. They did. They have been doing that. There was a news when they decided to to take out the interest rates of the frozen Russian money. China started taking their money out of the Euroclear.
Gents,
It
I'm
was
gonna
almost.
I have to drop in a sec, unfortunately. It's been great chatting with this. I wanted to say one last thing here. I wanted to circle back to the coalition of the willing, right? This new term they're pushing out. You mentioned that Starmer's now given out some money to Zelenskyy. I think it was 2-something billion. It was also from the Russian interest, right? They're using all this slush fund now. They're just giving money away left and right? Which is very interesting. One thing I want to maybe bring up here, which is interesting, maybe they're trying to force Trump's hand, obviously, number one, right? With this antagonistic behavior towards Russia. But isn't it possible that if they want to put troops on the ground, what happens if the Article 5, maybe, someone made a comment here, I was looking at some tweets, with the NATO treaty, which requires the United States to send soldiers to bail them out. Wouldn't that be very interesting, huh? If Macron said we're sending troops over there, suddenly they false flag.
Article 5 is if you get attacked. Article 5 doesn't cover you going off and having military adventures. If it did, any small state in Europe could drag the whole world into World War III by attacking Russia. Ukraine is not in NATO. Anybody who sends troops to NATO, right, is not being attacked. Their state is not being attacked. Their soldiers are.
Eddie, I recommend you.
I was thinking about the
I recommend anybody interested in the Article 5 should read the Article 5.
Yeah.
There is nothing there. The Article 5 is an empty promise. There is nothing there. There is just the obligation to help. And meaning help, and the Americans did it on purpose.
There's an obligation to have a meeting and to talk about it and then decide what you want to do. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
And help can be like a pair of parachutists if they want. There is no obligation of sending web boots.
I will say though, full credit to whoever wrote that article, because all people get past is that first sentence. An attack on one is attack on all. Oh, well, there you go. They don't read the rest.
Because the rest, right? So whatever the Article 5 does is literally what the Europeans and Americans already doing for Ukraine. This basically is Article 5. They already treated Ukraine as NATO country. This is already Article 5. So Article 5 doesn't mean there's no obligation to send troops. It's not an automatic war because they learned their lessons in World War I. Because World War I was that bullshit that because you attack me, so we are automatically at war. So that is a horrible, horrible idea. So there's no more alliance in that way.
Yeah, World War II. A lot of people say that Britain got dragged in because they gave guarantees to Poland.
And Super Chat.
Wouldn't you think it's a desperate attempt to keep the U.S. on its hawkish path and sabotage the U.S.-Russian talks, Maybe they can put out that type of narrative.
Well, I don't know. Like, it seems to me that what Starmer said is he's willing to put boots on the ground and planes in the air after the peace has been made and they're going to take a peace deal to America to see what Trump thinks of it.
That's what they said.
So the whole thing to me just seems like a total fucking
Pie in the sky.
nothing. It's nothing at all. It's like it's literally just a photo opportunity, and trying to put lipstick on a pig. There's nothing there. Like
come on, they agreed to hey, let's have some great fish and chip. It's my treat. Then Starmer say, come on, we'll just make an excuse. We'll just have some good food. That's
I
probably
can make
what
a better plan with the buddies for Wednesday night. I mean, it has no value.
All these people also agreed that they would pay more on defense, right? Which is a real novelty. They did that last week, and they did that last month, and they did that last year, and they did that.
I'll believe it when they show up.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? 3 years into a major conflict with Russia, go and have a look at how much the European states actually spent on defense in 2024, right?
They have no money.
Well, they might have no money, right? But then they really have no money at all. It is such a bunch of nonsense. It is really a bunch of nonsense and nothing.
To be
real.
fair, the Baltic countries are spending quite a bit. It's just the Western
Which takes
European.
us into the Epstein files, which is another bunch of nothing. But that has like.
So the super chat by Aki, Prata, stop speaking over him, bro. That was just now. And also, I just want to add,
over now. It was before.
Just now when you were talking with Eric, So, but that was long time ago.
With
So,
Eric,
yeah. So no, the thing, there's a risk to this, increasing, we will spend more money on Ukraine thing. The danger is that, for example, like Britain, like UK, they are like ramping up, to some ridiculous, like I think they signed some 100-year nonsense again, and then committed how many billions per year. So there's a danger to Ukraine is that once the amount becomes so ridiculous that their economy cannot handle it, they will literally go behind the table, under the table, talk to the Russians and say, please just destroy this freaking country. We can't pay those money to them.
Yeah.
Especially the reconstruction. Yeah, like reconstruction money, right? They could guarantee, we got to reconstruct the whole freaking country for you. Then, while their own country road is all breaking down, they got to say, hey, Russia, please just freaking annex them. We will support you.
That's a real thing. There's a real danger that Ukraine becomes too expensive to save, and it's just like it's going to suit everybody to write it off, break it up, carve it up.
It's a bit like, it's like
Poland gets this bit if it takes on this much of the debt. Russia gets to keep this bit if it keeps this much of the debt. It's like, this is the real danger. Ukraine only had a $60 billion economy when it wasn't at war and when it had Crimea, right? So now this completely broken country that's full of shrapnel and unexploded ordnance and mines and hasn't got any people left, right? It's arguably the prize nobody can afford to win. And so pretty soon what Wyatt is saying is going to be the reality. This is the peace talks are probably going to contemplate breaking Ukraine up as a solution to a massive financial problem, because letting it continue as a state, it's like, well, who's going to pay for that, right? Who's going to get told that they're ever going to get their money back? It's just going to be a black hole of shenanigans and Ukrainians.
I have a parable for this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a parable for this. For example, someone tried to blackmail a very rich guy. Okay, you can blackmail that person for $1 million. The very rich guy will just probably reply, because this is something that I thought about a lot. Last time when I was thinking, like, what if someone blackmail me? If I'm very rich, it's like I would tell the person, rather than me giving you 1 million, I will spend 1 million to find assassins to kill you. And make sure I kill everybody in your family.
It's
that
a
is
good
probably what's
example, and
happening
it sets
to
the
Ukraine.
precedence. Yeah.
It's easier the amount of money that you need from me, I'd rather just spend that money to destroy you. Is probably cheaper.
Saves an image.
Yeah, and also Eddie, if you're still listening, which probably not sure, he's still listening. And Eric, I did send you the email to join our speaker lounge, so you can join and chit chat with all these guys. It's a private chat. I emailed already.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw it.
They are saying something about this coalition of the willing. They want to impose 1 month's ceasefire, which is very funny.
How are they going to do that? So there is a lot of cacophony. Well, in Europe, cacophony. Everybody says a different thing. Everybody throws something to the ashes to see if it burns stronger. Who knows?
If we're going to talk about total bullshit, we should move on to the Epstein file release, right? Because
then go on.
Let's go.
Stopping you. Go on.
You Prato, like, and also,
I don't care about that.
Very briefly, in case
I thought we were talking about the world's most expensive farmland.
Yeah. Listen, I just want to say Toronto Brad is out of control in chat, and he needs to respect the OM. But anyway, listen, on the Epstein file release thing, right? I think it's becoming increasingly obvious to like literally everybody that Israel is implicated in this and that Mossad is implicated in this, because otherwise, why wouldn't they release it, right? It's like pretty much everybody understands that Epstein was a very, very strange set of circumstances and that the blackmail of powerful figures probably wasn't just for shits and giggles. And so, like, you've got Pam Bondi, who promised to release the files on day one, now saying she doesn't even have the files. So it's like, what happened to the files, man? Like, there was so much evidence collected, like mountains of tapes and videos and the rest of it, right? How else could they prosecute Epstein? So what happened to it? Did Billy Barr leave it on his couch and someone spilt peanut butter on it and his dog ate it? Like, what are they going to come up with to explain the fact that like mountains of evidence have gone? Because it's pretty clear
just like
that
the
they
January
can't release
6th evidence. It all got shredded and disappeared.
Yeah.
That or it's sitting in somebody's office in New York and Pam Bondi isn't brave enough to go get it.
Well,
Yeah,
they just announced
government.
they found boxes and boxes of hidden documentation in an FBI bureau office. So they kind of rescue something. If they are going to publish or not, it's still difficult to know. Go on, Toby, you're laughing like crazy.
Who says that the FBI has control of it? It might be the Mossad. I mean, you want to talk about conspiratorial stuff. I mean,
I am not even trying.
Conspiracy. I don't think it's conspiracy. I think this is like the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. I mean, if it's not the CIA and Mossad doing this, right? Well, what's your theory? That's a conspiracy theory that it's not at this stage. So I don't know. Like I think this
ask Trump to ask Putin for a copy of it. I'll bet he has one. Whatever the FBI or the Mossad has, the KGB has a copy of it. And if anyone thinks the KGB doesn't still exist, is deluding themselves. I mean, even if it's only a private entity just for Putin's musings, it still exists. And it's still a powerful force to be reckoned with. And same thing, you know.
They had a good copy of the Newland conversation, which I thought was pretty good statecraft.
Yeah, and what was hilarious is everyone had 100% expectation that they had a copy of it. And they did. Right? I mean, that's not conspiratorial. That was 100% fact. Well, if they have that, what else do they have? The correct answer is everything.
And they are probably not alone.
Oh, absolutely.
Many Secret Service.
MI6 probably has a copy of it also, right? I mean, if you're a player in this game, you're gonna have some. Maybe not to the same equal levels, but you know, even the government of Hong Kong probably has some skin in the game, and anyone who wants to be a player in the world stage is going to invest some money and resources into having some of that, even if they're buying it off of the Mossad or the MI6 or even the KGB, right? I mean, that might be the easiest way to get it, is to buy it from someone else. I mean, there's the question of legitimacy when you buy it, but and that's probably why the CIA a lot of times gets their own. That way they can at least ensure that there's a higher level of confidence in its validity. But other than that, I don't think that's conspiratorial. I think that's just the world we live in.
Well, there's one piece of reasoning that I want to bounce off you. This is like a legal piece of reasoning and logic. Like, notice that like Epstein was convicted of child sex offenses, but nobody that was actually a participant in those offenses is being charged. And you've got to wonder about that, right? Because the thing is, blackmail works by saying, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to release the information. Well, as soon as they release the client list, the blackmail's gone. In other words, if you're named on the list, you might as well spill the beans on who did it, right?
That's
And
why
so-
it's under wraps. That way the blackmail value is still retained. That's why
This is why we haven't heard from one single one, because if they release that list, they've then got to whack everybody on that list, right? Preferably before it gets released. So this is how I think we'll get the Epstein client list. As those people die, right, of natural causes, like a few bullets to the
they'll
back of the
release
head.
that one page with that one name unredacted. Yeah.
So this is how we're going to get the page at a time. Just clean it up and then release the page. Look, disclosure. It's like, yeah. So,
Jalise is
I don't know.
Jalise is still alive.
We are
But
still waiting.
I think they don't want. They are trying to get all the information, right? Because now is that the deep state is trying to still hide the information. So whatever is given was given before already. So it's like then now the Kesh Patel and the pretty girl is very pissed. They're very angry. I'm not sure what is the update right now on that. So it's gonna be one hell of a civil war inside of CIA and FBI and whatnot. It's gonna be crazy.
Tomorrow
And most of
morning
it, I think
Eastern
we will
time
never watch it.
will be
Yeah.
rather interesting.
I think we will never see the battle, the fight. I think we will know about it like 6 years from now. No, after 4 years they leave the office and then they write a book about it. Then we'll
I think
probably
it's gonna play.
know what the
I
hell
think it's
happened.
gonna play out tomorrow morning. I
All
think
right.
so.
Yeah,
Really,
more
because-
content.
Yeah, because the content queue is empty. So we got to use this, right? And unless something else comes along, Pam Bondi and Patel going after the Epstein documents is the current item of discussion. So unless something else comes up, right? Unless Netanyahu decides to do something with Lebanon or Syria or even Egypt, no, I think this is the current topic. And until something else changes, I think we're talking about the Epstein content in New York.
So
At least that's my take on it.
So Euro came on on a not European timing, just in time for the closing statement.
Oh, I was sleeping. I was sleeping, so wrong sleep timing. That's the right time.
because it's almost 7 hours. I think we should do closing. If not, this thing will go on to crazy hours.
Can you imagine if Euro had been here with Trent and what fireworks that would have been? Anyway, it's cool. Oh, you gotta go watch it. You gotta go watch it. New guy.
Yeah. Well, if we had Trent,
I
then
doubt that he
Euro,
comes back.
Prata, then after that we still have Archimedes, then we have Wayne and all the people who were triggered more very easily. Oh, that's so fun. And then we have Draku. Oh, what one hell of everybody will just not allow each other to talk.
I watched that in the comment section. It was crazy. That's why I ended up getting on.
That's good. Then.
It will be peak content.
Because people to come back, to come on. Yeah.
I'm half tempted to see Trent's LinkedIn over in Nevada. That's not, anything within 12 hours drive for me, I consider local. And
12 hours is local.
I'll be in
God.
Vegas next week, so either he's in Vegas or Reno. So he'd be pretty easy to find. The world's
As a person
small
who lives
place.
in Singapore, 12 hours is like, I'm literally almost at the end of another different country.
I'll be there
I'm
on the
almost
20th.
reaching Thailand.
I'll be there on the 20th. I've got an inspection to do over there. So I travel the world still.
Cool.
That's
Cool,
why,
cool.
That's
That's
why
good,
I
that's
keep
good.
track of geopolitics, because a lot of times it's where I'm not willing to currently travel. Like Kazakhstan. Okay, the oil refineries in Kazakhstan are still safe to go to. you know, the refinery
Not
in
for
Israel.
long.
It's off my list right now, just for now, because that's one of my more profitable places to go to. So that's why I grow a beard. I can fit in anywhere as long as I'll dye the red.
So
Well,
more
Trent-
profitable.
with
That's
Trent-
very suspicious. What do you
With
do?
Trent, with Trent, that wasn't that bad. I think the guy is probably also a little bit of a politician. He has this ability to cut other people's voice and turn the discussion everywhere in order not to be anywhere.
But we are too trained. But we are too
Yes,
trained.
in a way, yes. But on the other side, the only really silly thing he did was really silly was that joke about Lavrov. It was so silly.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was really
that's-
childish. Oh gosh, it's
Anyway,
No,
I'm sorry I brought up his name again. My fault. I brought up
Oh, no,
his
it's
name
your
again.
fault.
Let's
It's
move
your
on.
fault.
Yeah,
Okay, so we
let's,
do closing. So Nunya, go first. Nunya, closing statement.
Well, no, great chat, everybody, as usual. Don't really have much to say. I mean, I think that the next week is going to be interesting on the geopolitical front because, as I mentioned, the European leadership are still trying to wrap their head around and come to grips with the fact that this whole thing is over. So I would say in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, sort of thing, they're going to get on board, and that'll pretty much be the end of it. You know, it'll be the end of it in the sense that they're on board. They'll still need to work out some sort of framework with Russia. So I think in the next week, you'll start to see a lot more articles, you know, closer to the end of the week of negotiations, things like that. And then on the other fronts, I mean, we talked a little bit about the economy and stuff today, which, you know, I appreciate it. I thought it was a good chat. And I still go back to, you know, the world economy now. It's not just the U.S. economy. We're all heading towards recession in the West, and if we're not there already. And it's like, you know, we've been saying on here for months, all the bad news from Biden co. that was suppressed around the financial health of the economy is all starting to come to light now. So I think you're going to see Trump and team being much more inwardly focused on the U.S., which is the right approach, I think. And we're going to just, like I said, they're going to try to cut and clean up what they can. And that's going to be painful for a lot of people. And but we'll see what goes there. And then the other big thing that we look at is the tariffs and stuff, and see what the impacts of those are going to be. Trump keeps changing his mind. So last I checked, our tariffs here are supposed to come into effect on Tuesday. They were supposed to come in April. Now that's back to Tuesday. And we don't even know what the percentages are because
25%.
Trump will. Yeah, well, no, they were supposed to be 25% and 10% for electricity. But if you listen to what they said yesterday, basically Trump will determine what the tariffs are. So they could be 25 and 10, or they could be something completely different. We will find out on Tuesday, I think.
If it
So
doesn't
that's
get
always
suspended.
fun. If it doesn't get suspended, might very well be. Who knows, right? Like this is what we're dealing with right now across the globe. Is America is, you know, doing this, and we're all trying to react to it as best we can. So I think we'll know more in a couple days, and then we'll see how Canada responds to it with their own reciprocal type of things. And yeah, it's not good for any of us, I don't think, but that's where we are right now. And other than that, have a good week, guys. It's been fun. Cheers. Hey, man.
Thank you, Nunya. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Wyatt again for providing the platform. Like, subscribe, and share. It was a good panel today, good discussion, and we got some new people in, so that's always good. You know, I love Trump. Sorry, Trent. But you know what? You're not going to convince me. I'm not going to convince you, so I didn't want to waste your time, and I didn't want you to waste mine. But I hope I see you in the voice chat. I'm sure it'll be entertaining if you go back there and fuck around. You'll like it. on Ukraine, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, obviously there's deals and wheeling and dealing going on. I would love to get Sousa this week, maybe have us, getting pushed closer to the bridgehead around Kupiansk. But my big thing I like to watch is if you go over to the Dnieper River, and there's this little town called Zaporizhzhia. And if you travel down along the river, you get to Kherson. I just think something might be up in that area. It's a long, wide front, lots of open space. The water's down, it's cold. I don't know. All this lack of support, the bottom falling out of Ukraine, maybe something will happen. I think the Russians, it'll be interesting to see if they start speeding up anywhere, make any new moves with what happened with Zelenskyy and stuff. But I guess we'll find out the next week. I hope everybody has a good week and takes it easy, enjoys. I hope it warms up here. I'm so tired of freezing my ass off. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Vaughn. Toby.
Yeah, thanks, Wyatt, for putting it on. It was a good panel today. It was a great week for news because of that spectacular conference. I think Trump has been given the out he needs to cut off support. I think the battle lines have been drawn. I can't wait to see more of Tulsi Gabbard. I'm a big fan of Tulsi. One of the things I like most about the Trump administration is that he brought in the people I like from the other side, like RFK and Tulsi. It shows actual real unity of purpose there. She's only made a few comments. She's only just been confirmed. They're pretty spicy. I think we're going to see more of that. I can't wait to see. I really hope that the war winds down on the front lines, by which I mean I hope that the troops on the Ukrainian side recognize that they've lost and that they stop fighting. I don't want to see Russia do big advances and kill a bunch of people. Like there's really no point for any further loss of life at this stage. So I really hope that the Ukrainians come to their senses and realize that it's done. Like, you're done now. Like, look at Trump's agenda, look at his administration. It's not viable. It's not worth your life. And so, yeah, that's my hope, is that it all just starts to unravel on the front line so that there doesn't have to be any further military resolution, because it's a horrific waste of life on both sides. But anyway, I'll see you all next week. Thanks again, Wyatt. Ciao.
Thank you, Toby. Prata, closing. You're muted.
There we go. So the thing everybody was talking about, Zelenskyy with Trump, I was actually a bit surprised, because I saw he getting inside of the White House, but then I couldn't find any video footage of the press conference. I finally got it through an American television somewhere, and I was like, there's something wrong here. The tension on the room was too heavy. Zelenskyy was behaving really strange, like he was like being jealous of Trump, because everybody wanted to talk to Trump. All the questions was to Trump, and he was like, really, he wanted to talk, he wanted to say something, which I don't understand what he wanted to say to the press when he's just a guest. But it was like his eyes were turning on, and when someone asked Vance a question, and Vance answered it, and he suddenly said, hey, excuse me, I also want to answer. That was so rude. That moment, I said, things are going to get down. I started writing to my friends, you have to listen to this. And from there on, everything got worse. It was too much. I was very surprised that nobody was writing about it. It took some hours until the Western press, but also the American press, start talking about it, start realizing what happened. And even worse than that, trying to find a common posture in terms of opposition. defending Zelenskyy, and I was very surprised to see so many American commentators taking the side of Zelenskyy, which was he was actually in the bad side. He was the one provoking all that stuff and being so rude and no manners whatsoever. And not having manners was even before things got crazy. Actually, Trump was behaving very well, very nice, slowly going, actually giving him courage. So it was really very rude from Zelenskyy. So I was, as I said, I was very surprised that so many Americans took the side of Zelenskyy, not understanding that this was a complete humiliation from a guy that has becoming so much money from a country, talking to their president in front of the cameras like that, being a guest at his house. It was really too much. I'm not surprised that Europeans are behaving like chickens. They don't know where to go. And I think we'll keep seeing this. It has been for a couple of weeks now. We'll keep seeing that. This conference, this summit, also again called a few days, 1 or 2 days before to meet, and not everybody's around, but trying to make decisions for everybody. And then the rest that wasn't there will be very, very mad. And now Milan is also asking for a new summit, Europe with the USA. This is a complete humiliation of Europe in front of the eyes of the world. I think most administrations around the world are laughing like crazy. There was a great meme on internet, which is like Putin watching that conference with Zelenskyy, and he's like laughing like crazy. And I think this is what actually most people in the world are doing, watching the Europeans behaving like chickens and not having any sense of common sense in this. Sorry, this was like a bit bonus. So I hope this week will be a bit full of this type of entertainment. Next week, perhaps we have something more with more content to really discuss seriously. And that's it.
Thank you, brother. I'm quite sure with Donald Trump around, it should be quite entertaining. Mr. Eric, your first time here, the closing statement.
Yeah, I think this next week is going to be very event filled. You know, we have the Pam Bondi Patel Epstein angle that's going to go on. I think Putin and Trump are going to talk, and there'll be some content that comes out because of that. I wouldn't be surprised if Putin doesn't feel emboldened and actually make huge strides in the Ukraine. I would like to see it done without a loss of life, but they just seem to want to fight and fight over this farmland. It's amazing. So it'll be interesting to see all of the things that happen in the next week or so. I think that with this Zelenskyy fallout, that he's going to be excluded more and more, and I'm interested to see how that plays out. Especially in that it'll be a cost that the United States no longer has to bear. And I'm looking forward to that as a citizen of the USA. Maybe we can get back to some sensible world building, not just USA building, but world building. Be nice. That's my closing thought.
Okay, I want to let Nav go first, so Euro have all the time. Nav, closing statement. You are muted, by the way. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just outside right now.
We can tell.
Oh my
man.
god, I
This is
was
your house, I'm
listening.
scared.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. It's closing. I shouldn't talk. Sorry, my bad. Shh. Your closing statement.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was listening since the discussion about Doge. That was really interesting. I came in just as that ended, and I was like, oh damn, I was about to because in New Zealand, we have a new government from like a year and a half now, and they've been trying to do similar things as well. Actually, before Trump got into office, they were trying to cut regulation, trying to cut public service officials, because there's a lot of government workers here in New Zealand that they really they can be a drag on the economy. And it's almost like how people say, oh, Washington's controlling America. That's how people say, oh, Wellington's controlling the rest of New Zealand. And I'm sure it's the same in other parts of countries. But yeah, with Ukraine, I think it's really tough for them. Like, as you guys were saying, that's a country that rebuilding is going to be so tough. Like, rebuilding one city alone is going to be super difficult. If you talk about one major city that's suffered bombardment for years and years, and you look at Ukraine, their per capita GDP is not even 6,000. There's poor countries in Asia that have a higher per capita than Ukraine, and you compare it to Poland. You compare it to Poland, which is, I think, 3, 4, 5 times as wealthy. How are you gonna recover that? And especially if Ukraine doesn't go into the EU, they're not going to be in NATO. They're like Moldova. They're basically a bigger Moldova. They're fucked, basically. And yeah, and also the demographics, they're completely done. Like, people always talk about Japan as a population decline. Ukraine has a lower birth rate than Japan. So they're in an even worse scenario, and they're also in a war. And they've also lost 10 million plus people. I think they've lost 20 million people since 1991. That's a country that's like, oh my God, wrecked. But hope for the best. We're going to end on a positive note and give you guys a like to DPA.
Thank you, Nav. And Euro, closing statement.
Yeah, thanks, Nav. That was good perspective from New Zealand. Thanks to hear that. Good to hear that. Yeah. As I was saying before, I more than a year ago here, chaos is accelerating. It's a time of chaos upon us, and chaos is accelerating. And this is the level of chaos I couldn't have imagined. And just to say the Russian perspective on what happened in Oval Office with Zelenskyy, they mistrust in everything, right? So they're discussing, is this just another example of apprentice show, like they directed it? Other ones are discussing that it's possibly, the wish of Europeans to get America out of Europe. Now, since Soviets left a while back, so now it's, Americans are controlling Europe and they want them out. So they're discussing, is this the case of, Nazi remnants and their kids taking Europe and finishing their desire, to get Europe free of the forces that kept them at peace, right? Because the Yalta Agreement was about sharing the world, sharing the Europe, and keeping it to prevent it from causing another world war. So they're discussing that. But to me, this level of honesty and chaos in Oval Office, the emotion flaring, it shows, like everyone that starts becomes angry and starts yelling, it's saying what they believe, right? What they think. They're honest. They become honest, and this is where J.D. Vance and Trump showed their honesty, right? Because they were angry. They were showing that their emotions came out. So this is the honesty. And their attempt to really make world peace, right? And they even offer in the Zelenskyy, because he was demanding that, they have to come in and help Ukraine. Obviously, Zelenskyy is realizing that Ukraine is losing. They have nothing except bringing in the West to help them out in order to save the Ukraine. That's obvious that they are aware of it. And Trump is aware of it. and Trump is aware that they use them. All these European Chihuahuas are using U.S. as bulldog, as a protection, right? And manipulating the West in fighting for them, trying to manipulate them. So this shows that Trump is aware of it, right? You have no cards. All the cards you have is our cards. You play with our cards, right? That's what Trump told him. So it shows that he's aware how they manipulating him, manipulating US. This is, to me, that's very important. Yet I still not going to believe that they're gonna cut the arms supplies and everything until the Starlink is canceled for Ukraine. That's decisive. That will be decisive, and I'm waiting for it to really believe that there is the peace coming between Russia and US. Europe is a different story. I mean, they don't want to adjust. They even gathered together to provide more support to Zelenskyy, to cheer him up, and because he obviously stayed hungry because he didn't eat in White House, so they made a conference to provide him food because he's poor, right? I mean, Ukraine needs help; they're poor. So they want him to continue fight, and at least maybe till negotiations are over, because you cannot let go of your card and stop fighting and then say, go ahead and let's make peace, right? I mean, that could be a good trick, right? Stop fighting, stop defending, pull back a little bit and say, we're not fighting. That's the way to make a ceasefire, forced ceasefire on Russian. That might work, unconventional, but that might work. So the chaos is increasing. I hope it's gonna turn for better. I don't believe so, considering the history of these clashes. Past history says it. There's always a real pause in clash before real kinetic, real clash, full force clash start. There's always a pause. So it looks like all the problems are resolved, and then all of a sudden just poof, flares up. That's what happened in Yugoslavian wars, and it always happens. So I hope not, but this is examples from history. I hope this will stop before 2032, as I prophesized. I know, crazy. But yeah, my calculations are 32 is or 33, could be 33, that all these kerfuffle and chaos, world chaos, will stop. So we have a long way to go. Well, thanks for this opportunity to talk about it. I hope you enjoyed it. I get to watch it now. 7 hours. Hopefully it's good. But invite Trent, man. Invite Trent, because we need him in VST.
He have to come on himself.
We need him in VST.
That
Thanks. That's all.
Have fun. No, we shall see. Thank you, Euro. Yeah. I will invite him if he comes again. Yeah, because I'm worried that he's a Trojan horse, so that would not be so nice. Gabriel, closing statement.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for dropping in so late, but I'll be quick. Yeah, on the line of this Trent guy, thank you for coming, and sure hope he comes back. It was nice and nostalgic to see such a old school textbook NAFO neocon dialogue, It was like the 2022 all over again, Like all the things that we've talked about way past flaring up again. But Yeah, I'd say that it's like, as a general issue going on with, because I've seen a lot of like geopolitical analysts and commentators, especially like the anti-imperialist type, that they're really sort of kind of offended with um, all these things that Trump is doing, of like this sort of anti-imperialism, this apparent dismantling of the gay, the global American empire, um, and they're really offended by it. Like how can people be believing it, and it's so fake, and so on and so forth. And I think there's a certain element of emotion in there, that it's like their narrative is being attacked, by these counterintuitive moves by the empire. How can they be doing this if the empire wants control and complete domination? And it's completely unacceptable that even the appearance of it is completely unacceptable, and produces some sort of cognitive dissonance. And it's similar to what I see in all these NAFO types, these sort of neocon Republicans and so on, that they're super offended that on different sides of, like, with different postures, but they're offended by the same thing, that this apparent sort of rolling back of what has been the official policy of America. And I'd say, like, to both of them, that just consider the level of madness that was prior to it. And I think it's ridiculous to consider, like, even the possibility that America is gonna amend its evil white supremacist imperialist ways. It's ridiculous to expect this sort of moral standard to a superpower. It doesn't apply. And so I think that it is a positive improvement to see a more rational approach. And what I'd say is that it's absolutely logical. Like, the level of overextension of the US and its ambitions for world hegemony was unsustainable. It was clear for all of us to see how this whole project of destroying this final bastion of resistance, of military resistance to the global American empire, it was destroying the United States and risking nuclear annihilation. And it's a rational reaction to try to retreat to more defendable lines and consolidate from there, even if it's under the same premise of searching for supremacy and empire and dominance. It's a more rational approach is still better for humanity as a whole, because we're a bit farther from the doomsday clock. And yeah, and so that is for all the people who are yelling and gnashing their teeth on both sides of the aisle, and to the people who are fervent Trump supporters. Take a look at the Epstein situation going on, how that is so, like, I think it's hard for people to actually imagine the level of threat to their national security that means. The level of attack, of aggression that is to your own nation and sovereignty and government, to have like this massive extortion rings to your politicians and most important people. So take a look at that. And so you keep your feet on the ground and be ready to keep your candidate accountable for his decisions, and push your will. Like, don't leave behind your will to fight just because the team you like won a game. Like, just remember what you're fighting for, what you're the America that you dream of, this sovereign and powerful America that you dream of. Don't leave it. Don't sleep on your laurels, basically. And that's it. And thank you, Wyatt, for the space. And I think it was a really good conversation, really long. And thank you for your patience with all of this madness. Must be fun to watch all this.
I'm the
third world chaos going on.
I'm
Francis.
I'm that doggy, with the fire burning behind. It's fine.
It's
I enjoy, seeing chaos. You guys should have noticed by now. The moment people start quarreling, I was like, I get very happy.
Yeah. Oh, the barbarians are at it again.
Because sometimes we need some spice, right? It can get very old, that if we are like all old people like that.
What's the point of having a zoo if you don't see them fight? No.
You shouldn't say it out loud. Who knows? At night when the gate closed, right? They was like, okay, what happens if the lion fight with the tiger? They send them to fight.
Well,
Then they bet
everyone
money on
left
it.
already. There's probably no one watching it anymore, so doesn't matter. Hey, good to see you, Wyatt. Cheers for you. Blessings for your family. And good night.
Thank you, Gabriel. Now have a good week ahead. And my turn to do closing, so I could pull you off. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 118. Zelenskyy leads the breakup of USA and Europe. Trump succeeded. So it was another 7 hours plus 7.5 hours open mic. So I'm quite fresh in the sense that because I sleep, I burnt out during the weekend. I slept the whole day. so I woke up very late in Singapore's time, and so it allows me to have more energy to do this. Yeah, it's a crazy week, and I mean I already talked much on it on my own video regarding the Zelenskyy Trump thingy. I really break down the geopolitical stuff on that. I probably look at the European summit nonsense. Then I will let you know my thoughts in a separate video because I need to research and read what the hell they talk about and whatnot. So because that is still breaking news, too breaking. I need to wait for it to be a bit broken, then I can actually talk about it. I need to research a bit. Then and also just one thing to share is that always remember that United States is not just one faction. There is the Trump faction. There is of course the neocons faction in the Republican Party. So the Republicans are kind of like split into two. Of course, even within it, there's still one more group, which is the Libertarians. I believe, with Ron Paul and yeah. So, but they are pretty much still in line with what Donald Trump is doing. So they are pretty happy because of the cutting of the government. But then there is the deep state. Of course, there are the Democrats. Within the Democrats, they still have a lot of factions. But ignoring the Democrats, they're irrelevant right now. But we have the deep state, which is now fighting its last fight to try to survive and keep itself alive. Like cancer cells. When you're doing chemotherapy, it doesn't always work. To kill off all the cancer cells, you might look healthy right now, but maybe 10 years down the road, suddenly the cancer is back because sometimes you can't kill off all the cancer cells. And I think that's what's going to be happening in the deep state in the United States, which that I think these 4 years we're going to see basically the chemotherapy. And just like in chemotherapy, it's very damaging to your own self. It actually kills your own healthy cells as well. This is probably what we are seeing with Doge. So United States will go through a lot of pain, and then there will be some recovery process, but then you'll be healthier. But this cancer may not necessarily be destroyed entirely. It really depends on how Donald Trump able to reform the government, because unless they are able to put into law how the government work in a way that can be accountable. Then I think the cancer cells are going to come back. So deep state will return. But I think for now, they have taken massive damage. We shall see. Recently, I think Elon Musk tweeted about that he feel like the officials, like the congressmen or whatnot, I believe, they should have a much higher salary so that and I totally agree with it. Because his point is that will reduce the need for lobbying and corruption and whatnot. So, and that's exactly what is done in Singapore. One of the reasons why corruption is rather low or very low in Singapore is because our government officials, including the ministers, even the MPs, the member of parliament. They are all very well paid. Particularly the ministers are very well paid. Your government officers, the civil servants are very well paid as well. So, of course, on the higher rank, the top level, government workers, the top level civil servants, are very well paid. So, so it is important because only when you pay them well, then the need for corruption is eliminated, and then you reward the people who flagged out any attempts at trying to bribe them, and then give these kind of people pay raise or give them promotions and awards and medals. I think it helps. That's what happened in Singapore. In Singapore, I think when the policeman was offered a bribe, I think that is probably the happiest moment in their life because they're gonna get an award, they're gonna get a medal for it because they're gonna they will double confirm is this a bribe or something. If the person say yes, they're gonna arrest the person 100%. They're gonna arrest the person. Almost 99.99% of the policemen will do that, and then they're gonna arrest him, send them to police station, and then get prepared to be given a medal and pay rise and bonuses for and then they're gonna get famous because they will write it in the newspaper and then reward good actions. I think that is a very important thing that I think United States need to do, because at this moment, I mean not at this moment, but in the past decades, what I realized that in the United States is it tends to be they are rewarding the corrupted. It's very unfortunate that seems to be the case, and it's very scary, and at times it feels hopeless. Like really, as a person that is living on the total opposite side of the globe, it feels really hopeless. There's nothing we can do about it because it's the American thing. Like when George W. Bush went to war, unjustified war against Iraq, they entered into Afghanistan, then do all this crazy shit all around the Middle East with Obama and whatnot. Like it's very scary times. I remember those days, and you think like what the hell can we do? And the corrupted United States, what can we do about it? There's nothing we can do about it. So it's great that we have someone that is keen on doing reforms, keen to eliminate corruption. I don't think he will succeed in 100%, but Donald Trump often overperform my expectations. So he already overperformed than what I expected him to do in the first month in the office, which was shocking. Yeah, I never considered the Elon Musk factor, so that's great. So hopefully that leads to a much better and logical world. The world now don't make sense, literally don't make sense. Diplomacy is out of the window. Typical diplomacy, like nothing. I can tell you in Europe, none of the foreign policy makes sense. It's not logical. It's not typical how diplomacy should be done. Which is why sometimes China always criticize, that's just not typical diplomacy. So today then you see that when United States is trying to do normal diplomacy, the Europeans are crying because in their idea of diplomacy is United States should pay for everything. United States should take the lead on all the bad things. Everything that you have to spend money, you have to have people dying in war. It seems like it always have to be the Americans doing it, and which is why Donald Trump is pissed off, and he's trying to force the Europeans to take charge. And the Polish Prime Minister made a good point. I think it's Donald Tusk or no Donald Tusk. I'm not sure who is the guy. I saw the quote. Is that I did share, I think, on the Telegram. Let me scroll up. Yes, correct. It's Donald Tusk. He said that 500 million people Europe is asking the 300 million United States to defend against 140 million Russians. And I think Donald Tusk really put it really, really well. Is that Europe is so big, it doesn't make sense that they are always expecting the Americans to be the one sacrificing for every single little thing. It don't make sense. I think Donald Trump have a point, and I think that a strong Europe, a powerful Europe, will complement perfectly well with United States, and it will also help to balance and make sure that United States do not go on crazy adventures. But then also, of course, if the Europeans are not crazy, but the current Europe is a bit crazy, so so that's what it is. Yeah. So basically, Donald Tusk is right. Europe lacks the belief to believe that they can be a global power. So, but not with this current Europe. This current Europe is too corrupted or too crazy, to be someone that we can trust. Unfortunately, yeah, it needs to be something that is logical and fair and unpredictable. I think predictable is very important. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, I talk too much. Thank you for watching. So do press the like button, subscribe. Thank you for all the super chats. I'm not sure if I missed anything. Archimedes just now wrote, OM Jesus returns from the dead at the last moment. So I think everything else, I think all the other super chats I have already read. So thank you everyone for watching. There is always disagreement between people, but just agree to disagree. But just don't be like Trent. Don't be like Trent, because what happens is that he just go over the place, and you can't talk to people like that, because he talk like a walking Twitter account. You cannot talk like a Twitter account. Talk like a human being. If you look at my Twitter account, I'll talk like him also. So don't talk like a Twitter account. That's why open mic is special. Talk like a normal person. Don't just use sound bites here and there. That's not how a human talk. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and now I'll drop the outro. I'll see you guys in the next update.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand like lovers, yet alive. A world where every voice decide, debating the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand like lovers, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice decide, debating the future, unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table